Good morning, one and all. How is everybody doing? Hope everyone is well. On this fine Thursday morning, who have we got in the chat? We've got Manish, Vishal, SCS, Dino, Cloudy, Sathish, Julius, loads of you. Yasin's always in here. Yasin's holding the fort for us, making sure you guys are all behaving yourselves. Leo, Nora's in with us. Great to see you, Nora. Thank you for swapping over from ABL over to us here. May grace be upon us. Good to see you. Abi Kagwade. Stock Burner Pro. Don't be burning too many stocks, my friend. Yeah, good to see you guys. Hope you are all well. Who else have we got? We've got Rita, Shakti, Shakar, Mishra, and Ethio. Ethio live stream. What are you live streaming, Ethio? How are we all doing, guys? What's been happening? What's going on? Let me know in the chat. What's been cooking on your side in terms of your trading? I've had a bit of a mixed bag of days, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down. I've been looking for sells on gold and keep missing them. It's not been playing to my favor, unfortunately. But that's because I keep trying to trade only when I'm streaming. But that's because I've only got time to trade when I'm streaming. So yeah. Dino, give me a chance. Give me a second and let me get everything in the background all working. And if you want me to have a look at gold or dollar yen or any of those things, let me know what you're seeing first. And then tell me what you think. And then I can tell you what I think. And we can then bounce off one another. Otherwise, it's a bit boring, isn't it? Just me telling you what I think. You know, this isn't a signal service. So yeah, let me know. And I will then have a look at it. And Ethio says, I just stream some technical analysis for educational purposes. That's what we all do, Ethio. That's what we all do. That's what we all do. So I hope you're not trying to take my technical analysis and then stream that as your own. I wouldn't do that because it'd be terrible. And Rama, what's the prospect for today? Some market movement, I would say, is probably the most likely. So yeah, let's head on straight. Let's have a look first of all at the news that's coming out today. As far as fibers news is concerned, we have got CAD GDP coming out, and we've also got the PPI and the unemployment claims coming out later on this afternoon. So nothing immediately for you to worry about from a high stakes perspective. If you're trading any high stakes accounts, then you don't need to worry, but you do need to be wary of it this afternoon. Okay. Any of the news that's coming out as far as my FX book is also worth just keeping an eye on. So in 18 minutes, we've got inflation rate for Italy, unemployment rate for the euro, inflation rate for Germany, etc. They aren't necessarily going to impact your high stakes, so you don't need to worry about it from being able to trade it or not. But they can still move the market, and they could still potentially wick things off. Spreads will get wider, and you could potentially get caught out. So please be careful. Don't get caught out. All right. Stock burner. What about the giveaway? There's a link in the description. Yasin has shared it. So if you want to join the giveaway, link is pinned in the chat. It's in the description. Click the link, follow the instructions, and you're in. And then hang around, wait and see. I'm not going to be doing the giveaway, so that I can tell you for sure because I don't have the access. So you'll have to wait for Jonatan later on this morning or this afternoon. But no doubt it will be later on. Diana, good to see you. Welcome. Hope you are well. Diana Boneva. Not sure what kind of surname that is, but welcome. Adrian, who else is on pound dollar sells? There's a bit more of an interesting analysis. Right now we've got something to look at. Pound dollar sells, I was looking for pound dollar sells, but not yet. I'm waiting for pound dollar to come back up to this area. So let me just delete some of these zones so I can make it clearer for you. But I'm looking for pound dollar to come up to this kind of area here on the 1 hour before looking for sells. Right now we're still in this wider structure. Ideally I'd prefer us to probably react away from this area, because we have a lot of liquidity, I think, if I'm not mistaken, here on the 15-minute. Yep, that's right. So we've got one there, we've got another one there, we've got another one there, and then we got another one there. So a ton of liquidity down there. I'm anticipating the price is going to come down, probably take these lows that it's just taking right now, just there. I think that was perfect equal lows, was it? No, it wasn't. Let's see, what might it react from? Let's go zoom down and see what might we find. I'd probably be looking for it to come down, tap into this area here, somewhere within this area. I think if we look at it on the 5-minute, maybe. Oh, let's delete that, and let's look at it on here. So somewhere in this region, which is where we are at the moment. I think we're going to probably see some kind of reaction in there for us to then buy up again. Kind of what we're seeing at the moment, although not what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a nice wick rejection. But I do see pound dollar selling today, but as I say, I'm more expecting a sell from up higher, up in this region, kind of the 33 area. So yeah, so that's kind of where we are at the moment, in as far as I'm concerned. Cloudy says, I'm seeing a possible retest on gold, looking for sells. Let's have a look. It's up 1% at the moment on the day, so certainly looks reasonable for that. It is in a nice pocket area for sells. Let's have a look. It has... No, that's not one. There's one there. There we go. You've got a perfect equal high on the 1 minute there, just up there, and one of them's an inside bar, a wickless candle as well. So I would be looking for sells probably in this area here, looking for price to come back, take some of this liquidity that we've got down here, or up here, sorry, take some of these, shoot on up, and then look for sells. It's not quite in the area that I had marked out. I did have a little area marked out previously on the ABL stream. As you can just see just there, it did go past it and then shoot off. So there is some validity to that shout. But let's see, what else have we got? We've got another 5 minute there. 7 minute up here as well, and a 10 minute, and an 11 minutes, and a 14 minutes, and a 15 minutes. So that now gets upgraded to 15 minutes. I think we're still going to have a bit more of a move up, is my general feeling, but I have been known to be wrong in the past. That was the little pocket I was looking for. That was a 1 minute inside, 1 minute engulfing candle wick that was never respected. So I was expecting some orders to be sitting in there. It's come close, but I prefer an exact reaction rather than something like that. So probably what I'd be looking for if I was looking for sells, I'd be looking for sells either for us to come up to this higher zone, or just to respect these highs, maybe take out some of these levels, maybe up to here, for example, and then sell off. That would be my my thoughts on selling gold this morning. That's right. Let's make this live interesting. Currently on gold, I think it will have a pullback. Dinah, what do you mean? Currently have a pullback? And you mean you're on gold, meaning what? Euro USD, probably going to be the same as, where is it? There it is. Euro USD. This was the trade idea that I had for Euro USD. It's holding at the moment. I'm not sure if it's going to come and take the lows. I still want to see us selling from this area here. So I'm not in this trade. This was just a trade idea that I had. But that would be, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to hold at the moment as things stand. Maybe the 10-minute will save us. But I'd be looking to sell from kind of this kind of area. I know LJ on ABL was saying that he'd be looking to sell from higher up as well. So generally both looking for sells, but I think this morning we're going to be looking at buys. Adrian, damn bro, praying on my downfall just so he enters a trade. Don't know who you're talking about, but okay, Adrian. Jazz Bud, bro, dude, go and check out the link. But most likely, given this is a prop firm, probably going to be some evaluation accounts. Just hazarding a guess. For each one, you get an entry. Born to do it. So just click the links, and you every one of those things that you do on that link gives you an entry. So if you do the X one, and if you do the Instagram one, and if you do the whatever it is, each one of those counts as an entry into the draw. That's how it works. Okay. Marina, lovely to see you. Paul as well, welcome. Osgore, Barrett, I've just looked at it. Pablo, looking at silver. Silver is kind of going against the grain compared to gold at the moment. So silver is down 0.5% on the day, whilst gold is up 1%. If we look at it on the 4 hour, this low rejection doesn't seem like it's necessarily come as low as it probably will do. I think we've got a bit further to come down to maybe retest these lows down here where we stalled. But it does feel as though we're heading up to the $40 mark. We just pulled back just shy of it, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see that happening. If we're looking on the 11 hour, the 11 hour right now is selling off, and looks like it'll be coming for levels such as this one down here on the 11 hour. So both of them I'd be expecting to sell off today in some form or another. FX Brainiac, good to see you. Bajram, I have already looked at it. Here she is. Decides to join me when she feels like it. Hang on, Anastasiia, because I can't add you because I'm having problems with my studio. Hang on. Let's try this. There we go. It still says it's synchronizing. Are you getting a syncing, allocating some resources message?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So.
Can you guys see me and hear me? Can you please let us know in the chat?
I'm pretty sure they can. I've got you on the stream and I can see you and I can hear you, so it's all good. So no worries. I'm good, but your microphone seems to be weirding out.
Let's try it again. Okay, you go on. I'll fix my microphone.
Okay. Where were we? So silver sell. Dinah's asking, what do I trade more? I trade what I think is going to move. So I trade them both. Manish wants to look at the currency strength scores. I mean, I've got to give the people what they want, right? So strength scores. I need my own jingle for that. So today, currently, we are seeing the Aussie dollar, the euro, and the New Zealand dollar showing quite a bit of strength against the US dollar, the CAD, and the yen showing some weakness. So Potentially today, you might want to look at the Aussie yen or Aussie CAD, maybe the Euro yen as well. The Euro yen was moving quite nicely today. The other one to look at from yesterday would be Euro USD, because we did obviously have some significant moves. So maybe look for a continuation on that. Right now, the dollar is looking rather weak, but that strength can flick quite quickly. The CAD as well, as I said before, maybe against the Aussie or the Euro CAD as well, potential ones to look at. So yeah, let's go and have a look at Euro USD very quickly. As I said before, Euro USD kind of just hovering around at the moment. It has kind of stalled on that low, so we'll see if it wants to kind of retain this low. You could theoretically take another entry if it was to come down this low, and you would get a better risk to reward. Instead of a 2R, you'd get maybe an 8R. So yeah. How's the microphone looking, Anastasiia?
Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Better?
That's so much better.
Yeah, amazing.
Right. Okay. I now need to leave because my EV Marks just says synchronizing all the time and I can't do anything. So I will be right back in a minute. I'm just going to transition over to yours.
Yes, let's do.
And I'll be back in a minute.
Amazing. Okay, welcome everyone. Hey Marina, good to see you. We can hear you. Yes, welcome. Good morning, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing after the FOMC yesterday? Let's have a look at some charts from my side as well. Good morning. Good morning, James. Good to see you. So first things first, yesterday what I was trading is I actually was buying gold, and I was very lucky because I was buying it right here and I got out right here, and then I was buying it right here and I got out right here, so I was very lucky. Now looking at the gold today, I'm still expecting the correction at a sell-off from this area here. So I know that you guys love gold. Now this is the area of yesterday's volume accumulation. If I place my volume profile over this whole area, we're gonna see that we have the high volume node starting at 33.68 to 33.82. So this is the zone that I'm gonna be looking for the price to come in and eventually show us some signs of reversal. Until then, I'm looking for bullish movement on gold. So I still expect the price to go up from anywhere from 80 to 200 ticks from the current level, which might be quite interesting for a buy as well. So I'm seeing if I should buy it already right now or should I wait for the pullback. Preferably I would wait for this area here. This is our high volume node. We see that the price was testing it already before, so I'm quite keen to try to buy it if the price retests the zone back to at least 33.69 to 33.83 level. So this is an analysis on gold that I would be looking for. Okay, so this is basically, yeah, well, consider economic calendar. Euro USD will collapse further, perhaps. I'm looking for sells on gold from this area as well. So when the price comes into this area, I'm going to be looking for a sell-off towards at least over the same zone or eventually the continuation lower. So, but the level 33.45 is a quite important level for the futures market as well here, 33.45. So if the price comes back to this area, I'm also going to be looking for the buys. So this would be my target for a sell for today for gold, and then from here I would be expecting the reversal as well. So this is my analysis on gold currently. Now, that being said, also let's have a look at some currency pairs, because you guys are talking about the Euro USD as well. Now that might be quite interesting because I was also looking for the reversal on Euro yesterday, which did not happen. Yep, and it is quite interesting because right here I'm looking at the futures on Euro futures, and the level 14,985 is the point of control of the month. So this is the monthly point of control of June. We had the big volume accumulation zone area as well here, and from 20th of May until today, this is the value area low, so that's one of the biggest volumes as well. So this zone yesterday the price was trying to reverse from here and go higher, which in fact afterwards it failed. So right now we see that the price is testing this area, and I'm expecting the continuation lower until at least 14,270 or maybe further. Now, again, the only things that I'm a little bit skeptical about is that the price was quite falling for already a while without any corrective move whatsoever. So usually EUR does not behave this way. We do have NFP tomorrow, but I'm not going to be selling EUR today because I'm still looking for the chance of EUR going higher, testing this and reversing back to 15.85 on the futures market. So I'm not 100% trusting the fact that EUR might go even further today, just purely because looking at the high time frame, on the 4-hour time frame, what I always analyze is that how many ticks does the price usually move for this specific asset without correcting itself. Right now we had 746 ticks move. Before that, the other almost no corrective move was 580, so this one is already bigger than that. Now before that, the massive move that we were looking at was right here, which was from this low to this high, which is 1,127. But on average, if we're gonna have a look at this is a moment where we are right now for the price to already start kind of pulling back and giving us some kind of correction at least. So again, if we also look at the volume profile, we see that for this whole area here, from the 11th of April, the point of control of this area is at the level 14,620, which the price already is rejecting and trying to reverse from here. So I'm not 100% sure if EUR is going to continue lower today, to be quite honest with you. Mike, have you looked at EUR already before?
I did have a look at euro. I actually think we probably will get a bit of a drop. I think we're gonna be in longs for the time being, but I'm still seeing further drops. Just with NFP and everything else coming out, it just feels as though, with all the tariff deals and everything else kind of being agreed, you've now got Japan, you've got South Korea, you've got the UK, you've got the EU. All of these guys have now agreed their tariff deals. Obviously, the big one that's everyone's waiting for is China.
Yeah, that's tomorrow, yeah. The deadline.
Yeah. I don't think that there's necessarily going to be... I think they'll announce something or they'll delay something or whatever. That's my kind of expectation. So I think NFP will move things anyway tomorrow, one way or the other. But if you look at all the numbers and everything else, the rate decisions aren't going to change until December now at the earliest. Powell there's no way that he's going to turn around given the GDP figures that they had come out yesterday. So I think there's going to be some strength coming back into the dollar, ready for the longer term sells. Now you're quite right, we could see that correction, but the way that we've started this move this morning, it wasn't very strong. As in, if you look at how things like the 4-hour candle closed, it was a very, very strong bearish candle without any wick rejection or anything on it. So for me, it suggests that there was significant enough momentum to push us further down. If there was a rejection on it, then I'd be more convinced of buys back up. But I'm basically, where you've got that engulfing candle on your chart and that first pull back down, I would be expecting potential sells from that area, maybe.
From this one?
No, sorry. The in between. See the bearish engulfing candle? Yeah, from the big bearish engulfing candle in the middle. No, next one down.
This candle?
No, from the wick of that candle.
From the wick of that candle.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, well, okay, I'm expecting something like this. I'm expecting the price to go here, but I'm honestly seeing the possibility that the price, even if it's going to sell off, it's going to stumble from 14,985 from this area to the daily point of control at 14,810. So I'm expecting afterwards something like this to happen, and this would be also above the level that I was yesterday looking for the reversal from, because 14,980, on the other hand, on the futures market is a quite important level, because this is the point of control of the June. And the price never tested it before, so it tested it yesterday. I was looking for a buy, and I was so lucky yesterday. I was talking about this when you left. I closed gold buys and euro buys right before it sold off further on the FOMC yesterday, so I was very lucky. It was purely luck, nothing else. But yeah, if the price goes back and breaks this level again, I would be expecting the price to continue higher from that. That's my personal opinion. Might be completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the last few days I've been struggling to call the direction fully. So, for example, yesterday I was expecting sells on gold, but I was expecting us to pull back higher before we sold. We sold at a lower price than I was expecting. So I feel as though there's more movement in the chart in the markets than maybe we're necessarily expecting. The beginning of the week was rather slow, and then yesterday things really kind of kicked in, I think. So we'll see. But yeah.
To be honest with you, Tuesday and Monday were quite good for me. Now, Wednesday, obviously, before the FOMC, I didn't really trade before. So today I'm still expecting some good, nice trading before tomorrow's deadline on tariffs and on farm as well. So I was doing the Sunday weekly forecast with a group, and I was already saying that the majority of positions that I'm expecting to be executed from my side is going to be Monday and Thursday. And that's pretty much how it looks like.
Biruk, no, that's not how it works. Those who win will be getting it. And Colin Darragh, please don't spam the chat, otherwise you'll get banned. Could you analyze? Mariana's asking, could we have a look at the DAX? Anastasiia, do you want to pull up the DAX for us?
Sure.
Guys, we do have a guest trader joining us today. Girl from the UK called Ashley. Just waiting for her to join us. She should be joining us shortly, hopefully. So looking forward to having her in with us. We have got the giveaway link in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Follow the instructions. Every link that you click within that is an entry into the giveaway. Okay, and the giveaway will be taking place, I believe, later today. Oh, look, there we go. Anastasiia, before you go into your analysis of the DAX, your favorite question of the day, let's get it out of the way, shall we? What are your indicators, Anastasiia?
The trading indicators that I look at are PVPs, which is a periodic volume profile. I got this question twice yesterday, Mike, twice.
Hang on, do you know what? I'm gonna do something. Hang on a second. I've got an idea. Anastasia's indicators. Right, what are they?
PVP.
PVP with any settings?
Yes. Normally ticks per row.
Ticks per. Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
And then in style, point of control, and developing point of control.
In style, POC, and dev POC. Okay. And your other indicator?
The other one is VRVP.
VRVP.
Same setting, but no developing point of control.
Same settings, but no dev POC. Okay, right. Here we go, guys.
Did you just create a banner for this? You did.
There you go. All right. So there you go, guys. Okay. Let me
have
just.
it in the banner now? Oh my
I need
goodness.
to edit in a little bit. Hang on a second. Let's just do. There we go. There you go. All right, guys. Anyone who wants to know Anastasia's indicators, they are there, saved. I'm just going to pop it up on the screen. All right. So there you go. DAX was the question, Anastasia.
DAX.
And Mariana.
Honestly, DAX is if you would ask me about DAX, I would ask you on the other way, like, why would you trade this now? But seriously, look at this on the high, like look at this at 4-hour time frame. The price is simply consolidating here, right? So
yeah.
What exactly are we looking at here? I can say, okay, we have the middle volume. So this is normally the biggest volume, obviously, from the highs and the middle of this range, because this is the volume accumulation area, right? So normally, obviously, the price, I would in any other situation, would be expecting something like this to happen. But right now, the volume isn't there as a rejection. The volume isn't there as an area for the price to, like, for the volume to hold it and act as a support or resistance. Right now, the volume is this volume is, that you can see, is the reason the price is consolidating. Because when big market players accumulate in specific positions in one direction, they cannot enter with one big order in the market, because first of all, they're going to get a huge slippage and they're going to get a much worse price considering the amount of orders and the amount of money they invest in than they aim to get. Secondly, it's going to be obviously visible. So they need to hide it in the market to not cause their jumps, the gaps, and so on. They need to follow the liquidity of the market, which might not be even enough if they want to execute the huge order at the same time. So when the price is consolidating, one of the reasons for this is that big market participants are accumulating their positions, dividing it into small pieces. Instead of, let's say, buying 50,000 contracts at one, they are dividing it by 50 contracts, 5 contracts, and so on, until the position that they aim to execute is completely filled in. So the price is consolidating because on all of these levels, they're dividing the small orders, and on average, they're getting the price that they want to get as an average entry. So I'm assuming that we're going to be consolidating here for a while until this, like, their order is getting filled, and then we can analyze something. So, but because for the current moment being, like, I don't trade this kind of situations, because you never know when the price is going to get out of the range. If you trade in the range, you need a different system for trading in the range than if you are trading for the reversal and you are trading for the trend continuation. That's a third system that you need to be having. And I know there are some people who trade in the range. They have a separate system for the range. I don't personally trade within the range, right? The only things that I could do here to suggest is to sell from this area, to buy from this area, obviously. And on my futures chart, what I would look for the cluster volume. So if there is a big volume executed on the low, then the next time the price comes here, I have the confirmation that most likely the price is not going to yet break outside of this range, and then I can buy from here. But if I just purely see the price action, that's not something that I would trade, because you need to realize that we do not have any way to analyze which direction the price is going to go out after the range. You can look at the indicators, like, for example, the cumulative delta, and you can see the distribution of market orders compared to the price action, and you can find the divergence of that. But you still do not know the timing aspect. When is going to be the time that the price finally ends the consolidation? So this is more for the long-term investment. Like right now, I'm still bullish long-term on gold, which means that every time gold comes to my big areas on the higher time frames, just for that. So big, like on the high time frames, every time we come here, for example, long term, I'm buying it, because if I look at the CVD on my futures chart, I'm gonna see that there was a big disbalance on the sell by market order side. So there were sell by market orders coming in the market from the 20th of April, whereas from the 20th of April, the price has been consolidating. So in this sense, okay, I'm expecting the bullish movement, but I still don't have the timing aspect. So if we are talking about the intraday trading like this with DAX, I think the worst decision is to just trade within the range, because what you are doing is you are trying to guess and hope that the moment you enter the market, the consolidation will finally be over, or the opposite hand, you are hoping the consolidation will continue.
Yeah.
And as we say, the hope is not a strategy, right? So
That's how I live my life. Is that, am I doing something wrong here? I literally live my life in pure hope. It's the only way to survive, I find. I mean, I couldn't agree more. You know, if you try and trade, I'm with my strategy, I can tend to see the opportunities of trading a range, right? But if you're in the middle of a range, you're literally flipping a coin, right? That's why the break and retests are far more successful and far more popular with people, because when you get rid of the breaks and retests, and you're just trying to trade the range, as you said, you're just trying to get either side of it. If you have a strategy that can trade the range, then great. But as you say, it is hard to capture.
they say hope is a bad strategy, but it's a weapon of waiting. Yeah, well, the problem is that we as human beings usually hope when the market is going against us. So you enter the trade, the market is going against you, you didn't place a stop loss, you over leveraged, and you hope. You hope that the price is going to come back. You pray to the market gods, so please let the price come back to my break even one more time. I promise I'm going to close my trade. I'm never going to make this mistake again.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, if you have the market that is going in your direction and it's running and you have no take profit, we don't hope. We become afraid. We are afraid to lose the profits that we already have, the paper profits that you can see. So instead of hoping that the price is going to go further and we make back from this one trade, most of retail traders getting scared and close their positions earlier. So the question is, when are you hoping exactly? Are you hoping when the trade is going against you? Then this is a recipe for the disaster and losing and eventually blowing the account. Because you're going to be hoping for eternity. And as we know, the price can continue to go more than we are able to pay for it in one direction.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are hoping when the market, that the price is going to continue in your direction when you are profitable and the market, the trade is running in a profit zone in a win, then sure thing, this is a great trade.
Yeah.
Then you can keep holding, and of course you need to manage your stop loss and move it to break even or in profit, and you still need to obviously not purely blindly hope but also see what the price is doing. But the idea of emotion as a hope can be playing for you or really heavily against you.
Yeah, absolutely. Pin the Market saying only scalping strategy can trade the range. I disagree. Because you can have a range on the 1 minute, you can have a range on the 5 minute, on the 15 minute, on the hourly, on the 4 hour, on the daily. You know, if you're going to trade the range on a daily chart, that's not a scalp. That's still a swing. So I don't think that's necessarily true. And as Adrian says, the middle of the range is where it gets really tricky. But then where Adrian's saying, okay, worst case scenario, you lose 1 to 5%. If you're doing a high stakes account, you lose 5%, you've lost your account. So, you know, this is where you've kind of got to be careful and just make sure that your strategy is set up for success and that the odds are in your favor, right? It's all a question of probabilities. If you have a higher probability of a trade going in your direction because the data says it will, then you give it a go. If you've got a lower win rate, then you've got to change your approach. Osgo's asking, on what time frame do you guys usually take trades? Anastasiia, do you want to take this one first before I answer?
Yeah, sure thing. So, well, it depends. I do my analysis across multiple time frames personally, and I trade on the smaller time frame. So if you're asking about the execution of trades, I look for confirmations on the 5-minute time frame. And there is another type of charts which is called the range XP charts, It's based on the volume that I also use instead of 5-minute time frame. If you are asking about in general the combination of time frames, then for the weekend, I do my overall analysis and I build scenarios for the upcoming week based on weekly, daily, and 4-hour candle closers. And then during the week, I check the daily closure of the previous day and 30-minute time frame chart. And then I execute the trade on the 5-minute. What about you, Mike? I know that your answer is going to be far more interesting than mine in this. Far more interesting.
I'm not so sure it's interesting. I think it's more a point of just mine is multi-layered. Let's do it that way. So my setup can appear on any time frame. So the idea is that depending on whether I have the time to look at trades and monitor trades or not, really determines what I'm going to be entering in. I would start by analyzing my charts all the way from top down, the top down analysis all the way down through to the hourly, and I'd be looking for the setup. So I'd be looking for where do I think price is going to react from. I think price for Euro USD is probably going to react from this area up here, right? If that's the case, then that's where I want to see some kind of reaction, either in this pocket here or further up here. So then what I do is I drill down further. I'm looking for this consolidated area and I'm just refining that zone. I'm refining that space. Where do I think price is going to react from? The reason I've marked this one out is because this was a 5-minute engulfing candle that wasn't respected and it was taken out by this one. So I would have two areas that I'm expecting some kind of reaction from. It would be either this one here or this one here. Those would be my two areas that I'm looking for potential sells from. If I'm doing that on the 4-hour, to give you an idea of the difference between those trades, if I was going to take a trade on the 4-hour, I'd be looking at something like this, get tagged in at the start of the wick, stops just above it, and trading it down to the low or to the next liquidity level, right? So we're looking at a 3.2R. If I refine that position down, and if I go into those zones that I've just been talking about, so instead of that 3R or whatever I'm talking about, all of a sudden I'm saying, well, depending on how it plays out, depending on the positioning, I might turn around and say, right, well, here's my position. Suddenly it's turned into a 17R instead of a 3R.
Yeah.
And that's purely just by refining down and kind of looking through the time frames and following the same setup, the same structure, but just drilling down into the lower time frames. And that's really all it is. So that's how I'm looking at it from my time frames, and I can drill that down to the 1 minute. If I see the setup forming on the 1 minute, then the 1 minute or the 5 minute tends to give the same kind of opportunities, I would say. So this is where you can see there's a lot of kind of bouncing in and around this area. If I go further back, you can see that's why this area looks really interesting to me, because look how often price has spent time in this area over the last, since yesterday afternoon, right? It's really spent a large amount of time in that area just on the 1 minute, hence why it would be reasonable to expect it to react off that area. Interestingly enough, it has come down and tagged in that second trade idea that I had. We'll see if that plays out or not. It would look like it might do, because the way it's set up on the 1 minute actually looks quite promising, because you've got wickless candle, wickless candle, wickless candle. So yeah, look at that setup. Just as a buy limit, wait for price to come down, and that one was based on the 10 minute. Was it the 10 minute? No, sorry, it might have been the 5 minute. Yeah, the 5 minute candle. So that was purely based on price coming down, retesting the 5 minute wick, and looking for it to shoot on up. It may not do it. But if you take an approach of 0.1%, you could have 10 losing trades, and you've only lost 1% overall. Now, the chances of having 10 losing trades you've got to be doing something pretty terrible to be having 10 losing trades. But
it's even the statistics, right? It's like even it's 50. So once in a while, you should guess it right.
Exactly. And if you're looking at
take trades like this, out of the air.
Yeah. And if you look at that one, right, as an 8R, well, I can be wrong 7 times, and I can still get the 8th one right, and I'm at break even, right? Now, psychologically, that works on you differently than different strategies where you're looking at a 1-to-1R, right? It just depends on how you approach it. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it.
Have you looked today at AUD/USD, Mike?
AUD/USD.
AUD/USD. Australian dollar versus the US dollar, Mike.
Sorry, I'm teasing you. I was like, AUD/USD. I quite like it for shorts, I think, at the moment. It has come up to a nice little pocket area here that I had marked out previously. 4 hour, yeah, I think it's AUD/USD could be front running the wider move, I think. Looking at shorts potentially. So Nikhil agrees, so it must be right. There, you can ask me 50 million times, what is the giveaway policy and when will it be announced? I don't know when it's going to be announced. Jonatan announces it, and he will do it when he feels like it. He will not tell you when exactly, because that would defeat the purpose of it. He would much rather keep you hooked and keep you in with us, watching. Occasionally he just jumps in randomly at a random time when we don't even expect him, and he goes, right guys, let's do the first part of the giveaway. That might happen. He might do it in an hour from now. He might do it in 2 hours from now.
He might do it right now.
He might do it at the end of the stream. We don't know. Jonatan, if you're out there, Jonatan, if you're watching, I know he's not watching because he's in a meeting, but he could do it anytime. We don't know. Click the link in the chat at the top, follow the instructions, get as many entries as you can, and sit and wait. It's a challenge of your patience for trading. All right, there you go. 10 losers in a row can still happen with a profitable system. Exactly, Henri. Exactly that. So, focus on expectancy value, not win rate or RR. Also a valid point as well. And Digital Factory says higher time frame gives you a better bias. Yes. So I use the higher time frame for my bias, and then I use the lower time frame for the entries. If that's how I'm trading it.
Yeah. I personally use the high time frame always to build my scenarios. Always. So the scenario and the bias and the direction I determine by the weekly, daily 4 hours. Then on the 30-minute time frame, I wait until the price reaches my zone and I wait for the reaction. And then 5-minute and the footprint charts and range XV I use for timing the entry. When is the time? When the market participants become active enough in my direction so I can time the entry the best way I can.
Yeah. Question for you, Anastasiia.
Guys are killing me.
Do you want me to say it's not me asking the question?
Let's make it. Let's keep it as a surprise. I need to see. I need to still see what's up after the stream.
I don't even know, guys. I don't even know Manish. She's going to leave us waiting and in anticipation.
In the dark.
Oscar is meeting making Legos. No, genuinely, he is in a meeting with the bosses. So yeah. How to calculate leverage without leverage? How much does it cost to take a trade on? Perfectly, Hitesh. That entirely depends on your broker, on your asset that you're trading, and also if you're trading with the fivers, it also depends on the program that you're trading. So forgive me, but I won't go through the ins and outs of it. But if you Google it, you will find all the details on there. Or if you ask ChatGPT will tell you how to do it. Because if we go through it here, our viewership will go through the floor, and Jonatan will have a go at me for not picking out random crazy live trades. And Veer is asking, do you know what? I also love this question as well, Anastasiia. Are we using some ICT or SMC? Are you using ICT, ICC?
Always.
Always. There you go.
I sleep and I think about the ICT.
I actually have his picture on my wall above my head.
Because he's just a god.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's incredible.
That's basically, that's it. One moment, I'm actually entering the trade right now.
What's she entering? You can't just say that. But
Why?
Veer, stop posting multiple times, Veer, or I will limit your I'll just time you out. Okay, we'll see your questions. Okay,
why can't I?
Why what?
Can't I say it?
Say what?
Say that I'm entering the trade now.
You can't say it without showing us what the trade is. You can't. Yep. That's just a tease. That's just mean. GX Bry, again, spamming the chat won't get you anything. All right, so there you go. Veer, Veer says, how to take confirmation on lower time frame. Please give some examples. Veer, whose examples would you like? Because I have different ones than Anastasiia.
If you can take it over, Mike, for a second, and then I'm going to show my trade, and I'm going to show my confirmations on the lower time frames.
Oh, well, there you go. Alrighty. So my confirmations on the lower time frame. Let's have a look. If I can find a setup of what I would look for. Probably find a better one on gold, maybe. Yeah, so gold, here's a nice one. So all of my liquidity levels that I mark out, inside bars, wickless candles, perfect, equal highs. You can see multiple examples of them all marked out here with these lines, right? So you have equal highs, you have wickless candles, and inside bar examples in other places. Okay, there's an on here. What I do is I mark all of those out, and I watch to see how price takes them out. Okay, then what I do is I look for something like this, where price has taken it. Okay, and then what I look for is I look for the retest. So in that instance, not on the 1 minute, but on the 2 minute, we have got a change of direction bearish candle here, retested the wick, retested it again here, retested it again here. Okay, so this was when that liquidity level earlier was taken out. So what I'd be looking for is I'd be looking for a trade like this. So something like that, taking the high from there and selling off from there. That's what I'd be looking for sells on that instance. And I'd probably be looking for it to come down to the next major liquidity levels. As long as there's no wick rejection when it takes these levels, then I'm looking for it to come down and take the next areas. Here you can see that we've got another perfect equal low. So that's a nice area to see price come down and take as a possible area. And that is there a nice 6R trade. Trying to take them live is very, very difficult, especially when you guys ask us to look at various different things all at the same time. So that's just how it works.
Okay. And there is a boss.
There's what? Oh no, the boss is in. Oh god, I warned you guys.
Have you let him in though? I'm not sure about that.
He must have heard me. He must have heard me talking about him, or his ears were just burning. I can't see if his ears are bright red or not. I can't tell. He's now just going. Come on, all right, shut up, Mike, so I can just jump in and interrupt you. Go on. See, look, it's just staring at the camera now. It's like, yeah, go on. All right, yeah, all right, yeah. What you got to say for yourself, boss? He's muted as well, so we're not even going to hear him.
Yeah.
No, nothing. Oh, he's actually a mute.
Yeah.
Jonathan's he's
We
permanently
had it
muted himself.
yesterday already like this. Jonathan, you're continuing the yesterday's entertainment.
What do we do with him?
Let's kick him out.
Bye, Jonathan. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You're talking to yourself right now. How's that? No, still can't hear you. No, he's gone. All right, let's go have a look at Anastasia's trade and her entry.
So what I'm looking for the move to the upside on 6S. 6S is the 100% negatively correlated asset to the USD CHF. Okay, so if I'm looking for the long on 6S, it's a short on USD CHF. I'm going to show you USD CHF in a moment. Now, the reason I'm looking for this is that today, within the day, we found the low. The price went up, rejected the daily point of control. Eventually, we broke above it. Now, we are testing the daily point of control here. And if I place my volume profile over the day, this is going to be the high volume node. Now, for this 1 second, I'm going to show it a little bit more clear here. So we have the high volume node right here. As long as we can keep holding above it, I'm expecting the continuation to the upside and slight recovery, perhaps until this level, until the highs, or until the yesterday's weekly point of control. So that's my opinion on the 6S currently. And this is the opposite to the USD CHF. So if I open the USD CHF chart, we can see that exactly the same, right? We found the high, the price went down, find the low, we broke through it. This is the daily point of control currently, this high volume node that I'm waiting for the price to reject. If we can hold below this point of control here, I'm going to be looking for a sell. So we see that the price is trying to reject it. And then again, I'm aiming towards at least renewing the previous lows here for the USD CHF, or the weekly point of control and the consolidation that the price has created yesterday. So my main target would be reaching the previous accumulation zone here from the current level. But the secondary target, I'm going to look how the price is going to react when it renews, and if it renews the previous lows at 88.65. So that's my opinion on the USD CHF currently.
Cool. Guys, after some technical gremlins, we have got Ashley in the background. Ashley, can you hear us okay? We can hear you as well. If you want to share your screen, and then we'll bring you into the live stream, and we'll get you set up on there as well. Yeah, share whatever chart you want. If you want to, unless you don't want to share your trades, then that's fine as well.
You know when you can see.
We'll bring you in. There we go. Ashley, welcome to the Fivers Live Trading Room. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good. Yeah, very good. Sorry about the lateness. I was having a lot of technical difficulties this morning.
That's quite all right. No worries at all. How are you doing this fine Thursday?
I'm good. I'm working after this, so luckily I stop my trading normally by about 9 a.m. So I'm done trading this morning already, so it's not too bad. And then get onto the day job from 9 till 5.
Okay.
So fortunately I don't trade between 10 and 11 anyway. It's just the hour of the day that I normally don't trade, so it's a good time to bring me on.
Gotcha. Fantastic. Good to have you here.
I know it's nice that him speaks for another female trader. There's not many around.
No, that's I'm fascinated. Finally,
it's especially why we had you join this particular segment, so that you two can gang up on me. That's the idea.
Yeah, I love Mike. I love Jonathan, but guys, like, you sometimes are too much. You know?
I know, it's fine. I don't take it personally. So Ashley, tell us a little bit about yourself first of all.
just going to stop sharing the trading view page so that I can see you both, and then I'll jump back onto the trading view page. Can you see me now?
No. Yeah, we can
Perfect.
still see you. Yep.
A little bit about me. So probably been trading about 3+ years. As probably with most people, fell into a trap on Instagram where you can make loads of money on signals, on bots, etc. Didn't make a lot of money, realised quite quickly what margin was, realised how much money you could lose in a matter of seconds. Spent a lot of time in different groups. Being a female, I think it was a little bit more difficult. I got kicked out of quite a lot more groups just because a lot of people thought I was a bot or that I couldn't bring anything to the group, etc.
Wow.
Luckily, a few people, including Ellis, who you know, was somebody who actually did chat with me.
Right.
So we had our own little group, we all found our own ways. And for me, I just took a step back. And for me, it's all been about patterns. So I probably don't know much about trading in the whole. There's a lot of people, but for me, it's if I see a pattern, I trade it, and that's what I've been doing, and it's helped me. So I have certain rules that I have to tick every morning, as long as I see them. And it's been getting consistent payouts now for the last few months. So where I was a year ago, where I'd threw a lot of money down the drain on a lot of funded accounts, I can now actually take a trade and a loss and it not be emotional, which is quite nice. So I had a loss this morning and then we had a win. So the loss, I didn't feel any emotions towards it because it was following my rules. And then I got a win straight after. And because I go to 1 to 1.5 anyway, I'm still up for the day. So and I'm done trading. So I don't look at the charts after I'm finished. That's me done for the day. But it's quite a different from where I were 3 years ago anyway.
Absolutely. So it was social media that got you into it, was it?
Yes, I think I've always done something. So I've always either had an e-commerce site, I've had an Etsy site, eBay site. I've always been doing something extra. And then obviously I saw trading. Like I said, signed up to a couple of signal groups, realised very quickly the signal groups don't really know what they're talking about, and they just obviously get the commissions from the brokers. Yes. I lost quite a little bit that way. And I've just stumbled across a couple of ways, a couple of patterns that I can see quite clearly most mornings, and they seem to be working for me. I've got a little group, luckily a few other female traders. We all chat every morning and we're all following the same thing. So it's quite nice on an accountability type of way. But no, it seems to be going well.
Good stuff. And so how long have you been trading with the fivers?
With the fivers, I've only came across them for the past couple of months. Okay. So I'm just getting the feel on them. So I've got funded accounts with others, not one with the fivers yet. So that's my next plan. So hopefully then I can come on in a couple of weeks, a month or so, and show you all that I've passed the fivers account, and we can go from there.
Brilliant stuff. So what are you? Are you in an evaluation account at the moment with the fivers?
Yeah, just started.
Okay, and which program did you go for?
I'd have to log in to let you know. So Ellis who actually reached out. So he's one of he's got a fiver account with yourself and put your across to myself. Yeah, because it was just I'd never come across your site before until Ellis obviously mentioned there's so many obviously trading accounts out there. It's quite difficult to know which ones you should look at, you should stay away from, and the rules are obviously completely different on each one.
Yeah.
So now it's quite nice to stumble across a group that hopefully I can go far with and hopefully build up something like Ellis has done on this one.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, we've obviously got the 3 programs. We've got the high stakes, the boot camp, and the hyper growth. All slightly different leverage, different rules, different phases, number of phases, and so on. So everyone also always has their own preference, right?
I think I just need to get my head around them. While I'm in the middle of being quite close to another payout on my other account, so I've just been concentrating on there. So once I've got that, I can concentrate a little bit more on the fivers. I know what I'm like if I'm concentrating on too many. I don't seem to hit my trades that I want to hit each morning, so I'm just trying to concentrate on the one thing at the moment.
You know what I'm getting here is that you are really disciplined. You know, people are having difficulty staying away from the market when their trading time is over, for example.
It took a lot for me to be disciplined. I think it helps because I'm still in a day job and I don't have to rely on the trading. What was that, sorry?
It was cutting out, but perhaps it's my connection.
No, we seem to get a bit of a lag from you at the moment, Ashley.
Can
Okay.
you hear me? Sorry, still.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just your internet seems
Can
to
you
be
hear me?
lagging a little bit. Yeah, we got you, but it's just a little bit of a lag. So hopefully it will stabilize in a second. We'll see how that plays out.
Well, hello everyone.
Oh no, here he is.
Oh,
I
there's
figured out that Ashley is lagging. Figured I could jump in and
Jonathan's going to make up for the lag. Oh dear.
yeah. Oh, Ashley, you're lagging a lot, but your microphone is great. Glad you got a new microphone. Sounds great. When you're not lagging, now you're frozen. It's good. Good freeze,
We'll save her blushes because it's not fair to bring somebody on live stream and have them frozen.
To the live show. It's the first time she's on here, but then I get on and now she leaves.
Yeah, well, this is just,
Jonathan, it's all your fault. We are blaming you now. We are blaming you.
Yeah,
I finally got the
I'm
female
scaring away
trainer
all the
on the
female
stream.
trainers. I know what it is. You're the only one who stays, Anastasia. Now I get on screen and she's just out of here.
Yeah, I finally got the female trader on the stream, and now she comes.
Ellis asked me, shall I ask her to leave? No, don't do that, Ellis. We don't ask her to leave.
No, she's fine. She's all right. She's just she was just lagging. So she was still in the studio, but she's gone to reset her computer or something. So it's all good. How you doing, Jonathan?
Guess what we're doing today?
I reckon you're trading gold.
Nah, we do the same thing that we did yesterday and the day before and the day before that too. We're doing a giveaway. Because we got 80k subscribers on the YouTube channel. And to get into that giveaway,
have you lost your mind? Have you gone crazy doing a giveaway? This is unheard of. This is wild.
Yeah, insane. It's giving away accounts like that.
Give this money to us. Why would you do this?
My speakers are too low. I can't hear what you're saying. I gotta.
I said, just give this money to us. Why would you do the giveaway?
You're making so much money trading, Anastasia. You don't need the money. You don't need the giveaway.
I do.
But it's not all the time.
Yeah, Mike, you do. Definitely, you do.
I work for this money. Like this, you can just give it to me.
We should give it to Mike in charity. Here's give it to Mike.
Thank you.
Just in the APL guys.
You give it to me as a pity donation, please. That would be wonderful.
Yeah. On a more serious note, guys, go into the comment section. A pinned comment. We also have the link in the description of the video. What we want you guys to do is we want to make sure that you go in and you join the. We got a new Twitter account. I'm never gonna say X. That is so stupid. I'm gonna say Twitter. Yeah. To tweet is a verb. And you don't remove that, right? Like I said yesterday, what if you just rename Google to Y? You know, it's
X and Y, and then what? Facebook's going to be Z.
Yeah, it's like
Instagram's going to be Z.
To Y, like instead, you Google, how you have a company like where your product becomes a verb, and then you change the name of that, like insane. Anyway,
what are you going to do? You're going to exit. You're not going to tweet it. You're going to exit.
Yeah, I'm going to exit.
Yeah.
I'm going to exit. So anyway, for those of you who want to join that godforsaken place called Twitter, which is now called X, there's a very good new account called The Fivers Live. And the same thing on Instagram. We got a new account on Instagram as well, The Fivers Live, which is all about The Fivers Live. Yeah. The Fivers Live Trading Room on Instagram and X. And that's what we want you to do. And if you don't have an account on X, then get one. Get one, sign up, follow us on X, follow us on Instagram, and that's going to give you extra entries into the giveaway, which means you follow those accounts, and then you're going to get a higher chance of actually winning an account. Yeah, well, I really only wanted to come on here to welcome Ashley to the live stream, which, it's...
You broke that.
And then...
Yeah, didn't go well. Once again,
it didn't go well for you at all, did it?
No.
Oh dear. No.
So what are we? What are you guys trading today, though?
What are you trading today?
What I'm trading today, I'm not trading a lot. And then before when you pulled me up on screen, that was very rude of you, Mike. Very rude of you.
Why did you join the studio then, you silly
I
fool?
wanted to make sure that everything was working. I wanted to make sure that everything is working, everything's taken care of. So I joined, and I'm doing a traders interview at the same time of like trying to figure that out. So like asking the trader, questions in the interview, trying to figure that out, and then like, wait, am I live? But you couldn't hear me, could you?
No,
Okay,
we
great.
couldn't hear you. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, anyway,
honestly.
guys, I'm gonna be back in a bit. I'm gonna be back a bit later. I'm gonna see if I have time to join for the panel discussion, the ABL panel discussion. I'm gonna try to get into that one. But until then, stay safe, trade safe, use a stop loss, all of that. All right, take care.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was a very motivating speech.
Oh dear, Jonathan. Honestly, isn't he as cool as a cucumber? Isn't he?
The sound was a winner.
Man.
The sound that was for me.
He is. He's got far too much power and influence over these various effects. I think. Nata. As I said before, we don't know. He jumps in and he jumps in and out like a jack in the box. He can jump in and just want to say hello to Ashley, and then he might want to jump in and do a giveaway. We don't know. It's entirely up to Jonathan. It's entirely up to him when he decides to come in and decide to do a draw. All you can do is fill out the form, get in on it, sit and relax and enjoy the madness of the live trading room. Right? By the way, whilst Jonathan was rambling on as he usually, I spotted a trade on gold. So that trade that I marked out earlier for you guys went to TP, and now we're heading back up the other way. So talking about trading the range, here's an example of possibly trading the range. Now, I've suggested that we would go up this high because I do think we're still going to go higher before we sell. But realistically speaking, this is probably a better target for this trade, just because we've got this kind of formation here where we've had resistance, we've had support, so this is probably a better area for that kind of trade. It's possible that we'll see a sell-off maybe from this wick here. We'll see. But yeah, maybe if they get 200 likes, maybe CO2, maybe if we get 300 likes or 400 likes. Currently got 147 likes. I think you guys can do better than 147. So I don't know if we can promise you that 200 likes is going to be enough. Jonathan's quite demanding. He's quite he's quite he's high maintenance, So he's expensive, isn't he? Yeah. So he's not going to give away a giveaway for free. No, it's not done, Rajiv. It's not done. So, and Nikila says Jonathan is as cool as a cucumber in a freezer. I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, he's
careful, Nikhil, because he actually remembers everything. One time he jumped in and he remembered the guy from like 2 weeks ago, telling him something
who commented about his hairline.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. So be very careful with that. Exactly. I wouldn't do this if I were you.
Exactly. RS classes, the only way that you're going to get an account to trade for free is if you join the giveaway, and you might win one. Join the giveaway and maybe you'll get one. Otherwise, you're not going to get a free account unless you do the weekly competitions. Join the Fivers, and there's a weekly competition that starts every Wednesday. Go into the dashboard and you'll find all the details in there. That's how you can get a free account, but the competition doesn't get you anything unless you win, and then you can get an evaluation account. So there you go. What is the waves on the right side of the chart like volume? Here we go. Oh, I can use it again, Anastasiia. Here we go.
Yes.
There we go. Anastasia's indicators. Banner is saved.
Can you add that there are 3 PVPs, daily, weekly, and...
I can add whatever you want, my dear.
The PVP, there are 3 PVPs on my chart. For the daily period, for the weekly period, and for the monthly period.
Okay, all right, so PVP times 3.
Yes.
Weekly, daily, and monthly, weekly, and daily. Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
monthly, weekly, and daily. There we go.
Guys,
Boom.
Ashley is not here anymore. Ashley left us, and hopefully she's gonna join back.
Yeah, we liked Ashley.
Yeah.
But Jonathan scared her away.
It was totally his fault. I'm blaming him so much.
Ellis, tell Ashley that it's all Jonathan's fault, okay? And tell her we want her to come back. I know Ellis is watching, so
We are waiting for her to come back.
Yeah, don't let Jonathan scare her off. All right, that'd be a real shame.
Actually 6J. Yes, actually, let's talk about that one, because that was totally worth it. First of all, we discussed silver yesterday, and Jonathan was like, "Jonathan, can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly, Jonathan? Silver did go down." He was like, "Silver is bullish for me." I said,
what does he know?
It's gonna go down, and it went down anyway. And USD JPY we also covered yesterday, actually, on our stream, and the price also is reaching the level that I was talking about yesterday. So that is beautiful. If the price gives me the sign of reversal today for the USD JPY between the current level and 158.40, so I'm looking for some kind of reversal pattern here, preferably first on the 30-minute time frame, and then I'm going to confirm it on the 5-minute time frame. Then I'm going to be looking for eventual sell. Now, yesterday we were talking about this buy here from this zone towards this area. So yeah, so we had a pretty good run for the USD JPY. The zone that I have marked up on my chart is, first of all, is a weekly point of control here. We seems to be breaking it, so I would be waiting for the price to reach 157.47 on next. So if this hourly candle, because right now is the first candle that is going above 149.762. If this candle can close higher, I would be expecting something like this for the USD JPY as a continuation to the downside, to the possibly the retest to the downside, and then continuation to 150.747, 745 as roll into the yesterday's bias already. So that was this. Mike, are you frozen? No? You were just so focused. So focused.
I was watching to see if my gold trade was gonna hit take profit. It's like
I think it's gonna hit take profit. I'm looking for a gold buy right now already. So the price reached my area that I was also expecting the price to reject. It is rejecting, so I'm looking for a buy right now towards 33.83 area.
Yeah, it's the only thing is it's kind of creating this funny structure where it's not entirely clear whether it wants to keep selling or not. So there's, on the 5-minute, there's suggestions of just sellers, and it's not left much behind to come and take. But then, for example, if you go up to the 10-minute, is less convincing. It's just, I'm just keeping an eye on it to see how does it want to move, because at the moment it's not very clear. Like the 22-minute and to some extent the half an hour still look like sells, but it's just kind of just stalled a little bit in that wider range. So we'll see. I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but if I saw that you said that you would like to join the live stream, if you want to join the live stream, check the ticker at the bottom of the screen. There is an email address. Send an email to Jonathan and he will have a conversation with you, and he will then have you join us.
And then kick you out, like Ashley.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So be careful what you wish for. How do you deal with deep drawdown? I feel like the strategy I'm using, I'm not going to put this on the screen, but I feel like the strategy I'm using is beep. Says Martin. Martin is your first name or your surname, or is both? I'm curious. That must get confusing. Martin, if you are heading into deep drawdown, then it may not be your strategy. It may be you. It depends if you're following your strategy. So yeah, it just depends on how you approach it. If your strategy and your data for your strategy says it works, backtesting says it works, then it might just be your emotions getting in the way. It might be that you're not following the plan. That's kind of the way you got to look at it. If you can follow that, then things can play out nicely. But you've got to know your data. That's ultimately the way that it works, right?
But however, again, every strategy has a periods when the price is going, when your statistics are going against you. Sometimes it happens, right?
Maria, I'm confused. Was this meant for us or was it meant for another stream? I'm not sure. I'm a little bit confused, Maria. Did you mean that for us or is that meant for somebody else? Born to do it. We will not have those kind of comments in chat. I'm sorry. I refuse to allow those kind of comments when both Anastasiia and I are both dog lovers and dog owners. So it may well be that Maria is actually asking us, Anastasiia, but I have never heard of turkey tail as a treatment for dog allergies.
No.
Certainly the vets over here in Poland have just recommended just using normal antihistamines. That might be.
That's a dog. Oh, by the way, just talking about.
Anastasia's dog disagrees with giving them antihistamines. Apparently.
No, so, my dog disagrees with Born to do it, and I'm really almost pressing the button block.
You will exactly. Okay. So you want to be careful there. You want to be careful.
My goodness, what do you have on your head?
Here's the Hat Man. He's back again.
We got competitions today. We got giveaways. So we got this is the comp hat.
Okay. All right. Okay. The giveaway hat is back. But what does the giveaway hat do for everybody? What does it actually give everyone?
It gives away things.
Like for example, the hat.
This is the random number generator that selects the winner. Up in here, we got technology.
Understood.
Proprietary.
This is the Gleam server is actually in LJ's head. Is basically what he's saying. Yeah.
That's it.
Dear. Dinesh is asking for us both, but now for us trio, I guess. When do you add positions into your running trade, and then what stop loss do you choose in your added positions? LJ, seeing as you've jumped in, why don't you take this one?
Yep. So I would say there's two components to that. It's whether you're adding to a full size position, or if you've got like a your standard allotted risk split up into 3, right? So I'll assume you're saying you're already fully in a position, it's running on, and you want to add on top of that. What I will generally do is then pull up the stop from the original position and then place the new trade at a relative entry point, some kind of, you've had the extension, you've got a slight pullback and a retest, enter in there, and then that stop will generally go to roughly the entry point of the original trade. And then the stop from the original trade gets pulled up to either flat or just on the flat. So you're roughly the same risk total as when you entered. And then that's generally how I do it. And then let the trades keep going and see where you get from there. But ultimately, you've brought up the original risk. So you've not actually changed the conditions, but you now have potential for higher profit.
There you go.
The final add to that would be, because you brought up those stops, though, you do have a higher probability of getting stopped out because now your stop out region has been brought up closer to current price. So that is the consideration. So it always depends on your confidence in the trade, the momentum continuing to say the upside or the downside. So if you have high conviction, then it's reasonable to do that. If it's sort of just moved in your direction, but the overall picture is still a bit muddy, then I wouldn't add. It's only when you get these really, really, really solid high conviction trades. Otherwise, if it's just going well and it's just a general trade, I wouldn't add. Like I rarely add. That should be like a 20% or less of the time. And the other 80% just allow your original trading plan, original trading decisions to play out. And you'll just have the exceptional times. Just pick like the A++ times to actually add the trades. Because more often than not, if you do it less than the A++ times, it'll probably pull back, you get stopped out, cleared out of the trade, you took the loss, you've got the commission as well, and then the trade probably does run on to your original initial trade target, but now you've got stung in between, right?
I disagree.
Ooh.
All right.
I disagree.
And some fighting words.
You didn't hear me well? I can say it again.
We got a biff here. We need like a UFC.
I'm stuck literally in the middle of you two.
I disagree.
You got to be the ref, Mike. Right? You got to make sure no eye gouging, no below the belt.
You up there, stop it. And you down there, stop it. All right, just behave yourselves. All right.
Back to your corners.
Oh dear.
I don't know. My biggest wins always come from the adding to the position. So the only time when I don't add to the running position, first of all, I only add to the winners, never add to the losers. So I don't average the trade when it's losing.
That is a good first point, to be honest.
First of all.
Yeah.
So when the price is going against me, why would I add to the position if I'm right now wrong? At the moment when the price is going against me, I'm wrong. I might have gotten not the best entry point, or I didn't get the direction right, whatever, right? But the price is going against me, so I'm not going to be average in the position that I have. So only when the price is actually going in my direction and in profit, then I can start adding to the position. Now, if it's a scalp and if it's a short,
sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Anastasiia. I know this is incredibly rude, but if I don't do this now, it will get lost forever.
Incredibly rude.
Tiago says he started trading the strength meter, and it's going well so far. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
And now he's out. He's got his win. He's been immortalized. He's like, yep.
That's my drop the mic moment.
Drop the mic.
Yeah, exactly. Drop the mic.
That was like that was the most dad joke ever. Like, come on.
It's calling me what I am. That's all good.
Drop the mic or drop the mic from the stream.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh god.
Anyway,
sorry, Anastasiia. I interrupted you incredibly rudely.
Incredibly rude. I don't know if I can forgive you that.
Okay.
Anyway, so if the price is going in my direction, I can add to the positions if I have the confirmation, but only if it's at least a trade that is running more intraday. But if it's a scalp, I'm not going to add to the position because it's obviously too close to the take profit. But most of my biggest wins always come from adding to the running trade, because if the price is already strongly going in my direction, if I have the confirmation on the footprint chart that I'm using, on, for example, the volume as well, then why would I not? The question is here, how do you manage your risks? When do you move your stop loss to, like, where do you move your stop loss? How do you place the stop loss for the second position? My opinion on that is that the stop loss for both positions should be in one place, because the point of stop loss is to invalidate your ID. So that's first. Secondly, it depends, the specific answer, it would depend on the situation in the market, so the price action, how the current situation is. Majority of the times, I enter the trade with a very small risk. Because I know that I'm most likely going to be adding to the position if it continues. So I'm first getting if I'm wrong, right? And then I'm adding to the position and accumulating the bigger trade over the time. So if I take a trade with 0.25%, for example, risk per trade, then I can add it, and maximum my risk is going to be, let's say, 0.6 or something afterwards, because I keep adding volume to the running trade. But then I can get, instead of 1 to 2 risk to reward or 1 to 3 risk to reward, I can get 1 to 5, 1 to 6 in the end.
So you agree then?
Sorry?
That means you don't disagree. You agree.
I don't disagree, but I don't agree with you.
Because I was saying based on like you have either whether you're already in full risk or you do it in partials, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
then
you
that
said-
would follow
you
the same
said-
logic. We're on
you
the
said-
same. We're on the same side,
No.
Anastasiia. There we
You
go.
said that you 80% of the times you do not add to the trade.
Yeah,
Okay,
normally
trading
though,
challenge.
that'd be because I'm already in like sort of relatively full risk.
Yeah.
Because I'd be more conservative, waiting for the right entry point and then sort of go full. Yeah.
I have an idea.
And that's if you're on the full. You're already in full risk. So
Yeah.
if you're in full risk and then want to add, that
Yeah.
would be the A++
Yeah.
stuff.
What do we think, guys? Was that round 1 to LJ or round 1 to Anastasiia?
Anastasiia.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear
No,
you.
wait, no,
Okay, awesome. I have an idea.
Oh no, here we go.
So anyone have like a trading, like an evaluation account available? Available, because I want to do a trading challenge, like in the next 20 minutes. Okay, can we do that? Like, see who can make the most money in these 20 minutes.
Well, put the hubs in my account, Jonatan. There you go. We'll do it. Come on.
Well, okay. Well, maybe we'll see about that. But do we have like does anyone have a trading account available that I can just take a couple trades on? Mike, you must have an evaluation account somewhere. No, LJ, you don't have an account either that you can.
I can bring up like a broker account I can do stuff on.
Okay, but I'm thinking maybe
as far as an eval, you know what I mean?
Do you want a brand new like account? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I thought you guys had like accounts just laying around. You don't have that.
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
You're not like me. You have like
not,
10 different evaluation accounts just sitting
yeah,
there.
not evals, no.
Well, okay. So now, okay, let's then.
I'm not rolling in my millions like you are. We talked about this earlier that I'm a charity case. So why would you think that I have any accounts just sitting around waiting for me to go into a challenge with you?
Is there any news event going on? The markets are going a bit crazy. It's a lot of spreads. What's going on?
Euro USD is doing nothing.
Well, gold is doing something.
Gold is doing nothing.
Well, what are you talking about? Look at 1 minute. It's
literally doing nothing.
Are we looking at the same? Oh shit! I'm looking at silver.
Oh, it's doing that.
Oh, by the way, Jonatan, since you are here now, remember what you told yesterday about silver?
Dear.
Yeah.
You said it's bullish. Did you say that?
Yeah, I said it's bullish. Yeah.
And
I'm in a short right now as well.
Oh, really? Yep. That's funny. That. Okay.
Yeah, I just went in the short that silver, thought it was gold. I'm like, the spreads are a bit weird here. There's a lot of volatility. What's going on here? It's like, this is not even gold. Silver. All right.
Why is this thing this weird grey color instead of yellow? What's going on?
Am I yellow? What are you talking about?
Silver versus gold.
That's interesting. That could have been interesting. Interesting, definitely. He probably said something different than what I answered.
Yeah, I think you missed it. It's fine. It's all right.
Yeah, probably. Most likely, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna close that silver trade at a gotta admit, pretty massive loss on that one. That's
and you want to get one of us to go into a challenge with you so that we can blow an account as well? No, thank you.
No, that's an easy win. Mate, Mike, it's an easy win. Clearly.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
If you would have taken that bet, that would have been an easy win. Okay, so I'm I guess I'm gonna bet against myself here. Okay.
So you're hedged out, basically.
Okay. So I'm thinking if I make, if I make money in the next 19 minutes, I will be adding another account to the giveaway that we're gonna do soon. Okay. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna short gold.
Okay.
Yep. That's what I'm doing.
We did get the 15 level.
He just doesn't want to give you another account.
We did, but I don't really like the way it's reacted off it. If I'm honest.
Yeah, I think we could hit 15 again, or it'd be just below that, like 13.
Yeah,
and then have a lower high, fail, and then come off.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I'm looking at.
Next couple of minutes, I think we're going higher.
Yeah.
On gold, actually. Jonathan, do me a favor. When you have a second, just check your messages.
All right.
Let's have some music again. It's a bit awkward when nobody's talking. Just goes a bit weird.
So are you selling gold now?
Because Anastasia's buying.
That's right. I'm selling gold. I'm in profit. I'm in profit.
I just
Go.
think that he doesn't want to give another account for the giveaway.
Okay, sell. I'm selling more. Why would you buy gold here?
Why would I not buy gold here?
Oh, it's beautiful. Like it's perfect resistance right here. Let me show my screen here, and you're gonna be like, oh yes, of course. Why did I think about that level? Why did I not sell gold here? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you exactly. Where's my screen at?
I might actually have I gotta take a for like
Right.
5 minutes, 10 minutes or something, and then I'll come back in after. All right. See you guys soon.
Right.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's the couple of shorts I got in. Looking at the look at the 1 hour. That is a beautiful reaction right there to that 1 hour resistance. I'm completely confident in this trade. It is most likely definitely going to hit that TP down here. Let's see what we get. All right, let's go. We're short on gold. Nothing you can do about it, Anastasiia.
Let's see.
Yeah. Thank me later. This is it. It's now or never. You're gonna make a lot of money, or you know, with the silver trade that I took, I lost $100 on that one in a couple of seconds. I'm gonna make some back. Gonna make it all back. All right. Gold short. That's right. Sheriff knows. Okay. Yes. Short gold. I'm not sure what you're saying, but it says short gold, so I guess I agree with that. Mr. Jonatan, I am rooting for you, but TP may. Okay. Sure. Gold buys before sells, most likely. What does that even mean? Because we buy it first and then we sell it? Sir, if my stop loss is hit, then you give me an account. Nope. Because you're an SMC trader. If you weren't in the smart money account, maybe.
That's a bit harsh, isn't it? That's a bit harsh.
I'm gonna, they gotta learn. Gotta learn the hard way.
That's life.
Yeah, it's harsh. Like, guys, I've got to go. I'm afraid. Family calls. But I'll see everybody next time. All right.
All right. Take care,
That's
Michael.
right.
Take care.
Take care. Okay, let's see. What is it gonna be? Buy or sell?
Yeah,
Who's
I think
winning?
we're gonna go lower. I think we're gonna dump here. I'm gonna put my TP up here. I think that's better.
I think we're absolutely not going lower.
No? Okay.
Let's see.
We'll see. It's a bit of a difference in position size here. The first one is 0.01 and the other one is 0.25. That's like
When they talk about adding to the position, maybe that's not the right way
exactly.
of doing it.
That's not how you scale in. You're not supposed to like 25x your position. But yeah, it's looking good. Looking good. Let's see. Let's see what we get. So the idea here is we got the rejection here on the 1 hour. Now we might just move higher, of course. But we'll see. I'm gonna start taking some profits most likely here. Let's see. We got on the 1 minute. Yeah, we're breaking down here, so I can lower my stop losses here. Breaking down. Just gonna wait for a move lower. I'm gonna start taking some profits on this position. Okay, so I'm exiting that one. Keeping the two positions still open here. Guess we're limiting that. Gonna limit that the loss on that one. Okay, so I think we're in an interesting position. I might just as well close that one because that position is just so small anyway.
I'm
So
actually not seeing the support. I'm looking at my futures chart and I see the volume there. I don't see the support there. That's not what I'm looking at.
Okay, okay.
But let's see. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm completely wrong today.
What's up says gold. Gold first moving to 3290. 3290, then 3292. Then that's well. I'm gonna screenshot that, and if that happens, I'll probably give you an account. That girl is 100% right. Do you think he's referring to you?
Do you think he's referring to you? I have another question.
Probably not. Probably not.
That's a very
but yeah.
interesting question, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's a good one. Probably referring to you. Yeah. He thinks you're right. Yeah. I don't
Let's
know.
see. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Let's see.
You're definitely completely wrong because you're gonna see that TP getting hit very soon. Very soon. What's the history of today here? Let's see. Okay, so lost 125 on that one. So this is the history of today. Gonna make that back. We're down. Yeah, I'll be about. Well, I'll be around break even if that TP gets hit. Yes,
guys. Every time you say Anastasiia is always right, this is when I'm wrong. Literally, please don't stop saying this in the chat. Like it's just every time they say it in the chat, this is the one time when trade isn't going in direction.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute everyone who says that Anastasiia is right. Let's just mute everyone who says that. Yeah. But yeah, looking good here. Nice breakdown here. I'm gonna be adding another small position to this one. Let's see. Good stuff. Putting the TP down here, moving that stop loss up to entry on the previous one. Let's see. I'm closing that one and letting the one run. So that's going to be a minus. What is that? Minus 24. Let's increase that one up here. But the history now is going to be minus 53. That's it's bad trade management. Okay, I'm gonna close that one. That's just a bad trade management right there. Okay, another one. What do we have? Euro USD. Because now you look at price action, we're hitting this level right here, and I did manage that quite poorly. Made some money, but still. We're hitting that level, and when price gets down to this level, that's where you might want to look at longs for gold, especially when it keeps hitting that reload zone, and that's exactly what the level that we hit here on the 1 minute. That's the 0.618 right here. But if we start to form a low here, I think that is now starts to look interesting for a for long.
When we were betting on gold going up or down, we should have included the rule that you can't close a trade earlier. You need to let it hit your take profit. Because now it's just not fair.
Yeah, but that's if you're going to be scalping, you kind of have to a lot of times close it earlier. Look at EU yesterday. That was a good run. That was the scalping session with Saul here. That was a really good run. If you guys missed that one, look at the last hour of yesterday's live stream when we took some scalps on EU. It's a really good session. Okay, so EUR/USD, not really sure what I want to do here. I think maybe if we break out, could be looking at long here if we break out. Sorry, just had to write a message. Okay, so now EU is moving lower. It's dumping quite heavily. Okay, so let's open a short here on this break to the downside with stops just above this level. So that would be in validation. Let's just put in the stop loss a TP in case we want to exit this one. Okay, so let's see if we get a rejection here. I think that would be... No, let's just wait.
Jonathan, can you give the payout for Oscar in Legos, please?
Yeah.
We have a special request.
Yeah, definitely. I can send you a box of Legos. Sure. No problem. If you know, instead of getting like 5K payout, I'll send you a box of Lego. No problem. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so do we think your USD is going to move down here? Yeah, I think so. I think I don't really see. I feel like I see more weakness here than I see strength, and we have a good stop loss up here, good validation level. If we break above that level, then maybe we could perhaps. Okay, so if we break down lower here, I'm going to be entering another position. So just want to see just a 1 minute candle breaking below around where I have my entry, and if we do get that, then I'll be entering another position.
What do you think about tomorrow? Big day. The market.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Just let me go in to look at Forex Factory to make sure that I am on the right page. Yes, exactly. We have NFP tomorrow. I think that's a really good, really big
That's not
day.
what I'm referring to, unfortunately for you.
Yeah. What do I think about that? I'm. You know what? I'm not gonna be at home. I'm gonna go away on a little trip tomorrow, so I don't care. But what I do care about though is my account, the algo trading account. Okay, I'm entering and selling a position here. Got weakness coming in. I like you saw how I added that white level. I saw a we get a rejection there when I enter a new position. That's exactly what happens. So now hopefully we're gonna break down. You know what's really cool is. My algo trading account just hit the TP on the bootcamp phase 1 trading challenge, which is just honestly incredible because it's just automatic trading. It's 100% automatic trading. I haven't taken a single trade. So I'm gonna see if I can find the. The first stage on that. I'm going to show you the P&L here. Let's see if I can share my screen here. So, can I share my dashboard without like showing any private details? Should I do that? Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Whatever happens for a reason. Right. Okay. So this is the bootcamp account right here. This is the one that hit that the TP right here. So you can see here, this is 100% automatic trading, which is really cool because I don't have to monitor this. I don't have to look at this. It just does everything manually. Now, of course, there's a lot of work in the background. You have to kind of monitor the EAs and create the EAs and all that. But yeah, so it hit that first TP and. What I've done now is I've put all my EAs on my funded account instead. So that funded account is now the main account, and then every other account gets copied from that main account. Because on the funded account, I'm going to risk much less than what I do in the evaluation. So that's going to take longer to scale because whenever the master account gets scaled, I have to change the copy trading, and that's a lot of work. So now the next phase is being copied from that main account, which is the funded account. And I currently have 7 EAs. I started with 2, then I recently added a couple of more, so I have 7 EAs running, and it's running on the NASDAQ, Dow Jones, gold, GBP JPY, Euro JPY, and USD JPY. And I got two EAs running on USD JPY, and that's the ones that have these big winners right here.
Nice.
Because they don't have a profit target. They just follow the move, follow the trend.
We actually had a question before you jumped on. The question was, how do you deal with a deep drawdown? And looking at your P&L, the question is, how do you mentally deal with the situations when your account goes so much in the drawdown? Because this is when majority of the people start completely blowing it.
Yeah, good question. So I think there's a very simple solution to I believe all trading issues that we might be facing in trading. Having a system, setting up a system, setting up a routine, setting up rules for yourself, and making sure you follow those rules. And when it comes to risk management, being in a drawdown shouldn't be a problem. Being in a drawdown should not be a problem. Being in a drawdown is very normal. That's most people are in drawdowns most of the time, because if you look at a healthy equity curve, you will see that a lot of times, as soon as you have when the current balance of the account is lower than at the top, then you are technically in a drawdown, and you're going to be in drawdowns for most of the time, right? Unless you have a perfect 45 degrees angle on your equity curve, which most people don't have. So to really deal with the issues that you might be facing in drawdown, you need to have a very good risk management system. Just going to be monitoring this EU trade right here. Just give me a second. Okay, so I'm going to be moving the stop loss down here. Actually, let's move it down here. Okay, I'm going to be selling that one. Let's go moving stop loss to entry on that one. Right, so let's just look at the history. Okay, so we are almost in profit on the day. Almost in profit. Just $28 more. And we can make some money. Okay, let's close that one. Okay, I'm in profit. 1 minute before the deadline. $3.9.
So, are you giving another account?
Yeah, an extra account. That's it. Okay. So now remember, I started with a bad trade, minus $125. About when was that? Yeah, okay, so 20 minutes ago. And I said I'm going to be in profit in the next 20 minutes. And here we are. $3.9 in profit 19 minutes later. Okay, so how do we deal with the drawdown? We have rules, and one great risk management rules that you want to follow is the risk management system that Victor has outlined in a video that we have on the YouTube channel. He talks about fractional risk, which is basically taking as few, the position size needs to be so small that it's literally going to be impossible for you to lose the account if you follow your system. So let's say, for example, you have a trading system that has a max drawdown of 10. Okay, now if you're risking 1% per trade, you're going to be losing 10% of that account. And if that's your stop loss, then you'll lose the account. Now, what if you risk 0.5%? Then your max loss will be 5%, and you won't lose the account. Now, of course, we don't know that the back testing data is the actual max drawdown. The max drawdown might be 15 in forward testing. So what I would recommend is you look at the max drawdown of your system, which might be, I have EAs where the max drawdown is like 30. So I adjust the risk for that EA to take a very small position, so that when it hits that max drawdown, it's never going to stop out the account. So you have to use very, very small risk. Make sure that you can take 10 or 20 trades in a row without losing the account. What I see, I do a lot of traders interview, and I just came off one recently, just an hour ago, where we had a trader that scaled his bootcamp account to 300,000. He scaled it 3 or 4 times, And what I saw was that he managed to get to that level quite quickly. First phase, maybe 5 trades before hitting that first phase, then second phase, 10 trades. And when I see something like that, when I see that, okay, you're able to get to the profit target in just 5 trades, that means you're risking too much. Because you got to the profit target because you're in a winning streak.
Yeah.
And then the winning streak continues and it continues. So a lot of times I see that the guys that are able to really scale their accounts quickly, they start with the account on high risk in a winning streak. But then when the losing streak comes, they lose the account. And that's exactly what happened with this guy. So now he got a new account, he got funded with a high stakes account, and he said, I'm going to start taking lower trades. It's going to take longer for me to scale, but when I have a losing streak, I'm not going to lose the account. And that's one of the most important things I believe that you need to do. You need to make sure that your account stays alive for as long as possible for your edge to play out, basically. All right. With that said,
you can get to to the target in 3 or 4 trades, for example. If you use if you use the strategies like adding to the running position and so on, right? It's possible, but it still requires a winning streak, and the losing streak will always come eventually, sooner or later. So you need to be able to manage your account and your emotions and your risk in a way that when you get a funded account, you're not throwing away all your time, money, and effort that it got you to get there in the first place.
Exactly. All right, we also got Victor in the background. Feel free to join, Victor, whenever you are ready. Let's see,
I'm not ready.
Okay, you're not ready, but you're here anyway, and we are thankful for that.
How are you two doing, and how is everyone watching us today doing on this beautiful day? We have a lot of viewers.
We do.
That's what we want to see. A lot of likes, subscribers, but above all, a lot of viewers. Thank you for that support.
Definitely. Okay, so usually what we do here during this session is we get that ABL session, ABL podcast type of session. But right now we got Rich is not available today. Mike had to talk with a couple of market makers about potential, new ventures in his trading journey. So it's going to be me and Victor. Not sure if you were going to be staying as well, Anastasiia.
I promised Mike to stay, so yes, I'm staying with you guys.
All
Nice.
right.
What about LJ? Is he joining? I can see him in the background, but
do we have anyone in the background? Oh, good. LJ. Yeah, he had some issues. He got some issues with his connection
Australia,
today.
the end of the world. They Australia, the end of the world. They even got issues with internet connection.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. It's like a third world country. These like now. Got well, I guess most of the world have fairly good internet, no?
Yes, not everyone. There are still pockets of places. There's still a small percentage, but there's still a large number of people who do not have internet connection. But Australia should not be in that category at all. I think it's an isolated incident that has nothing to do with the geographic or demographic of any specific host we have.
Victor, we talked a little about dealing with drawdowns earlier. Maybe, and I said one of the best ways of dealing with drawdowns is to have a system and have rules to follow, so that you don't have to rely too much on discretionary actions when it comes to risk management. And oh man, look at EU. That would have been a good winner if I continued to hold that one. Let me just. Okay, so while I look at this, maybe you could kind of explain just very briefly, because I said to the viewers, if you want a good risk management strategy, you should listen to Victor. You should check out his webinar on the fractional risk, basically.
Yes, no problem. That's something we discussed a lot of times on the Discord in our workshops, and we do that on YouTube as well here on the channel, and I'll gladly do that because of course we have more people coming in, and it's never it's always good to have refreshing these topics. All right, so you were saying about risk management, and I was in the background and listening while you were explaining that. The thing is, I yeah, let me share my, or maybe I'll leave the chart on yours so they can see what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Jonatan?
thinking, because I'm trying to squeeze some extra money out of this EU move here.
Okay. In terms of the risk management, there are many things you have to consider, right? There are different things that can make you lose the account, but the number, even if you do everything to the book, there is a thing as a drawdown. It's a natural thing. It's a characteristic of every strategy, right? We always talk about, I don't want to be in a drawdown. Drawdown is not good. I didn't have a lot of drawdown, things like that. But actually, we need to embrace and not shy away from drawdowns, because it's on every strategy. Give me a trader who does not have drawdown, I'll tell you that person hasn't taken any trades, or maybe just a few. But in time, every strategy will have some drawdown. So
Yeah.
instead of shying away and looking at something, treat it as taboo. What we need to do is embrace it, get to know it, have all the data on it, the statistic, how often does it happen, how deep are they, how prolonged are they when they do happen, right? What is the period since the beginning? What is the duration of each drawdowns, right? Because the drawdown is actually the phase of your equity curve or your strategy that will make you lose the account. That's it. If you think about it, it's not necessarily, of course, if you don't have a profitable system, you will not be profitable. You'll lose the account in the end. If you cannot execute your plan, you're probably not going to have any, edge in the market, and you lose the account in the end. But even if you have those two things in check, you have your psychology, you're trading like a monk, or you even have it automated where you can do any error. It doesn't depend on you. You're not doubling in, revenge trading, any of those things that you shouldn't be doing. Even if you did that, and if you had a profitable system, a strategy, if you have the risk management not adequate, meaning not knowing how much you should be risking, not risking what you should risk based on something concrete, and I'll tell you what you should do to do it properly. If you have the other two things done correctly, the psychology, your mindset, and your strategy is profitable, and if you do not take care of the risk management, you will still lose the account in the end. That's the truth. So it's essential that you have a proper, adequate system for your risk, right? And when we talk about risk, one of the very crucial, very fundamental things, how we manage risk is by how much risk we take on each trade, right? That is called position sizing, right? So how much size is each trade? And of course, it's not only about size, it's about the distance from the entry to the stop loss and the size, right? The size decides how much each pip is worth, what the pip value is. And that combined with the distance, let's say you take a position, let's say you take one lot, which is quite large. You take a position of one lot, one pip is $10, right? So it's the pip value, $10, and the distance to your stop loss. If you have your stop loss at 10 pips, that's going to be 10 times $10, meaning your stop loss, if you hit stop loss, you'll lose $100 plus commission in whatever slippage you may have, right? So that's position sizing is how much you risk, what lot size. In this case, in this example, it was 1 lot, right? And that is, of course, linked to how much risk you want to be to have on table on each trade. So what we were referring to about the way to do this, the best way, in my opinion, and I'll challenge anyone who says that's not the case, even though I'll respect your opinion. I think it is the best way is 2 things. One is to use to get to know what your maximum drawdown is, right? When I say maximum drawdown, ideally what you want to know is what is the deepest drawdown I'm going to experience trading my strategy or combination of strategies going forward. Now, that's looking into the future, and we don't have that data. However, we have the next best thing, which is looking at the data we already have, the data in the past. That might be because you traded your system, or because you haven't traded it yet, but you're doing testing, back testing, right? Without being in the market. Both of them are useful, back testing, forward testing. And based on your data, based on your historical max drawdown, you're trying to get an idea what your future max drawdown will be, right? Once you have your historical drawdown, then you can model, or you can adjust and you have to do this with doing all your testing with our multiples. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for you to do this. So you standardize, right? You standardize every trade being the same risk, and that risk is going to be 1R, right? The risk unit. Once you have once you have the data, you convert all your P&L into R multiples, meaning a loss is 1R, and you look at you plot the equity curve, and you measure the deepest trough, right? The deepest point after a high on your equity curve, right? So you measure from high to the lowest point, and you do that all the drawdowns you have in the equity curve, and the biggest one, that is your max measured drawdown, right? Which is it's based on the data that you would then have is the maximum. But you have to understand that might not be, you can still have a bigger drawdown just because you haven't traded that often or that many trades yet. So if you consider that, you have to adjust that with, let's say you take it twice. So you measure in your data, maybe last year you had a drawdown of, I don't know, 10R, for example, and you should adjust that to, maybe I'm going to assume going forward that my maximum will not exceed 15 or 20 R in the future, right? By doing this, you're actually using data that is based on the strategy. It's not because someone set an arbitrary number like 1% on YouTube or whatever course of a mentor. No, you're basing this on the data, on the actual data, on your strategy being traded or in the back test. And once you have those numbers, you can adjust then for each trade, right, to be you can calculate what 1R should be. And that's one thing, right? So basing your position sizing on your historical measured drawdown. That's the first thing.
I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna link the video in what we're talking about here, your video. So I got the webinar where you explain this in detail, and I'm gonna link that in the comment section right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want a detailed breakdown on this, you can go in the comment section on YouTube and check out that video. It's from a educational
marathon.
Yeah, exactly, that master risk marathon that we did.
one of the best parts of the marathon. So you guys should go and check it out in the comments, because that Victor's system for that 1 second, risk management. I was looking for the word. my brain wasn't braining for a second. The Victor's risk management section during the trade marathon, it was out of this world. It was probably the best on the topic that I've ever heard.
Definitely, yeah. And you learned this. You learned this yourself, Victor, right? This is not something that you learned from someone else.
Yes, this is just me, getting to the best system I can. So yes, it's not something I learned from someone else.
And what I like about it is the fact that it's so simple and it makes sense. And a lot of times it's like, because I remember you explained it to me, and then I'm like, how, like it's so obvious, right? And that's what I like about it. Sometimes you have because sometimes you read these things and get these ideas, and it's like, okay, it's so simple and it's so logical, and I can't believe I didn't know this before. Because I think a lot of people, most people, they're just focused on, okay, I'm going to risk 1% per trade, and that's it. And then you don't think a lot about it. But the risk has so much to do about, with your system. It's not about the size of your account. It's more about the system that you're trading and the performance of that system.
Exactly, because there is no one size fits all. That's the truth. Every strategy will have different characteristics in terms of how stable they are in terms of the equity curve, how often they will have losing streaks, and how long these losing streaks will be. And those information are fundamental for surviving, keeping that account. So one rule like risk 1% is never going to be adequate for everyone. It might be too little for some, it might be too much for the rest, but you don't want to be trading something suboptimal. You want to be having the most optimal system, right? In this case, strategy for your risk management should be as optimal as can be. So the best thing is to base your position sizing on your maximum measured historical drawdown. There are still two things that I talked about, that I would like to give the viewers right here, right now. One is, if you're trading prop firm, and I assume you are because you're watching a stream. We are from the Fivers. If you haven't noticed, we're a prop firm, the best one in the industry. This is not exaggeration. We've had, I know we are saying this.
You might be a little bit biased though, but definitely agree with you. It's a good, it's a great prop firm.
Well, I was gonna say, even though I am saying this, we won prizes. We actually, I think, from 2024, we won all the prizes from one of those comparison websites. And that's
we're definitely ranking amongst the top. We're definitely the high, one of the highest ranking prop firms out there in most of the competitions and voting and everything.
Yeah. So I think it was prop firm. What's that website called? Prop firm something.
Prop firm match.
Prop firm match, exactly. I think the last time they had a, an award event, we took all of them, if not most or all of them. I'm not sure. Anyways, point is,
I think 2024. I think it was all of them.
All of them, right? They had like four or five awards for best condition, best prop firm, best. I don't remember all the categories, but it was going to the Oscar, and one actor winning all the Oscars.
Oh.
All the categories. That was how it was actually. Yeah. Anyways, besides the point, I'm putting you.
But I actually forgot lunch today, so I need to grab something to eat and then I'm gonna be back in the live stream. So, can you and Anastasiia figure this out for 20, 30 minutes or so?
No problem.
Is that okay with you, Anastasiia?
Yeah, I think Andre is trying to join as well.
Can you guys see my screen?
I can't see your face.
I see you.
Your camera is on dark.
Hang on. Let me try reset this.
All right. So yes, now we can see your face in the background. So if you add yourself, there you go. Yes.
There
Yes. Yeah.
we go.
As I was saying, I was saying, I think I made Jonatan blush there because I was, saying the Pfeiffer's, the Pfeiffer last year with that award event, it was like one actor winning all the Oscars in all the categories. But
yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
You remember that? I mean, I'm not making that up. I'm the facts. I mean, that is what happened. But the point is that it is safe to assume that if you're watching this now, that you're trading or you're, considering to trade a prop firm account. And if that is the case, which I think it is safe to assume, there is something else that I didn't mention that is crucial for your risk management, and that is that although you have a certain balance, right, the whole balance is not available for you for drawdown, right? It is available for you for your leverage, right, for your margin to open certain positions, but it's not available for you for your drawdown. And since we just came to the conclusion that the drawdown is what is going to kill your account, your personal account, but any account, that means that when you're applying your risk management, it does not make sense to apply your calculation on the balance of the account, because it's irrelevant. You could have a bigger, a wider, smaller drawdown, and the balance is it might be something completely different. So the idea or the concept of the available risk capital, right? So that is what we should know and calculate before our risk management only on the available risk capital, meaning that if you're in a drawdown, you don't have the whole drawdown or capital available to you. So that means that you should adopt or adjust your risk management calculation based on what is available to you, not what is not. Doesn't make sense. So that's another thing: available risk capital and fixed fractional risk, which also is basically the same, but it is the concept that once you have less capital available to you and you're trading as a fraction or a percentage, which is the same, of that capital, automatically you'll be trading smaller, risking less in terms of relative risk to the balance you have or the equity you have, available risk capital you have. And the better you are trading, the more profits you have, you are safely and adequately taking bigger positions, but not bigger risk. The risk is fixed, right? So it's fixed fractional risk. The risk is always the same, but because your equity, your available risk capital changes through time, it's only logic that you also adjust to those changes. And with that, I mean, if everything that I have explained during my time on the stream so far, if there's one thing that I want people to get is have a better risk management. So if you can do that, and I will feel if you are able to apply and be a better risk manager by following that video, then that would make me, I'll be very satisfied.
That's nice. I'm trying to add the chart right now, but it's being difficult.
Okay.
Until it in the studio mode, it's being difficult. So if you guys can, I don't know if yours will come up, Victor, at all. We might go over to that. If that works.
You mean my scene?
Yeah, hang on. Let me.
Yeah, mine is working, but I have difficulties figuring it out with this platform as well.
What is the difficulty?
Adding the screen share for the guest.
Okay.
Hang on.
That's mine. You guys at home, you can't see it, but we're getting things ready here. Is that okay? Would you like to transition to that one?
Yeah, let's hang on. Can we just go to? You've got your screen up, don't you, Victor? So we'll go
Yes.
to that. See if that works.
So so risk management is one of the pillars of trading. If you haven't, if you don't have it figured out and have a adequate system, it's not only a matter of time. Eventually, you'll lose the account. It will something. Either you're not gonna get enough profit, but usually that's not an issue. The majority of people are trading too large, or you're gonna, and this is more likely, you're gonna blow up. You're gonna hit some limits and lose the account, and that we don't want to happen to you. All right, so LJ, how have you been?
Been well. I've been out of all internet connection for the past.
How is that possible?
Since Monday, yeah. So
What happened?
the internet right here, we've got infrastructure stuff going on. It's literally like 200, 150, 200 meters down the road from me,
Okay.
where they're doing all the infrastructure upgrades for the Olympics here in 2030.
Oh,
That's been going on for like 3 years now. It's got like
Okay.
roughly another 3 years. It's like the Cross River Rail, which is they're redoing all the bus, train infrastructure, all that kind of stuff to accommodate for the Olympics. It's meant to go under the river and all this kind of stuff. But apparently they've hit some of the telephone fiber optic cabling whilst doing all that stuff. So it's completely
That
out.
makes sense.
Right now I've actually got like a 4G like SIM card modem that I went in today to the physical store at Telstra. Anyone from Australia will know that. And went and got one of those and hooked it up. So it seems to be working, but it's terrible. Honestly, this internet is now outside the stream. I can't open like anything else. Yeah, it's shocking.
I thought they fixed these issues quite fast in Australia. How is it?
Yeah, but
Since Monday, they didn't take care of this. I mean, you are not in Spain, right? In Spain, it's mañana, tomorrow, and it's gonna happen in a month, eventually, maybe, if you're lucky.
Yeah. They have those jobs, but with some of that stuff in the government projects, you have this thing called the CFMEU in Australia, which is like a union for trades, construction, that kind of stuff. But there's been a bit of a jostling between them and the government side right now. Long story short, they've got a bunch of crime type ties linked in there, and it's created this big kerfuffle, put it that way. So there's a bit of a breakdown with things, it's always government stuff. Even if you're in like a major country, it's never smooth. It's always a problem, right? So I don't know. Hopefully it's fixed soon. But yeah.
So what do you have now? Sort of a MiFi, sort of a little portable device that gives you a Wi-Fi?
Yeah, it's like a little dongle with like a SIM card. I'm basically running off like 4G right now. It's not even 5G. It's 4G. Because when I went in there, that was they only had the older ones that only do 4G. They didn't have any of the 5G ones.
So you're back into...
I'm trying to survive. Honestly.
You're back to what, 2010 speed, something like that?
Yeah, having no internet in general in 2025 sucks. Right? It's terrible. Like everything is dead.
I had internet even when I was going to the base camp in Nepal, and you don't have internet in the middle of Australia. How is it even possible? I hope that what's happening.
Exactly. But it's just this area, literally, because the infrastructure is, like I was saying, literally like 200 meters over there. So everywhere else is fine, but the cable connection between here has been.
Yeah, and these things can happen. I mean, within any particular building, you could have, some kind of cable being broken or disconnected by accident. These things can happen anywhere, no matter where you are. And it doesn't say anything about Australia. We love you.
Yeah. No, normally Australia's good. Our internet does kind of suck.
Okay.
That is fair. Like when they upgraded it, they basically upgraded it to what the whole rest of the world was moving on from. So we pretty much got like old tech, which is meant to be new when everyone's already moved ahead, right? So yeah, that's kind of the trouble.
But on the other side, let's be grateful.
now,
you are here with us, and that's something.
It's holding up. We'll put it that way.
I can't see any.
Mike earlier.
I can't see anything that the connection isn't that great. To me, it looks fine.
I've literally got the dongle like hanging out. I've got like a small window just here in front of me. So I've done the cabling all through up here, and it's literally hanging outside the building, so I can get a better connection. So as long as it doesn't rain, hopefully it should be good.
So if we lose you, we know it rained.
Yeah, well, it was overcast earlier, so that's what I was saying to Mike. I was like, oh, it might actually not be so great, but for now, we're good. Let's see how we go.
LJ, I would like to get your attention or your opinion on, the current move, right? The move we just had this week, switching from internet connection to fundamental analysis, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure.
And actually from you as well, Anastasiia. But I know LJ is very... is very into those fundamental analysis, and we have a lot of people that always tell us how they enjoy your analysis, and I'm actually one of them. Why this reaction, and why this way? Because the deal was struck on Sunday. We didn't get a huge gap. There was a gap, but it wasn't a big thing. It was actually a gap up. Right. Yeah. But the ensuing price action was nothing bullish. There was nothing bullish about it, even though there was a gap up. And why is it so extreme? Because it basically, on any metric, on every metric, this was 150, maybe 200% of what you would get in any specific day. But even on the weekly time frame, if you measure the candles, the ranges, we're doing 150, and that was on Wednesday already. On the weekly,
and Monday, Tuesday, when Monday, Tuesday technically had no other data other than the weekend news, and we still moved very heavily. So yeah, I do have inputs on this. Definitely.
I'm dying to hear some of that. What happened? Break it down.
Okay, so we've had a bunch of stuff going on. The rehash will go to last night with Jerome Powell with the Fed, right? So he very much highlighted that they have a bit of a problem right now, which is in conflict with the inflation mandate and the other side of their mandate, which is employment, right?
Okay.
And so for tonight, we've got the PCE coming out. He's seeing 2.5 to 2.7. Right, which is completely in line with the economists' expectations for PCE. The further comments, they've highlighted that the tariffs should now start to flow through, and eventually we'll see that.
Allow me to interrupt you. When you mention PCE, what's that for those who are unfamiliar with that acronym?
So that it's basically another form of inflation. So typically we talk about the CPI, which is what you see in headlines and a lot of main media. The Fed's preferred measure of inflation is the PCE, so it's core expenditures, right? Okay. So it's a slightly different measurement. You've got some variations with like homeowner equivalent rents, which basically equates like mortgages to rents and a few other bits and pieces. Strips out some of the energy components and other fluctuation pieces, that kind of stuff. Okay. So basically though, regardless, the forward expectation from here is that should be relatively stable, with the exception of the tariffs coming in, which should elevate inflation just a touch. Not egregiously, just a touch. Okay. The other portion they've mentioned is employment, which is starting to settle down, starting to slow. We had the week-on-week employment claims, which were actually going up for a bit. They've now come back and leveled out, which is good over the past 4 weeks. So I was given more confidence there. We've seen in the NFP and the ADP data, we had a few fluctuation dips but stayed relatively level. The forward concern for them is around the immigration policy, and they're seeing that immigration and the deportation, the ICE stuff with the Trump administration is killing part of that workforce. And obviously, to refill that, you're going to have to refill it with born Americans, put it that way.
Okay.
And to make up that difference. And they are also going to command higher wages. Higher wages means more support for inflation, means high input prices across the board, whether it's infrastructure for the government, for commercial property, for residential property, everything across the board, right? So they're seeing it as, the Trump administration is seeing that as Americans are making more money, and that's better. Obviously, as a totality economic view, that creates distortions in support for inflation as well as input prices as well, because these numbers are, well over 1 million people. So once you get over to those numbers, it does actually have a proportionate effect to the overall economy and slight input prices when we're talking about 0.1, 0.2% for inflation, these kind of things. So that's basically what they've highlighted. So I would see them staying on hold for now, probably just one cut this year. Probably it'll be December. I don't think September at all will come in. There is the slight potential for a cut between December, so say 2026, and when Jerome Powell leaves in May. However, that will be conditional on the data. So right now, they've very much settled back to neutral. The Fed has flip-flopped between being more neutral or slightly hawkish to then flipping to say, hey, there's some concerns. We're seeing consumers getting hit. Then they got brought into the portion with Trump pulling in the Fed and politicizing it. That came back. We've gone back and forth. It looks like that's killed itself. Those guys are neutral. And now we'll see where the job numbers go. And we've seen the tariffs come to a relative neutral point, right? So we're getting roughly 15%. For most countries, that seems to be settled out. So right now we're seeing high US dollar. And that's based on the point that it's no longer a concern. You don't have that risk factor. And so right now, the executional point for the trades, I could see euro dollar coming back down to 111, 112. And dollar yen up to 155. Which is a bit of a regime shift from where we are currently.
So that's from the US dollar perspective, where you have a strength. Basically, everything you just indicated is supporting of more strength on the US dollar. That's what we've been seeing on the market as well. And you think because the unknown is out, right? There is the Fed, the number is known. The market, a bit of the risk has been taken away. However, of course, we had the tariffs, the deal with the EU, European Union, on Sunday at the end of the day. I was expecting that we would have a positive reaction to that because of the same thing. We have clarity in terms of the tariffs, right? The tariffs has been hanging upon the market for some time now. We've all seen the volatility that it brings, and now we had a deal, a number, whether that's high, too low, I'm not sure, because I'm not a specialist on that. What is that 15%? Is it a good one or not? Maybe we can talk about that as well. But now we have clarity. It's 15%. They will work out the details, they said. But the market, instead of being something good for Europe, right, for the euro, it wasn't. The euro dollar dropped heavily. And not.
It was initially.
Yes, but why is that? Why did we have an initial gap up, but then the whole thing came like a brick falling from the sky constantly with very little retracement, no strength at all? It seems like everyone was on one side of that trade, selling the market, at every given possibility. Why that reaction, that delayed reaction?
Yeah, so we've got a slight rotation. So in terms of the tariffs, as far as the US end, you got to view the the tariffs as far as a totality of their agreements with all countries, right? So if you get agreement with one country, it's going to benefit that country more than it benefits the US dollar component, because EU gets the tariff agreement and we've got some kind of direction that's better for the EU, whereas the US still has like 9, 10, 12, 13, whatever other agreements to, like major agreements to work through. Right? So for them, it's just one drop in the bucket, whereas the EU, it's like, okay, we're settled. So they get that pump higher. From there, the EU has basically roughly reached the terminal rate for the rate decreases. So they've still got one more in them at some point. It's been the question of whether it would have been last month or over the next 3 months. So it's going to be that slightly later point, but at that point they will reach terminal rate. So no more increases or decreases. They'll just then watch what's going on. The difference then was that the Fed was then looking to potentially drop rates, and we've been waiting for that, or they keep neutral. We're not increasing, but it's either neutral or dropping. We had a slight tilt to dropping, but now we've gone very firmly back to neutral. So hence the euro reaching terminal rates, right? And then so as a differential, they've reached basically terminal rates, and the Fed is potentially decreasing, means euro up. However, now they've reached terminal rates, the Fed is probably no longer decreasing at the same rate, right? So therefore euro down, because relatively the US is going to hold rates higher for longer again, right? So then you get that slight shift, and you've got these roughly 350 point bands in the euro dollar from 114 to 117.50. We had a slight overshoot of that, and then you have to expect that if you're above 117.50, you either go to 121 eventually, or you're in an overshoot band. The next point is 114 to 110.50. You get 110.50 to 107, 107 to 103.50, 103.50 to parity at 1, and parity to 97.50. And that's kind of how the euro dollar trades, right? So we weren't able to sustain that higher margin. Now we've brought back into that mid-level, which is probably relative price. Now we've had some further changes and shifts from the Fed overnight per the prior data. We'll have to see how the ongoing data goes, but that ongoing data should support the Fed position. So hence, I would see us dropping into the 114 to 110.50 range from here coming into year end. You should see PMIs picking up. I would see the inflation data going to roughly 3.1% above from where we are now. So hence that'll be US dollar positive as well. Employment should be relatively fine with a slight decline, right? Just marginal though, not massive, nothing to change the picture. So hence neutral, one cut. We go into the new year. You've then got 5 months until Powell dips out. He's going to want to keep the boat basically pretty level for whoever else is coming in. And then if the data gets really bad, they'll cut between that. But otherwise, he'll just be looking to keep it at a good level, see that he saw, his exit as sort of flat, and let someone else take the helm after that. So that's kind of what we're getting. And that's why I would currently see upside on the euro dollar capped at about 115.50. And then just see downside from there.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, thank you for that breakdown. That makes a lot more sense to me, and I think for a lot of viewers as well. Anastasiia, were you surprised at this reaction we had on I'm talking about GU and EU because those are the pairs that I trade, but the market reaction this week so far, did you see it coming from the analysis you do? Because, for example, in my case, I only do a technical analysis, right? So I use structures on the chart, and there wasn't any indication necessarily that this is going to be this extreme. That's not something, not in this case in any way. I didn't pick up that sign beforehand. Right? Sometimes I can when I see a reversal, the right shoulder. I know that if it reacts, it will have a very a large reaction to it. But I didn't see this. Did your volume profile analysis, indicated anything?
Actually, I do the Sunday weekly forecast like with my group, and we talked about this this thing. So I wasn't surprised really by the drop. Not that I traded it yesterday because the price was consolidated in the morning, so price action was unclear. I traded Monday and Tuesday. I didn't trade Wednesday the reaction on FOMC. I actually traded the small pullbacks, and I got really lucky because I exited on time yesterday before the continuation down. But yes, if you talk about the volume, I could definitely see it happening. I could see it coming. So I wasn't surprised, and that was within the plan that I had already from Sunday, basically.
Awesome. I like that. I have to correct myself. Were you expecting it this week, though?
Yes, this week.
Okay.
On
Perfect.
FOMC, well, I knew that something is going to move it. Either FOMC or the tariffs, the deadline on tariffs, or an NFP. Like, it's going to be one of those. But I was honestly expecting FOMC because looking at the reaction on non-farm for the past few years, we didn't really get any intense reaction. Usually the price is like more or less that. It doesn't really pick up such a momentum on the NFP anymore, at least for now. And regarding the deadline on the tariffs, also, like, LJ said before, that it was quite clear already more or less where we stand. Obviously, there are some different changes that might take place, but the initial reaction so big I was expecting specifically on the FOMC yesterday.
All right. I have to correct what I said a little bit earlier. I said I wasn't expecting this, and that's maybe not exactly accurate. Because I was expecting some move, but I didn't have any indication it would be this week, other than, of course, the FOMC and the fact that we are, news heavy this week. There is a quasi in terms of the technical analysis, and for those who are unfamiliar with the quasi, it's a variant of the head and shoulder pattern, and we have the left shoulder, the break of that neckline, coming back for the right shoulder. We had that huge move to the downside. Because we took the lowest low before that move, and we came back, there is a possibility of a second right shoulder. Yes, so it's even more asymmetrical. And the area we had before, we had actually two order blocks, but the biggest one is the one that is the relevant one, because that's the one where the overlap is. We were coming into it. We came into it last, a couple of weeks ago, and that left that initial. Technically, that left an order block, a fresh new one that last week we were testing, right? So automatically, when we have an order block being created, like so, that is what happened in these two candles was created. We expect price to come back and then have that move, but it doesn't tell us. That's what this is how I trade the order blocks all the time, but I didn't have any timing in terms of the technicals of it, because as I go to the lower time frame, I didn't have any structure, and that's why I didn't trade it from the whole level. I did have an order block there, a daily, but it wasn't part of a quasi, and it was not a fresh order block, and that's why, even though it reacted very nicely, that's the order block, and we came in and created, we signaled right there at that bearish engulfing. We came back, and then it wasn't enough for me to catch the trade, and it also happened in the Asian session. I remember when it happened, so I couldn't catch it. But what I'm going to with this is that the extent of the move, I had no timing on, other than the fact that we have a very heavy week in terms of the news. So it's awesome that you were expecting or you already had that idea or that indication that this week could be the week for such a move, Anastasiia.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've been.
Yeah, go for it. Go on.
I was just going to say, I've been talking to Dirk about this past couple of times, ABL on our podcast with stuff as well. where we're at this kind of crux point this month was whether we hit that crash point for, say, dollar yen, come down to the low 130s, or if not, and we get the differential per the tariffs, per the Fed, per the data coming in, the next standpoint is 155 on dollar yen. And about 4 weeks ago now, I started leaning towards that 155. We've now got that full throughput to actually see that coming through. And that would be the interim target and then potentially a bit beyond there. So basically the carry trade is still live for now. Obviously, Trump's whole agenda is to get someone in per the Fed that will drop rates and see us absolutely crater in the dollar after that. So, but for the meantime, it seems as though we do have slightly more dollar strength.
Okay.
So I would say from here, we've had a very big downdraft per the past couple of days, like you were saying, Victor. So I'd see a bit of a correction and then sells from there, right? So right now, intraday, the next week or so, bullish up to 115 to 115.50 on the euro, and then sells from there. You could even take a large swing around that 115.25, 115.50, stops at say 116.10, right? And look for like a 111. And at that point, you'll also get positive carry, big trade, like 400, 450 pips. Massive trade right there, and you can clean up. So that would be my executional standpoint from there. So
Lovely, like that. All right.
It's a good trade.
It is, yes, it is. So you're still expecting that the dollar strength is still with us for some time, for what you just said. Are you looking because and yesterday we broke a daily level, at least for me, on the structure. That tells me that we broke a significant low. Maybe you can put it on the chart on EU, where we broke the low of the 19th of June, which was at. You have it on the. Is it your chart or whose chart?
It's my chart. It's my chart.
Anastasiia. Maybe you can put it. Maybe you can put your EU, or maybe I should. Yes, we took out the low on from the 19th of June. Right. That is.
This one.
Actually, the 19th of June. Is that 19th of June?
You have the. That's the 19th of June. 18th. That's July. Sorry for that. Okay.
No problem.
This one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. This one, yeah.
And that to me is the neckline, right? So that is the structural low that was not supposed to break if we were to have a good chance in keeping in on that bullish trend we have had on EU for the last couple of months. And it broke yesterday very firmly, and it closed way below that. It wasn't even flirting with it before, reacting from it, then later on breaking it. It just came right through it and closed below it. That's a strong indication that the buyers are not to be found. They're not around. They're not defending their turf. They're not there. And that tells me, by the way it broke it, that there is likely, in terms of momentum, there's likely more down chances that price might go even lower from here.
Yeah.
Have you, and where are you watching, where are you expecting for price to have any kind of meaningful reaction bullish on EU? For those out there who are, as many of them are, trying to catch, the bounce, because we all know there's going to be a bounce. Where is the level for you, or the structure, the area that you might think is a good place to start looking for bounces?
Are you asking me, or LJ?
Any of you?
You go, Anastasiia. You go. What are you looking at?
I was expecting EU to go to 14,216 because this is the point of control of the month of June for me.
Okay.
So when the price was dropping, it dropped almost without any correction, and that's not usually how the price action goes for the EU. So when I was looking at it on Sunday, if we took take everything out. So when I was looking at it on Sunday, essentially, that was, what was it? The 20, which day was it? Sorry, I'm a little lost in the dates. 28. So this is how we closed on Friday. I was expecting the price to go at least here or to this area. So there's two consolidations. So two previous ones. So I was pretty much expecting the price to go. Now, if you look at the 4-hour time frame in the beginning of the week, we almost didn't have any correction. So I'm expecting the correction right now for what is happening, because if I look at it, we basically reached the point of control of the month of June, which is at the level of 14,220. We bounced from there, and if you look at the 4-hour candle, we see that the price also has tested it again now, the same level. So we had a double test, one a fake out, another test. Right now we are trying to close above the point of control of the day on the 4-hour candle. And if you close above the, well, this is basically your lows. This is your low that we were talking about from the 19th of June. Okay. So I'm gonna delete this because it's not. And now we are closing below the, above the daily point of control here. So if I look at it like this, I'm expecting the price to actually go higher today still for EUR USD. And my targets for this would be at 14,790, and then the main zone would be for 15,250, 15,530. But that is more intraday / 48 hours of a move that I'm expecting. So LJ, I know that LJ is talking mainly for the long term as well.
Yes.
And that, it's going to continue lower, perhaps, yes, but those are the two targets that I would be looking for.
Nice. That's very clear, Anastasiia. I like that. I like that how you are confidently saying that for you at least, you expect price to have the bounce, from current levels. So basically, are you in that trade, or are you looking?
Not yet. I'm in a USD/CHF sell right now. Well, I'm technically in a 6S buy, so the futures for the Swiss franc futures buy, but it's an inverted chart for the USD/CHF. So I'm in the USD/CHF sell, you can say, and I'm expecting the move down, also the corrective move. If you look at it from the 4-hour time frame, it's pretty similar to what EU did, right, from the same period. And maybe actually looking at EU, I was waiting for the confirmation, but I'm probably going to be looking for a buy right now for EU as well.
I like that.
Great. Yeah.
How about you, LJ? You were saying based on the fundamentals that you expect dollar strength for the coming. You were talking about till year's end and perhaps even further. But what about the bounce, right? Everyone watching. I mean, every trader, especially those new ones, we tend to have this mentality, right? If it goes down, it must come back up, and it has always not always. It has only gone down these last couple of days. So I'm sure people are their palms are scratched. They want to scratch. They're itchy. Want to scratch their palms because they want to get, the turn. And that's how many accounts are burnt. But when is that reversal coming, and is it even coming?
So I think we're actually in that reversal right now. So I would see euro dollar strength higher. So similar to what Anastasiia was talking about before, I think that first level is roughly that 114.80 level. That's where you've got a lot of volume coming there, and we obviously had that big drop.
Let me allow you. Maybe you can show your chart and.
I was trying to before. If you saw what I was trying to do in the background, but it's being difficult. It's not working properly. So.
Okay, so we can't. Okay, all right, no problem.
Yeah, with mine, I otherwise I'll scrap everything else here.
Maybe I will switch then to mine, and then we can indicate visually to everyone.
Sure. Yeah. Before you guys continue, I will have to go, so I'm gonna have to leave both of you here, our audience, to amazing two traders from the fibers. So, LJ, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the insights on the fundamentals. You can't do this. You make that for living.
You're fully responsible for it.
Who put the sound there?
I did.
It was Victor.
No, I mean, who put the sound in their studio in the first place? Mike. I'm blaming Mike. No, thank you
We're on
so
that.
much. But I will.
Thank
have
you so
to-
much for coming.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll see you guys next week, and everyone have an amazing rest and profitable end of the week.
Thank you, Anastasiia.
Adios.
Thank you for your great analysis. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Victor. See you.
Bye bye.
See you next time. Ciao.
All right. So yes, LJ, let's take a look at.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. So I'm seeing a bit of upside. Say if we go down to, let's go to the 1 hour.
Okay.
You can do that on yours.
Let's do that. This is me driving with my eyes closed, and you tell me where to turn.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll navigate. It's like rally car, where you got the driver and you got the passenger like giving the directions at the same time.
Exactly.
That's what we're doing. We're doing rally car right now.
We're rallying here. That's a rally race. We're going to Dakar.
That's an extreme sport though. Those guys are crazy, honestly. So we're doing well if we can do this. So so we've had a massive downdraft in euro dollar in particular, as obviously the major component of the dollar complex. So we peaked out at 117.88.
I'm going to go back roughly just now to indicate on the daily chart the top, which is what you're talking about, 118.29.
And then the recent high before the massive downdraft is like 117.88.
Okay, that's
roughly,
this
right?
one.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So since then we've had that's roughly like 380 point just drop, absolute calamity all the way down. We've just non-stop run the river the whole way down, complete waterfall, right? And like I was talking about before, euro dollar also tends to move in those 350 point ranges. This is a phenomenon, if you want to call that, for the past 25 years, basically since the creation of the euro as a whole altogether.
How many pips you said? 350?
350, yeah.
350. Okay, so it stays in that range for some time, and it uses it as if like a floor, right? You have first floor, second floor. So it goes to one floor and it stays there for some time, and it doesn't break out until it really goes and it stays on the next floor, so to speak, next level. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So once you reach those levels, it tends to be either a support or a resistance very firmly, right? And then you tend to get a lift from there. It's the same time, anytime we start approaching that 103.50 level, and we get down to 103 and we're edging into 102.80, right? And everyone starts calling like parity for euro, etc. All of a sudden we're back up at 107, right? That's kind of, once you get those overextensions, unless we've firmly, concretely consolidated in those ranges, it tends to rebound. So the same deal now. We've gone from the peak of that period right down to the bottom. And so from here, you would see a bounce. We're obviously at the natural 114 level that we stopped at.
Before you continue, where's the level according to what you just explained? Where's the level currently? Like, how do you measure it? Do you measure from the top right now, and you measure that 350 pip to get to the level where it's supposed to stay? I mean.
Yeah. So as far as if you take the historic levels per the past, you want to wrap out the past 20 years back to 2005, right? 117.50 to 114.
117.50. Yeah.
I'm enjoying this. What's up, everyone?
Hi, Pedro. I welcome in.
We're going, man.
I'm supposed to be going off because I'm coming back in I think an hour or so. So, but we're. This is very interesting, and I'm pretty sure viewers are enjoying this as well. So, break this down for us, LJ. So, where's the level? Where's the band? Where's the boundaries of the bands?
Okay, so 114 to 117.50.
All right, so let's put it on the chart for everyone. So, guys, listen up. If you want to be learning about this, 114, is it round numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on 14, right? So I'm gonna how high? So that's gonna be 750. Okay, so that's about this. Okay, let me do this with the precision, because as you guys know, I gotta have things precise. What's the coordinates? 50 and 0. There we go. All right, so we have, this is one band. Historically speaking, you can actually see how it reverses if I were to refer to it. Okay, so this is one band. What's the next one?
The next one is then 114 to 110.50.
Okay, basically it's the same 350, just put below that. I'm going to make a line just to know the boundaries. Okay, so how should we treat these how do we use them for our trading?
So basically the euro dollar always trades in these 350 bands, right? And then occasionally you get the overshoot where people start calling for the next leg lower, right? But if the conditions are not exceptional to really say we need to push there, they tend to reverse. It's the same thing when we're sitting down before the massive pump due to the Trump tariffs, when we're at like 104. People are starting to call for parity, below parity, that kind of thing, and you tend to reverse. But the same thing now, where we've gone up to the 117, 118s. We've kind of broken that period at 117.50. You have to then start looking up to 121 and say, is that reasonable, or is that a bit expensive for the euro dollar? At that point, once everyone's calling for those higher numbers, you tend to reverse, just like we did down at 103.50, 104 before running up, where everyone's calling for parity. So we've had the same deal, now we're reversing. You've got the fundamental macro stuff on the backdrop with Jerome Powell, the jobs numbers, ISMs, inflation coming up. You've got a chill out on the trade tariffs. So for now, I would say we've moved into a lower regime, lower average for the euro dollar. So 115 to 115.50, I would see is our new top.
Hold on. You're going too fast. 115. I'm
trying not to bore everyone. Because
I understand, but
sometimes people hate the macro, fundamental stuff, which is what actually moves the markets, guys. Just by the way, so if you can layer into that with your technical trading.
But you're going too fast, because I'm at the driver. I need to know where the turn is. You're going too fast with the map. Hold on.
We just crashed into the wall.
We're crashing into the wall
in the rally car.
So say that again. So what is it? Given the levels, the bands, and the fundamentals that do not support a higher a continuation to higher prices, to the next level, to the next floor, so to speak. What is the next thing you said? Where are we going to probably stay within?
So I think 115 to 115.50 is now going to be the full cap. That's going to be the topping point right now.
Okay. From there, that's the cap, you said.
Yeah. And then from there, we've got potential drawdown right down to 111, roughly.
111, that is okay. So but those are a little bit different than the levels you mentioned by the band, or am I doing something wrong?
Yeah, no. So the 114 goes down to 110.50. 114. And so I'm looking for a slight overextension of that area at 114.50 to 115, and that's the overkick point. So that's the thing to remember. So euro dollar always does the 350, basically plus 100. So the same thing when we get to 103.50, we often get down to the 102.50, 102.75, and then rip back. Same deal other times when we've gone from that 104 up to 107.50, we slightly push towards 108 and then rips right back, and we're sitting back down at 105. So we get 350 plus minus like 100 points. Yeah.
So 100 points. So let's make this visually accurate.
And so hence the 117.50 plus the 100 odd points in the 118s is the perfect window of that band to then short. And that's what you do. So 117.50 plus 100 points is a short band.
117.50.
Beyond that,
so basically what you're saying is that around the levels that indicate the delineate or mark the difference between one and the other, there's actually a area of margin on each side, which should be something similar to this, right? So, and what you're saying is that we shouldn't use the exact line, but actually the band.
Yeah. And so that's typically a variance within, the central bank announcements from the ECB, the Fed, and then non-farm payrolls, which creates like there's always like an impulsive jump of 70, 80 points per that. Then you come into the next week, the data invalidates the previous week, and it completely reverses. And that's like a very typical situation over the past 2 decades.
Perfect. This makes a lot of sense. And you're expecting basically price for longer term, for the rest of the year, you expect price to be hovering between these two levels or areas, right? So, and you assume that all of this was actually overshot, just overshooting.
Yeah, so it was sensible. It was sensible within the time, because basically the ECB has come down to their relative interest rate, so they won't be cutting more. So they're basically at a flat level. So on a relative basis versus the ECB is flat now, and then the Fed is potentially dropping, means that US dollar down, euro not necessarily strong, but just neutral, right? And so we hence kept having that. But now we've gone back the other way, that the Fed is not going to drop as quickly or as soon as prior expected. So therefore, more US dollar strength, which pulls down euro dollar, right? The forward expectation is that we actually should now see the inflation points coming through from the tariffs. We should also see the ISM coming up, and we'll see the M2 money supply also finally rising. So we've had a massive decline since the rates went up after the inflation debacle in 2022 till roughly now, right? So you've seen M2 go up like 4.7, 4.8% this year, and should keep rising. So that will give further boosts.
M2,
to the US
M2?
M2 is the sort of, in simple terms, put it, the relative amount of money sloshing around this in the system, right? So if you have more money sloshing around in the system, that money has to find a home. So when it finds a home, typically it ends up in financial assets, in the stock market, Bitcoin, currencies, that kind of stuff, projects, and then hence raises all boats, right? So that's why you can overlay the stock market, there's the NASDAQ, Bitcoin, all that kind of stuff with M2, and they basically line up with like a 97% ratio, right? Correlation.
That is
extreme, and that's been for over 20 years, so that is held as well. So basically from here, we should see, in summary, better US data from here, hence lifting the dollar in general. Europe is basically flat. They've reached their terminal rate with ECB, with the interest rates. And then the Fed is now saying higher for longer, right? And then we've got the kerfuffle when Jerome Powell leaves, but it'll be higher for longer. Then he'll want to leave it neutral, so whoever comes in later can sort it out themselves. So therefore, US dollar back up. And that means as well, the dollar yen play, as far as the carry trade, is back. It's not dead yet. You've still got another year or so in carry, which now, if you're a leveraged fund trading that carry on the dollar yen, you've now got a deep discount after pulling back from 160. You buy that here, your leverage like 5 to 1, 10 to 1, and you're getting your, 3.5%, 4% differential. At 5 to 1, that's 20%. At 10 to 1, that's like 40%. And you're going to carry that on for another year. So I see dollar yen back up towards 155 for the next couple of months. Euro dollar back to 111. And then come into the new year, we then reshift. And the other part is NASDAQ way up, Bitcoin way up. So indices rip, absolute rip. I think that'll be the play.
Nice, and very, very interesting, LJ. We should stream together more often, because I feel I'm learning here a lot. I'm sure everyone at home as well. So Pedro, I'm gonna leave and leave you two guys together, and I'll be back in about 45 minutes, give or take 10 seconds.
That's right.
Okay. Let's just change the scene.
Thanks, Victor. Cheers.
Thank you, Victor. I'll see you in a bit.
Yes, bye-bye.
Let's just try to change this. Yeah, your monitor is not working, right? From what I heard, is your
when I went to my one, it wasn't working properly, and then when I tried to edit and change it, it was giving problems. So
yeah,
I don't want to disrupt the whole stream to try and fix it. So
got it. So basically, everything that you mentioned, was it based also on what happened yesterday, like the press conference and everything, like the bias towards what the Fed, where the stock market's going to go, the dollar, and so on.
Yeah, I would say that are further confirmed. Like they're already my implication, my analysis, data, assumptions, etc. They basically confirmed that with Jerome Powell speaking last night, saying they have a conflict between their dual mandate between inflation and the employment data. And they've also had the problems with the immigration component, the ICE, deportations, that kind of stuff, just creating skews in the data, right? So basically confirmed what I was already looking at. I think they kind of already knew that. It was more of a waiting period to announce that, because obviously the Fed has been continually brought up in the political sphere. But Trump saying, Powell needs to go out, drop rates, blah blah, all that kind of stuff.
Right?
So they have to manage the public perception, because obviously the majority of the public in the US doesn't understand the Fed. A lot of people think it's some weird conspiracy thing, and they're all aliens and do some weird stuff and whatever or something, right? So they're always having to make this fine balance between the two things. But yeah, that was essentially what I was looking for. It was the whole time. It was basically a question of the employment mandate, whether that came down quicker or not. Which it was starting to level off pretty heavily in terms of relative to what we're doing, and not drastic, but relative to. But the past 3-4 weeks, we have reclaimed some of the week-on-week unemployment claims, and it's sort of settled out. So we're still doing pretty okay with employment. So as far as the NFP tomorrow as well, I would expect a reasonably strong number. So if I had to base it on like a probability, I would say...
What is the expectation for tomorrow? 1 second.
60-40, right? So
they're looking for 106, right? They're looking for
60, like 60% US dollar strength, 40% USD downside, right? So most likely it will be a better US number, better number for the payroll. The only reason there wouldn't be is because they still haven't quite ironed out the calculation method for the non-farms. And that's the same reason why often we see the differential between the ADP and the non-farm payroll each week, and they go in juxtaposition of each other. Then we get to the end of the year and all the payrolls are redone, and there's a complete reshift in the numbers. But I would say tomorrow I do expect a better rather than worse.
A higher number than expected.
Yeah.
Which is the higher number is around 106 for tomorrow. I think actually the Fed, the Jerome Powell mentioned something about the unemployment and kind of the data that is almost what is the source of the data, how they're actually calculating and so on and so forth. I think there was a question about that topic. It's an interesting one to see. Yeah, so basically more dollar strength, euro to eventually not crash as it is, but still continue to move a little bit forward. And then US indices, right? Because so the situation with the economy of having higher interest rates, it kind of should, there should be some kind of an issue with this, right? But at the same time, we do have US indices just skyrocketing, and that's because of AI. Right? Basically, yesterday we had Meta and Microsoft. Again, the numbers were much better. Like, it was crazy, and after the initial move to the downside during the Fed, because again, everyone understood that basically the likelihood of another rate cut in September is not as guaranteed as everyone was expecting, and the market started moving down. But then when you did have the earnings later on, like half an hour after the Fed, we had an impulsive move on US indices again to the upside. So now it becomes kind of the play of for how much longer is actually the US indices are going to continue to just skyrocket with AI versus maybe adapting a little bit to actually the reality of potential economy, of having also still these interest rates so high as they are, and maybe all the problems that they may affect the economy, even with the housing or something else, and maybe the lack of money moving across across banking sectors.
Yeah.
Where do you think that's happening?
Definitely. So I think we've got another like 5% or so upside on the indices in total, if we're looking at like a slightly longer term type aspect. I think there's a lot of willingness to continue buying stocks / the indices, especially from firms that sort of missed out somewhat on the massive dip, and we're looking for further pullback per the Trump tariff kerfuffle. So I think until we actually get to there, I think at that point it's not necessarily like a fail point. It's just that's when people really start reconsidering where we are. So that would have meant we've got like a 20% on 20% on 10% roughly year-on-year return, which I think has only happened once over the past 150 years, if I'm correct. So I think at that point, people keep getting concerned. Right now, you've got the forward projections, like we were talking about before, are very positive for the US, positive for growth. We had the higher GDP numbers last night as well, signaling that stuff. So for now, that's better. Whether we have, hit like a road bump in 2 to 3 years, that's another question. That's what I would say, where we get a massive downdraft after that period. But right now, it seems as though,
Sorry, when you mentioned that, when you think we're expecting it?
Sorry?
Again, sorry?
So I'd say it will basically go to when Jerome Powell quits and whoever
when he goes,
Trump gets in, then whoever Trump puts in, they will make whatever actions they do, right, with the Fed. And then the Fed's inputs always have like it's like a 9 to 18 month lag, right? So then you're looking out to 2027. And if markets keep pumping with this, we then get from here, hit that like 10% interim point, eventually go, okay, that's a bit of a wobble, come back a bit, come up to 15. We're almost looking at another 20% after that. You get a 20 on 20 on 20. And then people start recalling the US debt position, the fact that you can't keep pumping this, you've exhausted everything that you can. And then Trump is, potentially not going to win. Or say the Republicans, because Trump won't be in. And then either you get a regime change or someone else for the Republicans, which won't do as well. And then I think there'll be a lot of questions coming into that mid to back end of 2027 and 2028. So basically saying that between now and then, I think we've got a bit of time. I would say into the
a lot of time. Come on, don't bring 2008 and 2007 already. Come on.
Exactly. Second half of 2026, we'll get a bit of a wobble. But apart from that, I think we're just going up. It's the same as Bitcoin. I think we'll hit the next levels at the sort of 140 and then 150. Take a bit of an interim pause, just like stocks, pull back to 120 or something, then take another run, and then go up towards the 200s ultimately by 2026. So I think it's going to be a little bit later than other people were sort of calling for.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, again, these earnings. Sorry.
Intraday, I'm short the NAS today. So
intraday, you're short. Yeah, I think I'm too as well. That's the thing. Like that's what I wanted to say. At least until later on, when you do have then Apple and Amazon announcing their earnings, and maybe Apple and Amazon, they're not going to be as good as Meta and Microsoft were today. Like I was just even checking in here, Amazon and Meta, like the gap for the opening. Where is it? It's not even here. Like that's where price is, like pre-market. Like even new all-time highs as well. This Facebook or Meta and Microsoft as well. It's somewhere in there. Like it was like 10% to the upside.
We see if that. No, it doesn't work still.
You're bringing yours. Okay.
I was trying to, but it's still not working. That's all right. We'll go back to yours.
Okay. Yeah, but in terms of the indices, and that's why I was talking as well, because again, the initial reaction yesterday, it was definitely negative. Okay, basically the main difference, or the most important chart of yesterday's meeting, it was this one. Okay, it was actually the likelihood of the rate cut in September. 1 month ago, as you can see, look at this, it was like 75% guaranteed that we'll have the first rate cut, and only 5% that will stay the same. Everything changed since then. Right, so at this point is actually yesterday it was the first time. This one was always, you can see here, right? It was not this one, but this one, it was around 60%, 40, 70, 30. That was a shift. Now this can shift again, right? Because what he mentioned is that until the next meeting in September, we're going to have 2 more NFPs and 2 more CPIs, right? So we're going to have 2 datas that everything can change with the data that you're going to still receive, and that's what he mentioned basically. So it's going to be data dependent, and what it means is that since the Fed actually is going to be data dependent, all these news in regards to the NFP and CPI, we should be expecting volatility, okay? Because actually the Fed is going to make a decision in September based on this news, so everyone's going to be thinking about, okay, is this news good or bad for the Fed cut rates in September? That's how we should be thinking about it. For today, I think I'm a bit short as well. I'm not short yet. I think maybe we're going to have news in 30 minutes, core PCE, but I'm hoping that maybe during the opening, we have a move like this. And maybe we can push lower, maybe we can go closer to this, at least to this range in here. And I think the same thing can happen on NASDAQ. On the S&P. So I think we could have some kind of a move. Price maybe getting a little bit closer to here, or even just this one. Hopefully it goes a little bit higher, and I think you can have a little bit more of a push down, maybe back closer to this, at least to this range in here, to this structure. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to be looking at. Either in 30 minutes with the core PCE, if it creates enough volatility, or around the opening on the US indices. Are you already short in a trade, or you are going to be looking for shorts?
So I'm short NASDAQ currently.
Okay.
And then I'm long euro dollar right now. So I'm short NASDAQ from 23690.
Okay. Yeah, somewhere in here.
Yeah, and then I've got TP. So today's expected range for the options levels probability distribution is 23,430. So I'm looking somewhere down there, just above that, about 23,500. That also comes with some of the prior head levels around that area. So anywhere around there as well be taking profit. I've got to stop just above the highs, obviously at 23,740 currently. So that's my primary trade I'm in today, and then the same with.
Can you say again? Sorry, can you say again the target for your NASDAQ? What are you looking at? I was reading some comments. Sorry.
That's right, 23,500.
3.2?
23,500.
3,500. Okay. Yeah, back basically this previous structure here. Just somewhere in here. Okay.
That's
same thing.
So the options levels for today for the expiries are at 23437. Right.
Okay.
So it's in that cluster. So if you take plus minus that to where the head, where that price spike, like the swing high on the spike price, that's basically the block level where I'm looking for TPs. for today.
Kind of destruction here.
So basically, as we approach that, it's a question of how much further do you run from there, whether you stall out. Basically, once we get closer to there, I'll just observe price.
Okay.
And if we start to stall out, begin to correct, and finish the move early, I'll take profit. But if we're still pushing on very heavily, aggressive volume, that kind of stuff, then I'll just sit in the trade. So that's what we're seeing for today. I'd also like to see a reversal in the dollar right now.
Yeah, okay, take a look at dollar. Just to answer some of these questions. Yes, guys, we are kind of looking for some shorts on the dollar, at least for the first hours maybe of the opening, and then we'll see. So kind of around target this level 23,500s. Of course, this is not financial advice. Everyone do your own thing, okay, for your strategy. But you're maybe looking a little bit for a fade of this move. It was quite aggressive. It was yesterday after the earnings, as you mentioned, and maybe you're going to look for some correction today, and maybe something on the S&P maybe can happen as well. So something to pay attention. Then you mentioned the dollar, right? So the dollar is an interesting one as well. So massive move to the upside, and now maybe getting closer to some correction, right? When you're looking at the daily, we have been trading bullish for quite a few days, like 5 days in a row, maybe since a week ago on a Thursday, and even the weekly candle is quite aggressive. So you mentioned that you're looking for now reversals on dollar, a little bit of a short retracement until where do you see the target now?
So if we consider, say, euro dollar as far as being the major component of the DXY, I would see the first interim points about 114.80.
114.80, somewhere around here. I can see that.
Yep, and then
somewhere around here.
50.
And then where? Sorry.
115.50.
115.50. Is that the level that you mentioned before with Victor, right? I think that was one of the levels that you were talking about, 115.50.
Yeah.
Somewhere around here. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be like an exhaustion point where it ran up, just before those levels, and sort of exhausted itself, seeing that as a relative high, and then drop right down after that. And then so you've got a similar deal on the DXY as far as pulling back. We've pushed way on. We've got a fair amount to pull back to say 99 to 99.20 odd, and then reconvene from there and then drive higher. That's sort of what I'm looking at. And then hence the cross pair, say the dollar yen, where we are now, we're starting to push up on the high 148s, getting towards 149. Getting towards 150, I should say. And then from here, I can see us coming up to 155 ultimately as well.
1 second, talk about euro again.
That's for dollar yen.
Dollar yen, 1 second. Okay, so dollar yen. Let's jump in dollar yen now. So, yes, what are you looking?
Yeah, so similar deal. I can see dollar yen coming up to 155. So I think our relative floor right now is 149.20. Right?
Okay, 155 is there. Yeah.
The recent box that you've got right there in near-term trading, like in current trading. Yeah, go to the right. Yeah. So I think the heads of that box at 149.20 will be the relative support right now. I think we drive on from there up to 155 and basically create a full turnaround over the dollar that we've been seeing for the past, say, 3-4 months now since the Trump administration and the tariff conundrum. So in particular with that, like as far as you guys trading this stuff intraday, it means sort of buy on dips. You can sell the rallies per the ATR, right? So right now we've probably got a bit of a turnaround for the dollar, like it's just a bit extended right now. But ultimately, in my opinion, we've got higher levels for the dollar now, which is I've flipped from after lower levels the past couple of months. So it's basically a buy and dips type situation, almost like the NASDAQ or like Bitcoin, that kind of stuff. So any pullbacks are probably to be bought into rather than further sold. And then I would say, yeah, be careful on selling rallies, basically.
Yeah, interesting. So we're expecting a little bit more of a consolidation, or just continue to have these momentums in the. Well, it depends also, of course, on the news that you're going to have and so on, right? This week has been quite crazy. Maybe that's why we had such a big momentum. Eventually, we're going to consolidate a bit more. Maybe still going on the same direction that you mentioned. Yeah. Maybe dollar yen may going higher, maybe euro going down, but not as aggressive as we see this as we saw this week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've had a very stacked week this week. A whole bunch of bits and pieces, not just from the US, from Europe, from Australia, Japan, that kind of stuff. Tonight we've still got the PCE tonight, and then tomorrow, obviously, non-farm payroll. Last night we had the Fed. So this is a very, very stacked week. We've got a bunch of points, CPI, that kind of stuff from a bunch of currencies, countries, I should say. So definitely, I would see coming into next week, we also have end of month is today as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah, definitely. That's yes.
Yeah, end of month, which always creates volatility. There's a bunch of rollover of options contracts, futures contracts, firms trying to reset books at that period, that kind of thing coming into the new month. So I think from here we'll have the massive sort of spurt this week. And next week might be a little bit quieter, getting some consolidation, really finding a firm footing for each of these levels, and then driving on from there. But that would be either way. All the levels we've talked about are kind of what you're eyeing on. Then see if it moves to there, and then react from those points. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting approach. Maybe not everyone still has this kind of view or bias in such a long term, and then kind of try to capitalize on the moves.
It's sort of the
experience. Yeah, that comes with experience, I believe. And
yeah, you've got that stuff. It's like what we're doing today is another problem. So,
yeah, I know. I'm like you. I like to think a little bit more higher time frame first as well, and then we'll see.
Yeah, and then you work backwards.
Yeah, that's basically. I agree basically with everything you have said in terms of the directions. Dollar still higher. I think we have been talking about dollar for a while as well, and I was indeed bullish on the dollar, especially after we respected the way price respected this level in here. Of course, I didn't know it would explode like it did, but I was a bit more bullish, and I think it can still go further up. Same thing on the pound. I was bearish on the euro as well, and so on. We have dairy on the back end. Do you need this to add you, or can you just add yourself? Do I need to add you? Okay, maybe we do it. Okay, I'll bring it to the screen 1 second.
There we go.
Way too many things in here. Yep. Remove screen. Okay, it's gone.
Afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are. What's going on, lads?
Good morning. How are you, man?
Good, man.
Good. I was just admiring the NASDAQ. I'm literally exactly the same thing in short through New York. Just for that modeling from what I see from obviously my strategy looking to go short during New York. So I think we're all three on the same page there.
that scares me a little bit. Okay, when everyone is in agreement, that scares me.
Yeah, when everyone's together, you're on the same train.
Yeah, stay away from that then maybe.
That's scary, but we are not representation of the market, right? So maybe we are just the contrarians in here.
Exactly.
Daddy, if you want to set up your monitor on backend, so then if you want you can bring that up so we can see also your analysis. But yeah, so euro dollar also moving quite nicely. Yeah, someone asked about gold. Maybe we can take a look at gold, and maybe because I don't think LJ, you mentioned gold on your kind of macro perspective. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that gold topped for now, or kind of for the next year or so we are going to continue to see gold skyrocketing like we did?
So next year is very hard. So I would say over the next months, I think we have topped. I think I was talking about 33.15 odd to 16 is probably relative top for today with in ABL. I think from here we get a further drawdown to 32.50 before resetting, and then having basically a reanalysis with everything going on. Obviously, that's on the backdrop of all the stuff we talked about before with the Fed and the Trump tariffs going on at the same time. You've also got, Russia having gone on with the Ukraine kind of war some time now. They've been kind of blackballed from the larger global economy. They've had trouble selling oil, that kind of stuff. They've got some back channels, but they're definitely not getting the kind of income, kind of inflows that they need. They've been buying up gold from 2014 in heavy stocks, and then obviously it coming up to these all-time highs around 3,500. Naturally, you would see them selling into the market. So, and that basically comes from since we've seen price move down, the say whether you look at futures, CFDs, any kind of actual speculative, market trading information, you don't see the same selling, right? You also didn't see the same buying as we pumped up. So a lot of it right now is actual, real gold buying and selling and trading versus market trading right now. So I can definitely see some further downside before consolidating, and we'll basically consolidate like this kind of 3,400 to 3,100 range. See what happens with the ultimate outcome of the Trump tariffs and the Fed making their moves. Whether it creates more chaos, we run up. If not, this is just going to be the new tier. Yeah. Right.
We could have, as you mentioned, kind of more consolidation in between kind of this price range, right? Maybe below 3,200 in here. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say we've had every other reason to have more chaos, more trouble. There's been this emphasis of the dollar is going down, dollar selling, etc., higher inflation. We've had all the geopolitical stuff that's settled down. The inflation component has settled down as well. We'll just get a marginal uptick per the tariffs. The US dollar selling has settled down as well because the bond market isn't freaking out. So when you take all of that together, that was sort of what was driving gold up. Plus then the real gold buying from central banks, countries, that kind of stuff. There's no further reason to see prices pump at the moment. So I think it's completely fair that we've seen this kind of consolidated range in this higher levels, call it like 3,200 to 3,450. And now we're trying to just establish like a new base, a new foothold at these higher levels. But there's no reason to see it go to 4K, right? You can see every reason for it to pull back to 3 to 2.9. It's very hard to see like a 4K type case right now.
Yeah, okay. I kind of agree with you. So this is basically the way you can use this information is don't go for maybe crazy targets in here, not either momentum, just trade the ranges that you see and try to trade maybe those bounces. Maybe gold's going to be bouncing in between these tops and bottoms on the daily time, kind of intraday. Maybe you can find those opportunities in there. There are a few people asking about the giveaway. To be honest, I'm not really sure how is it kind of set it up for today. FJ, do you have any idea how the giveaway is working today? No
idea. Jonatan was in here earlier. I had my good old giveaway hat right here, ready to go. Right? I was ready for the giveaway. This is the giveaway hat. You get the calculations here, but I don't know. Exactly. He's disappeared. He's doing some other stuff. I have no idea. Either he'll jump in here late today, guys, I assume, or it might be tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure. I can't give complete confirmation. It will happen, obviously, but it's he got pulled away earlier, so he might still be a bit busy with some stuff. So there we go.
Maybe by the end of the stream, maybe we still have more giveaways to be sorted.
What are you? Other side question. What are you actually trading today, Pedro?
I'm going to be looking for those.
Are you in anything or?
Not now. I'm going to be looking for those potential shorts on the NASDAQ. I've been patient gladly, not to try to counter trend the move from this week, especially on the euro. I wanted to short the euro again. I mentioned this even on Tuesday. Unfortunately, the move started not even euro dollar. I wanted to short euro yen, euro pound, and so on. But unfortunately, the move started overnight. Like for you, it was perfect. Like I think the market for you has been outstanding. Like
I've had no internet this whole week. I think.
Oh my god, yeah, that's terrible.
I think that's why when I'm trying to share my other screen as well, it's not working. I'm literally on like a 4G dongle on like a SIM card.
The worst.
Yeah, it's like hanging out the window right here to get.
Maybe that's why the market was just crashing, because they were not finding your buy orders. Like you were off the market, so they took advantage of. Okay, LJ is not here. Let's just dump everything. Let's just euro all the way through. Right? There is no one fighting this price because maybe LJ was looking for long. So
the
market noticed it.
Yeah.
You're
I haven't been able to be on stuff this whole week. This whole week I've been. Yeah,
you've been away.
Blackboard.
So again, as I mentioned, gladly I didn't really try to counter trend. Back in the days, I would have tried it and I've been killed in a move like this, because as a counter trader, I would have been trying to kind of buy the bounces and then price will just continue to move lower. So I've been just patient. I think now, yes, I think today we're going to have a move to the upside. I think someone even asked if there is a probability that maybe the pound dollar is going to finish up. Or finish the daily candle up. I'm not sure about the daily candle, but I think we can have a bit more upside move. We'll see. If not today, for sure tomorrow. Okay, at least that's kind of what I'm looking at. But yeah, I'm going to be looking for the indices to short and any potential reversals on the dollar, which may include also dollar yen or dollar CAD. I think dollar CAD was maybe close to an interesting level, but dollar CAD just continues to go higher as well. But that maybe somewhere around here I can try to find something on the dollar CAD. Yeah, that's going to be my focus. Euro yen. Euro yen was a good, again, overnight, right, with the BOG. That was a nice move where price reacted. And I'm going to be looking for something like this. This was kind of a prediction that we made yesterday, kind of again, like you, LJ, I like to draw on the chart.
Yeah. You gotta. Apparently, I've got Picasso, so you got to pick another artist.
Someone else. I just noticed that this looks like a finger, right? This looks like a hand, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this looks like. I didn't know I noticed that.
Yeah, one of those.
I just not
when you go to like a
exactly.
It's like a baseball game or something. With the
something.
Yeah.
Somehow that ends up like this. So yeah, Euro Yen, I think I'm going to try to look for shorts once price is getting to the upside. I was trying to find first the buy towards there, but no chance whatsoever until this point. So yeah, Euro Yen, I may try to find a little bit of a short, maybe closer to that level. If Euro, of course, still going to have more weakness. But yeah, Derry, let us know, because I know that you like to trade euro dollar, pound dollar, and also NASDAQ, right? So maybe answering the question of Nelson Batista, I think that he said that does GU has any chance to close today as a bullish candle? I'm going to bring your chart. I think I need to find a way to do that. I think it's the guest option. 1 second, is the guest. 1 second. Fix this quite quickly. Yep, I think to need to fix this.
Yeah, when I try to, you'll have to do it, because as soon as I try to, my stuff starts lagging out.
Edit. I need to find the edit. Bottom corner, dynamic create. I know where it is, but there you go. It's this one. Change, replace, and there you go. All this.
Yeah,
there you go. You're on.
Does GU have any chance to close bullish today? So, for me personally, for the guys that don't know, my strategy was on obviously last week, but I trade sort of an ICT concept, but obviously it's been dumped into the downside all week. I am potentially looking at longs, and maybe it can finish bullish, and purely because we have, if you look at GU, it's swept. Obviously, when I'm looking at liquidity pools, it's swept this low here. EU hasn't swept that low, so for me then we've got an SMT divergence. So obviously that's frozen. GU has taken the low, EU hasn't taken that low, and I'd like to see now from this area a buy model put in from a 15-minute perspective, so we get a change in the state of delivery. For anyone that doesn't know what a change in the state of delivery is, I'd like to see the last bullish candle closed above and traded above. So I'd like to see the candle trade above and close above that, then to give me the buy model to push higher. But you can see from EU's perspective, it hasn't swept that low, which gives me the SMT divergence. So I'm hoping we do get a buy model put in this area where we disrespect, obviously, bullish fair value gaps and bullish order flow. Then to obviously next draw on liquidity for me would be sort of this high here. So sweep the low and then back to that high. So I'm hoping after what we've done all week, it's been absolutely horrendous to be fair to the downside for what I trade with. As soon as we took this low out, for me, bad market conditions. Then we go to the 4 hour. 4 hour, the only draw left, considerable draw, is this one here. So I wouldn't like to see it push further down to this area. I'd like to see from this area, and from what I'm seeing currently is we've put that SMT in, just a shift in order flow essentially from here to take out that high then. And the same with the EU still currently holding that SMT. So GU wise, potentially, but I'll be, again, I always say this, I always react, not predict to what price is telling me. So we'll wait to see if we get that shift in order flow from a 15-minute perspective to say we're going to push to the upside, and then I'll be looking potentially for longs if we get that.
Yeah, that's fair.
What about Euro? What do you see then on Euro?
Euro, exactly the same. So for me, if I'm trading, the pairs, I also see exactly the same. So if I've swept the low, for example, on GU, but EU hasn't give it, essentially that's the lagging pair. If GU now starts to, pound dollar starts to obviously reverse from that area and give me a shift in order flow to the upside, I then want to see EU do the same thing. Again, though, the only high is this high here, and potentially we could go and sweep this high here. But I'd like EU to follow, obviously reacting to that price action if we get it. So I always trade these essentially hand in hand. Whichever GU does, I like to see EU follow. And again, it doesn't always correlate to that, but that's from obviously what I trade and things I like to see. Sometimes you'll get discrepancies, hence the SMTs and things like that. But that's what I'll be looking for. Potentially long there on EU as well. So exactly the same scenario. And then from a NASDAQ perspective, for the guys that trade it, we've just come from all-time highs. But again, from looking at just the NASDAQ, I think ES has done the same as well. Again, I use ES and NASDAQ in same correlation as I do with the EU and GU. We have obviously, we're at all-time highs, and then we've obviously had what I'd call a change in the state of delivery, so a shift in order flow. We broke that last bearish candle to the downside. We're now currently rebalancing, so obviously a rebalance is 50% of the current price leg. I'd like to see a short and at a minimum rebalance that huge impulsive move to the upside. So I'd like to see it come back to 50% of sort of this whole range here, just to fill back that inefficiency, and then potential we may then push higher. But obviously there's inefficiencies lower down that I'd like to see get filled first before we then push higher. So at the minute, before open, I'm looking for potentially short from these areas back at the change in the state now. So this candle here. So for me, it's putting the model from higher time frame wise. We'll just wait now, lower time frame, 5 minute, 50 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute. If we get those confirmations to push lower.
Yeah.
Are you going to be waiting for the US Open before you do that?
Yes, 100%. Okay. I always wait, for the US Open before. Obviously, you can get manipulated hard, especially with futures on the Open. But yeah, I'll be waiting for Open for that.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right, you're going to have news in 5 minutes, I think, like the core PC. So that's going to be another one that can move the market for sure. Today is core PC.
Yeah.
So that's going to move a little bit the market.
I'll have to jump off in a minute as well. I got to send some emails and do some other work. So I'll probably say bye to you guys now.
Yeah.
See you later. Pleasure to meet you, Derry.
You too, mate.
For 5 minutes or whatever, but I'll see you again soon. Right? We'll meet more properly next time.
Yeah, 100%.
Pleasure to meet you, mate.
Yeah, you too.
See you for now. Ciao.
No, thank you, LJ. Thank you for everything. All right, guys, just let us know also on the chart what others assets do you want us to look at. Okay, so feel free to ask us any question. And Eddie, do you also look at gold now? Is that a pair that you sometimes pay attention?
I don't know. I know a lot of my sort of the guys that I trade with and students and things, they do trade it with what I trade. If you want me to have a look at it, I can have a look.
I can take a look at it.
I don't think it's even on my list, actually.
That's when you see you don't usually use it.
2 seconds.
Yeah, and guys, if you do want us to take a look at any asset, it would be great if you could be a bit specific, at least mention time frame, or if you're looking for longs, shorts, so we can have a little bit more in detail what you exactly want to look at. What happened here?
Yeah, no, I just to log out to something and then give me 2 seconds.
No problem.
Log out. That should do it. XAU. Gold frightens me. It moves too fast for me.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes it does move too fast.
But it's pretty clean. Delete.
But it's definitely one of the favorite assets for everyone.
Everyone loves it, don't they? Literally love it.
Yeah.
Why is that not?
Guys, don't forget to also press the like button, okay? So we just crossed 80k on the channel, so we are already 80. It's fantastic. Of course, the target is to get to the big 100. So we are on our way. Maybe at this rhythm, maybe in 2 months we're going to be there. But we need you guys to keep liking and keep subscribing to the channel. So because we're giving giveaways as well, so you're getting the benefits of actually just simply pressing the like button and subscribing to the channel. We appreciate it. We are trying to give our best in here as well, being honest with all of you with our analysis and everything that we are doing. So that's really appreciated. If you could press the like button. So that's gold, right? So we are on gold.
Yeah, gold. So again, I don't usually look at gold, but from the strategy I trade, obviously going from a 4-hour perspective, because price action slightly cleaner on it, is we have swept sort of internal liquidity. This is the external draw that I would be looking at. Yeah, external draw that I'd be looking at. We have swept this internal, so are we potentially going to get a reversal from here to push back to the upside just to rebalance, which it has rebalanced, and then push to the downside from a 4-hour perspective. And then when you look at the 1 hour, we have obviously ran through what I call a fair value gap here. We've obviously disrespected that. We've come back to that fair value gap, the inverse, and now we're pushing to the upside. So for me, from a 1 hour perspective and a 4 hour at the minute, we are bullish because we've swept that low. We've given a shift in order flow to the upside from a 4 and 1 hour perspective, and then dropping down to 15 minute. We've come back into, again, that inverse fair value gap that I like to call, and then put something in called a turtle soup that I call it, which is obviously a manipulation of the high and a manipulation of the low. And then from there, then I would personally like to see the external high from that get ran at a minimum. So from a 15-minute perspective, I'd now be wanting this high to get ran and potentially push to the upside. But from 1 hour perspective, again, I have to be careful of that because we are currently within this equilibrium of this range, so 50% of this range. We have broke above it and disrespected order flow. So for me personally, I personally think that this is going to keep pushing to the upside. 15-minute turtle soup, as I call it, so manipulation of either side. So at the minute for me, I'll be bullish on gold, at least at a minimum, to take this high and potentially the 1 hour highs. As you can see here, there's a lot of stack liquidity, or what we call relative equal highs at this high here. So from price action and what I trade, I definitely like to see a minimum of this high get ran and then potentially this high here. Obviously, I'm a lot more short-term trader than you, Pedro. I've seen some of your trades that you're holding for a long time.
Yeah, that's interesting. So would you kind of look for a long already within this structure, or you wanted to see it going a little bit lower, or which we are expecting now this to hold price and then price to go higher? And the news, I think, they are out already.
Yeah, so from here, when I've got the sweep of this low, I'd like to see an inverse fair value gap, which it gave, and then I would go on a close of that inverse fair value gap. So the 15 minutes giving me what I call the turtle soup. We've had the inverse fair value gap here, and as soon as we get either the change in the state or obviously a run through the fair value gap on a close above that, I would be in long from there, obviously from the 5 minute and then taking it to that high. Again, risk to reward here isn't great. I always look for minimum of 2, but I like to get 3 or 4 out of my trades. But obviously just analysing this for people that like to trade gold and things, but we'll see how that actually plays. And then again, I like to refine more, to be fair, when I'm trading FX pairs. I usually exactly the same process. So for me, when we've got that 15-minute soup in, what I look for then is a change in the state of delivery from a 1 minute perspective to the upside. So we displace or push through that last bullish candle to the upside, and then my entry would have been from that area. Then as soon as we close above that, break above it, entry there, stop low, what I call a protected low. And then obviously I would be targeting, because the higher time frame wise, that 15-minute high. Yeah. and then
So
hopefully
that will be your entry execution, basically. Your entry level. Okay, that's the approach that you look for.
Yeah.
So basically, you are working. Sorry, can you just go back again into 1 minute just to see again the level?
This year, yeah, of course.
Yeah, the price action that you look for on the.
So from
You see price going down. Okay, then you pay attention to the previous high in this case.
Yes, exactly that. The previous high, and all I'm looking for then is as soon as we trade above that and disrespect the order flow to the upside, I then obviously execute and then put my stop loss below the low there, which is this one here. But yeah, anything I do is always related to sort of order flow and seeing a disrespect of from obviously bearish to bullish order flow, all the way from like 1 hour all the way down 15.5, 1 minute. But this is, to be fair, a perfect example. You've got a sweep of the high, a sweep of the low, and then obviously from a 15-minute perspective, I know from a 1 hour perspective, obviously we've disrespected the bearish fair value gap, which to me says, okay, order flow shifting. 15-minute wise then, we've obviously put in, inside that model, we've put in what I call a turtle soup, so manipulation of both sides. So sweep of the high, sweep of the low, okay, check, 15-minute is good for me. 5 minute, do we get obviously the run through? Sometimes I'll go from the 15 to the 5 depending on how strong of confirmations I've got from an hour. If it's like, for me, it's more of an experience thing of where I go, I've seen this happen so many times, I'm comfortable to go from the 15 to the 1. And in this situation, you can see exactly when you go from the 15 to the 1, so the hour lines up, we've disrespected bearish order flow, 15 minute give us the turtle soup inside that, and then I'll just be waiting then 1 minute to execute as soon as we get a break above that change in the state of delivery, which says to me we're obviously disrespecting bearish order flow. I'd have my entry there then, I'd get in there, stop below the low, and then obviously because it's a 15-minute turtle soup, you'll be looking then to take, I'll be looking to take that 15-minute high out.
How do you manage your trade? Do you kind of keep it all the way through, or do you move to some point?
Yeah, I parcel out usually anywhere between 50 and 80%, depending on obviously percentages I'm in profit. But I usually, if I'm trading from a 1 hour and a 50-minute bias, I'll then look for obviously draws on liquidity. So for example, I would have 80% parceled at this high here, and then I'd move stop to break even and let the rest run to that high then.
Okay, yeah, we have a few guys in here. Hi, Victor. We have a few guys here saying that they trade exactly like you. So the Sage in here. And then you have RSI Live Trader. I think he's asking where can they follow you, or if you have a YouTube channel. I don't know if they are in the description or not.
I don't know.
Where can I follow you?
I have got a YouTube. I'm relatively new to YouTube. I'm allowed to share it here, Pedro, yeah?
Yeah, I think yes, you are.
My YouTube is Dairy_Morgan FX. I'm relatively new to YouTube, so take it easy on me. I'm not the best in front of the camera.
I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Victor's here. What's going on, Victor, mate?
Yeah.
How are you doing there, Pedro? How's the last 1 hour been?
Great. Continue with the great to listen to the macro perspective of LJ, which is always interesting to look at, to see how he brains works and we process information and he positions himself. And then we go into there, which is much more action in a moment, but which he well taught, knows exactly what he's looking at, which is also really good to see. How are you, Victor? What are you looking at? So let's analyze maybe euro dollar together and pound dollar together.
Perfect.
Now I think the news just came out. Yeah.
Yes, the news did come out. Derry, how have you been since we last talked?
Good, mate. It's been a long week. I don't know why. It seems to be a really long week this week, but I've been really good. Yourself?
Fine, thank you. For everyone concerned out there, they've been listening in to the great analysis that Derry has been giving. You guys hit the like button if you enjoy we bringing people breaking down the market as he did just now, giving all the insights of the ways and the methods he uses to profit from the market. He Forex has changed your life, right? So it is something to pay attention to. And if you enjoy that, hit the like button, everyone. And if you're concerned about the turtle soup, I know some people are hearing this and they're thinking, am I hearing that? Is that a turtle soup? 2025, how are we speaking about turtle soup? That's an endangered species. We don't do that here. rest assured, no turtle has been harmed in this analysis. We're not consuming turtle soups. We're just, it's just a term. Just a term.
However, they can be really tasty. If it goes in our favor, they can be really tasty. Those
yeah, if they play, they make me put on a lot of weight.
All right, so yes, I think I think it's gonna be great having three different perspectives on, let's say, one pair. So Pedro, I think that's an amazing idea about focusing on one pair and seeing all the different analysis between the three of us for our next step. So who shall go first?
Go ahead. I'll let you do it.
Yeah, let's.
Are you looking at euro dollar or pound dollar? Which one are you looking at?
I'm actually not looking at any of them. I'm not waiting for any setup currently. I don't have anything, but we can break down. You guys choose. Maybe I should ask you guys, what are you looking for? And I'll tell you my side of it, because otherwise since I don't have a setup right now, I would just wait.
Yeah, to be fair, we because Victor's late here now, he's dropped us in again, so we got to do our analysis again, Pedro.
Yeah, go ahead. Danny, show us again the euro dollar, and then I'll
Pedro,
jump into mine as well.
Yeah, to be fair though, Victor, I'm pretty the same. If I don't see anything, I stay away. But what I was explaining, let me just change this. What I was explaining from a 1 hour perspective on EU and GU, so dollar pound and euro pound, is I would like to see. Again, I'll just react with it if it does come. We've swept all liquidity to sort of the left. We're sort of in no man's land now. There is a 4 hour low there. Just in this area here, that's the last significant low that I would be looking at or be monitoring. But for me, with the way it's been all week as well, I'd like to see obviously we've put an SMT in there, so a divergence between GU and EU. You can see obviously quite clearly GU took that low and EU has obviously held that low. This low is still intact. So for me, that's a first indicator that we are potentially going to get a reversal from this area. All I want to see come in to play now essentially on both pairs, or whichever one gives it first, which one wants to tell me wants to go first. If we get a break above the change in the state of delivery, or a shift in order flow that takes out this last bullish candle in that push down, then I'd be looking then potential reversals to at a minimum take out this high, or liquidity pools further up. But at the minute for me, it's just about letting price do what it wants to do and see where it goes from there. But this is the first sign for me that we're going to get a potential reversal. EU's been holding this for quite some time, where you can clearly see GU has completely manipulated that low. So for me at the minute on these two pairs, it's just about a waiting game to see if we get a shift in order flow to then push to the upside.
And you're favoring GU as what I see, correct?
Yeah, I do. Usually when we get SMTs, I usually go from the pair, which gives me the shift in order flow first. But 8 times out of 10, that comes from the pair that swept that low. Obviously, the lagging pair then obviously still lags behind when we get that shift to the upside. So I'd like to see this bullish candle get ran through, and then obviously we can look for retracements back into that change in the state, which is the last bullish candle in that move, then to push to the upside. So I'd like to see a break above, then a rebalance to that, and then take this high. Oh, yeah.
I see. That's a nice one. So basically, you are looking for a long, but does this fact that we have been very bearishly all week so far, and the fact that we haven't had any strength coming in yet, does that tell you to look for to keep on going short as long as that's the favored direction?
Yeah, of course. So for me, and you're absolutely right, until I get a shift in order flow, what it tells me we want to move to the upside, I'd still be shorting. But for me, again, a lot of people would like to short this because we are so bearish. We're pushing to the downside. But for me, the only relevant liquidity pool is this area. And of course, we could take it down to there. But for me to be targeting, I've always got to have either a low, relative equal lows, or something below that I can target. I don't like to get into a trade if there's not that much liquidity. Like you can see from, obviously it's zoomed out here, let me just zoom it in a bit. You can see from a 4 hour perspective on GU, when we sort of put these bearish moves to the downside, and we had lows stacked there. And then it retraced. We had this low, so this was the target, and we had these lows. The next relevant low for me would be this low, because that's obviously, you can see, then the next low is here. So I'd like to see either, if it does rebalance and then pushes low, it will tell me what's to go here. But considering we have put the SMT in, I'm favouring at the minute long, even if it's just this high, to get a rebalance of the 4-hour price leg, back up into the 50% of this range, which will pop just above that 1 hour high, back up into this 50% and then push lower. So sometimes I catch sort of a retracement to inefficiencies in the market and things like that as well. So that's why I'm preferring longs if we get that price action, if it continues to displace lower. And what I mean by displace is continues to push through this leg. And obviously EU does the same, then yeah, of course, I'll be favouring shorts from there.
That's great. It's not. I probably, it may be a coincidence. I don't know. We'll leave that to the audience. But I will be showing my chart as well. Let me break down what I'm looking at. This is EU. Let's show. Right, is yes. All right, so what I see is the following. So from the daily time frame, if I start on EU, right, EU and GU are the two go-to places for me, meaning the pairs that I trade most, if not solely the ones that I trade. We had from the higher time frames, basically we knew that price would, eventually, or at least not new, but we had a good chance after the retest of this weekly order block above us that it would need to have something before it continues, even if it is going to continue or not. We don't know that. That's like a third step. But before it does anything else, because it was retesting this, that if we were to get a reaction from, then the logical place it's going to likely it will be attracted to go to is the weekly order block, the order block, the supply. I'm sorry, what am I saying? The demand area right here that we already went through it. That makes sense so far to me, and I like that because it tells me that if we get a reaction back, we now have a weekly order block that is fresh and ready to push price again higher. That's one thing, just looking at this order block on the weekly time frame. And if we go lower on the daily, we have the break of that the daily quasi, which is this. That's the uptrend. We have now this whole move is just one leg, break of that neckline, and I'm waiting for higher prices to come back to some place of supply. In this case, we have one order block here, it left behind. If you overlap that with the other order blocks it already created, you can come up with a very nice area which we could be looking for to short later on. But we're not there yet, because the fact that we have a quasi on this time frame and the quasi has been activated by taking that low, it doesn't tell us when this is going to happen, right? The quasi only gives you an opportunity where, if it comes back, and when that moment comes, you have an area to short from. But it doesn't tell you if that's going to happen when. It might happen much later, right? For example, this could just easily continue to go lower and then come back much later, and that's all fine. The quasi pattern does not have an element of timing in that sense, right? Timing of that right shoulder. So that in itself is an opportunity when it gets there, but right now it's not there, and we don't have anything indicating that, at least in this time frame, that we're going to go for that move. I'm going to mark that weekly entry, not weekly, the daily order block that it left, and that is this outside bar, including the order block that created that outside bar, and the one from the left. Actually, all of them together will give us that area, so we can take out all the order blocks that constitute this area, right? So actually, I should put it right. So Yes, that's exactly it. All right, so when we do get here, that's where we want to be shorting and then targeting whatever low was made before going up. That's one thing. But what do we have right here? We did have an order block here, which was not fresh and not part of a quasi, and it doesn't surprise me the fact that the price went straight through it, because that's why I don't trade them. If they're not part of an entry order block and they're not they're not fresh, the chances of them pushing price and price reacting from them are not as great. So and from the left, we don't have anything in terms of entry order blocks on that quasi. This to me, we don't have this leg down. I know it may look like a quasi, and actually it does look like a quasi, meaning this. We have a this move, right? But according to my rules, this leg is not a good leg for the left shoulder, right? So I will not be marking this as a left shoulder. I'll not consider it, and that also means that that changes the way that I break down my patterns. The other thing that I would like to say is that a bullish quasi, right? For example, I don't have any. This is just one leg. Right here, right? So there is no bullish quasi. I know it looks like perhaps this could be considered for some people, right? And that will be the break of the neckline and coming back for possible these structures. But in same thing for my bullish quasi as well, they do not satisfy the rules that I have to consider this a established downtrend in this time frame. So I don't have anything else on the daily. There are structures, but they're not part of order blocks. They're not part of quasi. I mean, they're not fresh and they're not part of quasis. So I will not be trading them at all. And the only area, so basically, I don't have anything on the daily for the for the euro dollar. And what we did have a quasi on the H4, but that quasi did nothing to the market, right? It didn't react at all. The market didn't react to that order block yesterday. And so I'm basically left with nothing to trade because I need an H4 to start my setup. Those are the rules of engagement as far as I'm concerned. So we do have structures, but there are bearish structures that have not been retested yet. I would be willing and able to trade this if we have alignment and all the criteria. I'll be looking for something here to short again, but that hasn't happened. And we currently are showing a bearish order block here, but it's not closed yet, and we still have 10 minutes. So that looks like it's going to close as a bearish engulfing. Maybe I can get a trade here short. If we look at the H2 for alignment, I don't have anything. Actually, we did have alignment. We look at that beautiful reaction right here as it comes back to that order block and moves away. I can still accept if it comes back quickly, but if it leaves some distance behind, then I'm not going to be interested anymore in that. So there is a possibility here of a setup, but I don't see it happening very quickly. And everything else on the buy side, right? We don't have anything here. Not only that, actually, what I see is we have a break of this order block, and that was supposed to be a demand area. Instead of that, price goes through it very convincingly. Look at that close, that big candle telling us who's in control. What does it do next? It goes up and retest that. Look at that there. I'm going to let's see if I can move that away. Look at that retest of a broken demand area turned supply, right? So that tells me that we could have some push more to the downside. But it doesn't give me enough reasons to get in as we are right here, just based on the fact that we broke and we are retesting that structure from below. I don't have a reason to go long here. I would like to find one because the market is quite extended, but it's not about what I prefer to having, what my opinion is. It's about what my signals are. and nothing is signaling me, at least not according to the trade plan, to go long yet. So that's EU. Basically, not a lot to offer in terms of opportunity. This could be something, but we're not there yet. So that's one thing. And let's switch to GU. And GU, we start from the higher time frames just to do it quickly. Let's see, we have a huge on the weekly time frame. Let's mark that. We did have a we did break, or we haven't broken it yet, but we are squeezing, and likely we're going to, actually I shouldn't say that, there's still 2 days before the close of this candle. That's the weekly candle, and it probably most likely is going to close below it, but we'll have to wait before we can actually use this broken structure as a possible supply area. So that's on the weekly. So basically we don't have anything. Yes, we do. There is a structure from the left, but that's no longer fresh, not part of a quasi. So yes, it's there. It will have some effect, but I don't trade that. So that's not part of the sequence of signaling for me to take anything. So the basically there isn't any other structure on that time frame. And however, on the daily time frame, we do have a quasi. Right, this is a valid area for me to look for. Look at that established downtrend, breaks the neckline, goes all the way up, and then comes down to that area. We're currently in that area. That's something I would like to trade. So we do have an area of interest on the daily time frame. Let's go to the H4. What do we have? Do we have something from the left? I'm not gonna bore you with all the structures and all the rules that I use, but we don't have anything. There is no quasi. It's too big of a pattern to show to find an entry order block for the current place where we are. So basically, I'm waiting for the bullish order flow to manifest itself. Right? It needs to present itself, and it's not there yet. What are the structures are being created? Bearish structures. Bearish order blocks. So I have no reasons to go long yet. I would like to look for it. I'd like to find it, but there isn't anything. So I'm if we get back to that order block, the only thing I can do is look for a short from that very specific order structure that I see here. But you know, it doesn't seem like it's interested in coming to those structures as of now. We have on the H1 another structure there. We could be looking for an entry, but it seems like unlikely it's going to happen. But who knows? Who knows what's in store for the rest of the day? Personally, I would like to look for the long. Why? Because of that structure on the daily. But this can take many days, right? So one candle it's the daily, so each day a candle. So and this can take a couple of days before if we get anything, before we get a signal. So I'll be very patient and sitting on my hands. Basically, I'm not in any trade currently on this strategy, and I'm waiting for the market to line up again so I can get a trade. Basically, that's why I said there is to me currently right now there isn't anything like right for getting in, like I'm about to get into a trade on these two pairs.
How do you feel about it in the waiting time? Like not being able... Okay, let me rephrase the question. Seeing the market moving so much and basically not really managing to participate if we are not really managing to catch this, because price is not reversing, right? So price just continues to drop. How do you feel about it? How do you hold yourself to not try to force trades in this moment?
The way that I do that is by reminding myself of what happens all those times that I try to force my trades. all the times that I press my preference or my wish, right? Because that's a wish. I want to be in the market. I want to be profiting. I want to be, in the game. All the times that I do that and I deviate from my plan is my trade plan was built for that, to keep me out when we don't have the alignment, there could still be trades, but they're not mine. So that's the way I remind myself of what happens when I follow my plan and what happens when I don't follow my plan, forcing trades and doing things like that. And when I see the comparison, there's a stark contrast that I should only be trading on this strategy. In any case, I should only be doing it this way, no other way, because I have a very low win rate and I'm trading high risk reward ratio, right? 2-3 is just the beginning, but sometimes over 10 and sometimes even more. I don't have the luxury to be, focusing and trying things that are not completely aligned. So I really have to be on the spot with even with all the alignments that I have, my win rate is still around a little bit over 30, right? So I need to be very selective. If I start doing other stuff and start looking for that reversal without all the alignments that I need, then my win rate will be even lower. That's something that I do not want. So reminding myself what happens when I don't follow the plan. I think that's the best. There are other ways you can fight off the itch to trade, but that to me is the best, is by having it right in front of you, hard data, 1 month following the plan to the T, and the other one forcing trades and taking extra trades that are not part of the plan, and compare them to, and to me it's clearly which one I should be doing, and not only sometimes but all the time.
Yeah, there's a from last Tuesday, I think Vitor GU is about to abandonado bebê manish. That's how you say it. The 2 hours in the time frame.
There we had there is a candlestick formation that some members call a abandoned baby, and in Portuguese,
I was just reading it thinking, what does that mean?
Yes, exactly. There is a candlestick pattern, that candlestick combination where they call it abandoned baby, or abandonado bebê, I think it is in Portuguese, which is it's kind of very cruel to think about, obviously, but it's kind of catchy and it's a sticky name, so we like it.
Well, I've got a question for you, because it's something I'm not familiar with, and there's a few guys that I know that are actually watching this. They've asked, what is a quasi?
Yes.
A good question.
Yes. That's a good question all the time, every day.
Sent through to me on WhatsApp as I'm on here, with Quasimodo.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The quasi is short for Quasimodo, the fictional character, and I'm going to show this is something I never do. I never explain this on the stream, but I'll do an exception this time. Just this time, I'll do an exception. I'm just kidding. This is a very common question, and it's for a reason, because I talk about it all the time, and not everyone might know the fictional character, let alone this pattern.
Yeah.
So here we go.
we need I was looking for a sound that kind of could represent the Quasimodo. I think we need one. Okay. I think we need one for Quasimodo and one for anyone that asks you why you're wearing a mask. I think those two are
I didn't want to ask that, just in case. What is the reason? What's the reason, Victor?
The reason is it's my secret edge. That's the secret sauce. Actually, I'm just about to launching my website for selling this secret sauce, for giving extra edges to all traders out there. I know you want it. I know you need it. So it's gonna come to a store near you very soon.
The quasi mask.
The quasi mask, yes. But coming back to the Quasimodo, I thought the sound effect. I thought the sound effect was the entrance of the Quasimodo into the room, right? The fictional character. We actually need to overlay like a Quasimodo walking on the screen and
yes, I think
hello. Something like that would be something like that would be fun to have. Maybe I should talk to Mike. Mike is the person doing one of those who are very involved with the layout and things like that. All right, so the Quasimodo not the fictional character, the chart pattern is a variant, right? It's a form of a head and shoulder. Typically, the head and shoulder is a reversal pattern. Not typically, it is a reversal pattern. It's the classical, the most popular pattern out there for reversals, and it's very simple. It's called head and shoulder not because of the shampoo, it's because of the left shoulder, the head, and the other shoulder, right? The right shoulder. And typically, it indicates the break of the market and the reversal of it. And normally, right, the textbook example is that this is when it gets below, it breaks that line, that's where the head and shoulder pattern is completed, and that's when you enter. Well, that's there are different ways to get into this. I'm not going to go into the details, but that's the head and shoulder. Okay, but the quasi, which is the head and shoulder, typically is very symmetrical, right? Symmetry in terms of the heights of the shoulders, and as well as the bases, right? The base of each shoulder, meaning that point with that, having a high degree of symmetry. However, when we talk about the quasi, it is this same pattern, but without the symmetry, meaning we have a break of the neckline. So we have, this is still the left shoulder and the head, and this now I call it the neckline. To me, that's the line in the sand where you have or not a quasi. And so once you have the break of that neckline, automatically I'm waiting for the right shoulder to come back, right, to be formed. And once we pass a certain threshold, then I will be looking for reasons to get into that trade. Let's say that's Jonatan. That must be Jonatan.
I could see him sat there as soon as I said that's got to be Jonatan doing that.
Victor, I'm like, nope, I'm gonna do the air horn. They're just gonna jump in and interrupt you. How are you guys doing?
Good.
We're doing great. I'm just about finishing the quasi pattern explanation.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish. Otherwise, people are gonna be starting hating me in the comments. Yeah, I'll wait.
Yeah. So as I was saying, the pattern is a variance of the head and shoulder. And what I was giving a little bit more, not only explanation what it is, but how to trade it as well. What I try to do is when price comes back, I try to identify where is it that it's likely to reverse from either, and I trade it from that area to the low of that point. Remember, that was the point where the head and shoulder, the classical pattern, would actually start and signal you to get in, but by that time I'm already out, or I might be holding it for a higher time frame target. But that's the idea about the Quasimodo. And Pedro is also a Quasimodo member of the gang, Quasimodo gang. So
exactly, yeah.
So that's quasi. That's what the quasi is for. It's an asymmetrical head and shoulder. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I love these sound effects, man.
It's a very powerful and a very methodical pattern. It's my favorite pattern. It's I combine that with.
Is it really your favorite pattern, Victor?
It is.
Yeah.
You never knew. You never knew,
yeah,
right?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I know. I know. It comes as a surprise for you, but it is. I have to confess. It's actually a big confession. It is my favorite. I know no one would have expected it, but that's what it is. It is.
My question to it, Victor, is that industry known for the strategy you trade? Is that the word for it?
Yeah, I think it is.
It is, yes.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Okay, so
yes, it is.
Knowing the industry the way it is, in 2 years' time, someone else is going to call it head and shoulder shampoo.
But it is. I think that it depends on who you're asking. But like I mean, in CMT they just call it a asymmetrical asymmetrical head and shoulders. Yeah. So in that curriculum, there's no such thing as the Quasimodo patterns. I guess it depends on who you ask, but the Quasimodo pattern, like, it goes back, many years.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
that's interesting.
It's that is the in the you mean the name. I mean the pattern is it's been there always, but the name, the term, I've seen it from literature, from it's not something recent. Quasimodo, I mean.
Yeah.
You've seen it in later. Yeah, I was gonna. I thought it was gonna say like I thought it saw it in literature like in the.
Yeah,
Like that, yeah.
I saw it in
went down. It's down the
Yeah.
rivers and started trading.
I saw it in Egyptian literature, on the hieroglyphs, and that's where I saw it.
Yeah, the Pyramid of Giza has a scroll where it says like talks about order blocks and Quasimodos. I don't call it Quasimodo. For me, it's Quasimodo is it's the wrong term. I think it's the wrong term, man. It's supposed to be asymmetrical head and shoulders, and actually there's it's just asymmetrical head and shoulders. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yes, but
So
but
there's no difference between a asymmetrical head and shoulders and a Quasimodo, right?
That's correct. There is. I think there is, because an asymmetrical head and shoulder could be this. This is an asymmetrical head and shoulder, but this is not a quasi, right? Because there is the quasi is breaking the neckline, and this is another variant, right? So Quasimodo is one subtype of an asymmetrical head and shoulder. So it's a very specific.
Okay, so a Quasimodo, that's where the right shoulder has or the right, like it needs to go below. Oh, so that's a Quasimodo.
Okay, yeah, I get it now. Yeah,
okay. Okay, it makes sense now.
And it's that breakout structure before.
Okay, so what that is, but that is a.
This
It has an ascending trend line. So
yes, this is an ascending head and shoulder.
But then it's simply just a asymmetrical head and shoulders with a descending trend line.
Yes, this is a Quasimodo, but the line is not relevant, because this is the place where you start considering it. That's the 0 degree or horizontal. When it breaks that, then you have a descending by definition line, but that line is much more important to me. That's the line it needs to break to activate the Quasimodo. So the Quasimodo is not all asymmetrical head and shoulders. It's a descending type.
Nora something invented this. I call bullshit, but we'll see. do we think that is true?
I have no idea, to be fair. What I do know is that that Quasimodo is a fictional character. That's what I know.
We can agree on that, guys. We're gonna
but before we change subject, this is the 31st of July, the last day of this month, and by the authority invested in me, I hereby baptize this pattern as the Quasimodo pattern.
But
if it hasn't been,
because it's already called the Quasimodo pattern, Victor.
It was already born, but I now baptize it in. From now on.
Baptize.
Yeah, so now it's official for everyone who doesn't see it as a Quasimodo. This is the name of the pattern. It's the Quasimodo pattern.
To be fair, that guy Quasimodo actually looks a bit like myself.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like the more live streams I do, I feel like I'm becoming one with the Quasimodo pattern for sure.
Someone commented the other day on one of my videos. They said you need to fix that posture. I said, you realize I sit at this desk for 12 hours a day? It's not that easy.
Yeah, it is. It isn't. That's the dark side of trading and sitting at a desk. It's like you start to become one of those, got that shrimp poster, Yeah. All right.
The hunchback of trading.
Hunchback of exactly. Let me see. Can I share my screen here? Okay, so now we have a comment. Born to do it says, guys, please explain. I think we're done with the Quasimodo pattern. I feel like we're done with that.
It's all the Quasimodo you can have in a day, Jonatan.
Yeah. No, let's move on. let's see. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen here with you guys. Yeah, I do. Standing desk is good, but like, still, you gotta. I think you gotta take breaks. I gotta take breaks and like, yeah, I don't know.
I always do my streams standing, and sometimes you might see me do this during the stream, and it's actually me exercising my
Can you
calves.
do that again? you're just standing on your toes.
Exactly, but I'm exercising my calves while streaming. I'm trying to do multitasking here.
Nice. Well, my calves are not the biggest problem. But definitely my necks. I would just be doing this, all the time. That's what I would have been doing. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen here. Where's my screen? My screen is here, so I got my screen share. Yeah. Well, I haven't shared a lot of strategies though here today, but smiles I'm happy to share.
That's all about our stream, right? We one with the positive vibe movement.
Yep.
That's us.
Okay.
Okay,
11
what are we doing
So
now?
I assume I'm gonna speculate here, but I think we have a giveaway coming up.
Yeah, that's right. So I made a promise in the beginning of the live stream. I jumped on and I said, okay, so I'm gonna be, I was gonna be scalping for 20 minutes, and I said if I can take multiple trades on a 1 minute and still end up in profit in 20 minutes, I'll give away 1 extra account. So what I did was I went into gold. I thought I opened the gold chart, but I actually opened the silver chart. And I opened a trade based on the gold chart, but I opened that on the silver chart. So I made an analysis in TradingView on gold, and then I opened the trade on silver in MetaTrader, and I immediately had to close that one. I was down $200 or something like that. But I actually managed to trade my way back and ended it in like, I think $8 or something like that. So that's good, that's good. Not sustainable long-term probably trading like that, but So yeah, I'm adding 1 extra winner. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna do 5 high stakes account. Okay. So for those of you who are not in the giveaway, make sure that you go into the link and sign up. You can do that right now, and if you don't win on this one, you might be able to get in on the next one. So it's going to be 6 bootcamp accounts. We're going to give away 5K bootcamp account. Now let's see if I can time the sound effects here as well. Okay, I've been working on this.
And if you're not a winner of any of those 5 accounts, you're still a winner because you're watching us.
Yeah, I agree.
But I do think they would rather have an account, honestly.
I don't know, I disagree.
Well, come back next week. Maybe we'll have something more for you. Okay, let's see. Oh,
wow, I like that timing.
What a timing. That was perfect.
What a timing. Yeah. I think you deserve a prize, Jonatan, for that timing. That's a one of a kind.
All right, so we have a lot of people. Some that I'm not even gonna try to pronounce your names, but so I'm just not gonna pronounce. I'm not gonna say any names, but you can read. You can read right here. These are the names right here.
I think they're very pronounceable. I don't know what you're talking about, Jonatan.
Yeah, I can say the first one, and then you guys say the next one. Okay, I start with Francis M. Congrats.
Living in Sweden, we are really bad at pronouncing names. Like some Indian names really, really hard. Some African names super hard. Like obviously, Edward. I can pronounce Edward. Francis, Ebenezer. I feel like I'm just gonna completely embarrass myself if I try to pronounce.
You can do it, Jonatan. You can do it. What was it?
Ubongabazi?
I think Yes,
I
I
think
think
so.
that's it.
I think so.
Very
Okay.
easy peasy.
I'm Welsh though, so I might be wrong as well.
No, I think
All right.
we have no idea, but I think you are. That's how you pronounce it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, I'm terribly sorry if I did completely butcher your name, but yep, that's how it is. Can you pronounce void? Okay, can you pronounce void? Yeah, void. Akram. I think Akram. That's easy, isn't it? That's easy. Okay, so
But
Okay,
Jonathan,
I'm gonna-
you lived on the coastal line of West Africa for 3 years. So Ubon Gabazi is something you pronounce every day back then.
yeah, that's right, Victor. I wish I didn't I wish I continued with that, because that I think most of you believe in me.
I bought into that big
Yeah,
time.
it was fine.
I had a straight face, and that wasn't my poker face. That was my I believe this kind of face.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I'm gonna remove my screen. That's the 6th winner. You know what? I'm gonna switch over to your screen, Pedro, and then you
Okay.
can perhaps show us your poster.
whatever.
Poster, maybe. I'm just gonna collect all the emails here for the winners, and then we're gonna do the 6 more winners for the bootcamp account. Have you guys been trading anything, or it's only been Quasimodos?
No, we haven't been trading on. Don't talk down about Quasimodo, Jonathan. Quasimodo is great. No,
Yeah,
just
they're
kidding.
great.
We haven't and taken any trades on the screen, but in general I didn't have any signals. I think Barry, I'm not sure about you guys if you had signals today.
I did have something that I was potentially looking at, but it's continued to EU and GEO has continued to displace lower, so potentially think that 4-hour draw is maybe going to get taken. So I'm not looking at anything this time. At the minute, maybe it'll change at open, and obviously you've got the NASDAQ as well. I will potentially be looking at open.
But Barry, you were preparing something in the kitchen. What kind of soup was it again?
He's gonna drop me in with the names now. Turtle soup. I'm hungry, mate. It's been a long week. I'm hungry.
Dollar. The pound dollar continues to drop. Price basically reached the target, or one of the levels that I've been looking for. Looking at the bigger picture. When you're looking at this rectangle, basically that was what I was looking for since we basically broke this low. I didn't really rate these lows anymore. I think that was already kind of something that would eventually go further down, and now we got to this level. And I don't even really rate this low neither. I think we can actually go even below this low and start trading at least something below it. But maybe today you do have maybe some reaction here until we eventually break it further down. But as I mentioned, yes, GEO just continues to move to the downside. So, and this is where I asked Victor before, how was he feeling, kind of seeing market just one direction and not really managing to take trades. And the reason I asked that is because back in the days, a week like this would have killed me, because I would have tried to be just trying to trade the reversals anytime that will be some kind of a move to the upside, and I'll be killed every single time. For example, I would have tried to go long in here. I would most likely maybe have tried to go long somewhere in here, and so on and so forth, and I would have been just killed. Even in here as well, maybe, and I would have been just killed. And one approach that is, or something that I also use, is, aside from being a bit more patient, I may not just jump into the first break of structure. So when you do actually have potentially a break of a top, for example, like this example, I may not jump straight away into starting to look for longs, unless I actually see something else that actually is reinforcing that you may be closing to reversal. Otherwise, price may actually still continue and still have the momentum and the strength to continue to move to the downside. Now, when you're looking left, something that I'll be paying attention is try to see if there's anything in here that is relevant. And to be honest, that's not really the case. The way price already moved to the upside, we talked about Quasimodos. This was already Quasimodo that happened when price move to the upside on this move. If you get there, yep. So this was already Quasimodo. Okay, but this happened already. It's not here anymore to be traded. Okay, so we talked about it. It's a clear Quasimodo. Okay, left shoulder, right shoulder, the break of structure here, like, and this is the head basically. So this could have been played already. This was back in May, not anymore. The way you can see almost the way price moved in here, it's a lot of compression. Maybe there's something in here left behind, or which at this extreme. Aside from that, I see this price already spiked on the way up, so I don't really see many orders around this level, and who knows if eventually we're actually going to go below this this level at 1314, something like that. So I'll be cautious. Now, price also has been trading to the downside for quite a long time, and usually it's kind of need a little bit of a retrace. But until I do find those confirmations, maybe I'm not going to do it. I'll kind of look for the reversal. And if we do have a continuation more to the downside today, and if we do go below that level, for example, today still, I think tomorrow we're going to have some kind of retracement. Okay, with the NFP, or even before the NFP, we might have a retracement. And if we do have, then maybe NFP may just continue to go downside. We'll see what will happen with NFP. But I'll be a little bit more cautious, and almost the same on the euro dollar, to be honest. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit of a waiting game. On the NASDAQ though, yes, I'm going to be looking for those. I'm waiting for the opening, so in 10 minutes, to see if there's going to be any shorts on US indices. Yeah, I'm going to be waiting for it. I'm not in the trade. I'm going to still wait for it until the US open. And that's what
guys, I gotta jump off, so I'll do the rest of the accounts here, and where do I have my screen? Right there. So I'm gonna do the rest of the accounts here for the giveaway, and then I'll be back. Well, not tomorrow because we're not live tomorrow, but I'll be back on Monday.
Yeah.
And then I'll be listening here in the background while working on some things. All right, so let's do the next one here.
Another, how many this time?
Oh, okay. Too bad it got stuck. No giveaways today. Okay, I guess I gotta do that one again. Okay, let's reload the page. See what happens here. 6 accounts, not 16, 6. Okay, let's do that again. Well, this is not looking good, guys. Good,
no chance for anyone today.
Okay, interesting. Let's try one more time. And if I don't get it to work, I'll have to kind of maybe just log in and out.
Then we need to refresh the page.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna... Give me a second.
Vic, your laugh makes me laugh. That's contagious.
It was a good try.
You cannot make this up.
All right, let's go. 6 accounts.
Let's go one more time. Oh my god.
Okay, so what can we do now? Well,
you want to try to offer only 5 and then maybe 1. Maybe it's a 6 that is stacking it. I don't know.
Okay, let's try this again. Last time I'm trying this. I've tried reloading this. I've tried everything. Okay,
try 5.
5? Nah, we're gonna do 6. Okay.
I don't think it's gonna work.
I feel like I should just stop doing
No, I think doing the same thing over and over again is not gonna give you a different result.
You don't think so? No.
You have to do something. I don't know. Log off completely and come back from the website, check another browser, who knows what.
Yeah.
But it's pretty clear that it gets
I'll try
stuck at
something else.
yeah.
I think at this place we are close to the maximum drawdown of the day. Of the daily drawdown. Like how many losses.
Yeah, I'll see if I can log in and out. See if that works.
Yeah, I think and perhaps can you try it out before putting it on?
I can.
Yeah, but then you're going to announce 5 people that they're not see it.
No, that doesn't count. It's just a dry test.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to share it. Okay, so we'll try now again. I'm gonna try again. You do have to do the drum snare though. Because if it works, it's such a good feeling. Okay. Alright, let's go past 50. Oh, come on. What is this? No, oh, sorry. How do I cancel that one? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, guys. This is very. I feel like I should be dressed up as a clown, you know. Guys, I will get out. I will try to solve this. If I can't solve this, then I will. I'll make sure that I do the draw for this last account on Monday. But I'll try to get this on. If I get it on, I'll come on later in the live stream and announce it. All right, guys.
Good luck, Jonatan. We all want to see the so good luck on trying that.
And nice meeting you, Darius. First time meeting. It was nice to meet you. And yeah, good stuff. We'll probably see each other on next week.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye, mate. Bye.
Take care. All right. So that was fun. Now these things happen with live streams, right? It's live, so there's no retake, redo of anything. Happens all the time on my side as well. I try to grab a tool on TradingView and I can't for whatever reason. All right, so market has been. I'm not showing my screen, but are you? I think you're done, right, Pedro?
Yeah. Yes, I'm actually just looking a little bit of dollar CAD as well. I think maybe dollar CAD can be one of the dollar pairs that maybe can find a little bit of an opportunity to go for shorts. I think price is starting to get rejected. We already broke this. Already broke a little bit of this low as well. We already fake out this structure, so maybe we can find some selling pressure now that price is also reacting from this one. Bigger picture can still eventually go higher, but maybe for now we can have a little bit of a move to downside from an asset that has also been quite bullish, quite trendy. But yeah, I'm going to be looking for this one. But yeah, you can share your monitor. I'm looking for it. Well, NASDAQ is already gone. Well, what a move on NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ is already moving just before the opening.
Wow.
We'll see in the next minute.
Yeah.
Digital Factory. No one has been drawn as a winner yet. We had some technical difficulties with the spinner, so we're gonna come back and do that. Maybe this stream and otherwise on Monday. Jonatan will be having everything set up and working properly soon. But we don't know yet when that will happen. NASDAQ, you were saying, let's switch to that on the 1 minute. Oh, that's on.
Yeah, you can share your monitor, Victor.
Is the but it's just open, right? So this move is pre-open.
No, it's going to open. Yeah, just open right now. Yeah, this
exactly.
It's 1:30. Yeah.
20 seconds into the open, and it has some very interesting price action. Let's break it down where we are. It is I'm gonna do a very quick analysis or breaking it down in terms of the order blocks and structures we have. That's on the daily. Obviously we're not going to have anything from the weekly because the weekly it was not too long ago it was making its all-time high, so the weekly is not going to give you anything. The 4 hour, we do have an order block where that would be in terms of the H4, that will be the next stop for price. Let's see what else there. We don't have anything yet. And on the price action, this is all we have. And we did have an entry, or not an entry, just an order block, ordinary entry, ordinary order block, which was retested. Very beautiful retest there. You see that's beautiful. I don't see anything basically other than this structure being retested. And if I go to the lower time frames, I don't trade this pair, but if I were to trade it, this is the way I would be doing it. This is the neckline, and the price coming back to one of these structures there. That's the one on the 5 minute, and I'll be going all the way in and trying to spot the reversal on the lower time frames as well. I see there's another entry order block here, and this is beautiful, right? Pinpointing where it's likely, and once it gets to that entry order block, you can do this on the lower time frames as well to pinpoint it even further. Do we have an entry one? Yes, actually, in this case, the 2 minute would have been the best time frame to catch this. You have one here, another one there, but the one that I'm talking about is this one. This would have been the structure. I think technically it got validated there, but you would have been perhaps on one of these highs could have been triggered, and that would be perfect for that move down. Catching that move down, putting your stop perhaps above this structure, and getting in on the short. That would be a beautiful, beautiful short if that were to, someone would catch that. This is the initial target, and then you can extend that if you expect on the higher time frames more downwards pressure. That's a beautiful setup that I didn't take, to be fair. But that's do we have any place where this could have some reaction? Actually, on the 15 minute, there is some there, but it's nothing actually went through that order block. There isn't anything on the 15, the 30 minutes. It's not going to give us anything different. There is that's the order block that's stopping price. See it right there. Not stopping, but that's the one that's the price is currently reacting from. Beautiful structure right there. It doesn't seem like it's going to hold price. There's that previous high as well, broken high, comes back to retest. That makes sense for a possible scalp as well, right? If you're when price comes back to these levels, they typically have some kind of a reaction, very scalpable, if that's a word, if that's a word, but that's on that NASDAQ. I like it. It's beautiful. It's not something. Well, actually, it didn't have the here. It didn't have the alignment that I typically use. Right, the H4 wasn't telling us anything, so I wouldn't be in that trade. But it still, there was an entry there, and it was actually it did signal, depending on how your entry model is, but it did signal a couple of times in there. On the 2 minute, that is.
Yeah.
All right.
Just before the opening.
Yeah, it just came before it, didn't it?
Yeah.
But your strategy is very similar to mine, Victor. Very similar, just different tweaks and slight differences. Very similar. Yeah, very similar. The way you broke that down there is very similar to what I was looking at. But obviously, like Pedro was saying, that went just before open for me. So I stay away unless it's at or around open, just after.
Yeah, that's we Pedro as well. We trade. Well, our analysis in any case is very, very similar.
Yeah.
In our entry, I think we differ somewhat, but perhaps you might be interested. You're looking at fair value gaps, I think.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, and this
your order blocks. Yeah.
I'm using order blocks to pinpoint where I want to get in. Fair value gaps, I have in my strategy, or while I was building my strategy, I was considering using it as possible areas to trade on. Yeah. But at a certain moment, you have to make a choice.
Yeah.
And you can use both of them. That's also, but then, in terms of how many trades I would have, and I just wanted to make it as simple as possible. But
Yeah.
fair value gap is definitely something you could use the same concept, because the price has, typically has the same, it comes back to these imbalances, and that's a nice, that's a very probable place where it might either, reverse from there or just break and go through it. And that's exactly what happens on order blocks as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of them, and either if you get close to sort of, you're talking order block, fair value gaps, imbalances, whatever you want to call it, like an imbalance, fair value gap. But I find the same with my strategy. If I take a loss, when you get to that fair value gap and you close in on it, it's not a slow reaction through that. If you take a loss, it's a hard reaction through it, very hard.
In terms of schematically, for those who are wondering what we're talking about, you have the the fair value gap. This is very schematic, where you have the imbalance left behind after the order block was created. A lot of time, you will have price coming back and reacting from within the fair value gap and not touching the order block. Those trades I would not be in, because it wouldn't have touched my order block. But sometimes it does both of them, right? Wicks the order block as it is interact with the fair value gap and then moves out. So it just, by using that as the entry criteria, it will filter out certain types of trades. I would not be getting in on this one. But I would have to, it needs to actually interact with the order block before I can get in. So it makes my system, my frequency of trades a little bit lower, and it gets a little bit more selective, and that may be a good thing, but sometimes not, because you're going to be missing some trades. So it all depends on preferences. But awesome, man, awesome. We have another one in our team theory of trading these kind of patterns.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I do find it interesting where you use sort of like as you call it, the quasi in conjunction with sort of order blocks and stuff. I've never seen that before. I obviously understand SMC and order block trading and things like that, but where you use it in conjunction with patterns and things is pretty good. I'm impressed with that.
Thank you, Derry. I know I'm unique. Thank you.
You're unique with that mask on.
But yes, actually I have something for you, Derry.
Yeah, go on.
This is for everyone watching, especially when you think about it. This is not all the time. This is not a universal rule. But if you think about it, a lot of the times when I see an order block, this is not always, right? But it's something that's like an eye-opener for perhaps some of you. When we have an order block is created by one move, it may be one leg. I break it down to one time frame, one candle, but it can be, depending on whether you zoom in or zoom out, one leg of price going up, and the next one where it is being engulfed, right, by the next leg, right? That's how the order blocks are created. Now, when this happens, price tends to come back to this order block, sometimes pierces a little bit in, and then moves out. That's the whole basic, most foundational unit of how I trade. I wait for that retest, and then it moves out. Now, this is the order block system. But if you zoom in, what you will see a lot of the time is that the same structure, the same order block that I am trading, if you go in deeper, what you will see is that this move, right, has something like this.
Yeah, within a lower time frame, you've refined
exactly.
That.
It breaks, and what is left behind is a lot of the time is a quasi right there, and it may have, I do the 50% retracement and all of that, and it will come back to some structure above this, and it'll come back and have the same. I'm gonna do this almost symmetrical, and then moves out. Obviously, it's not gonna do it in one line. Let me eliminate that. Let me do it a more more realistic, but it will do something like this. Come back to the same level. Let's say, and then move out again. right? And basically, I'm trading, this is the order block, retest of the order block, but the quasi on the lower time frame is doing the same thing. So in essence, order blocks and quasis are they have a lot of parallels, and a lot of time it's the same structure, the same pattern, just on a different time frame.
Yeah. It's just the fractality of the market. It's like inside the order block will be that quasi on a lower time frame. I get what you mean. Yeah.
And you can also find another quasi right there, and that's exactly how I trade. I go to the lower time frame, and that's how I pinpoint where that high probability where that right shoulder is forming, and I get in on the lower time frame quasi within the bigger quasi.
Yeah.
And this is when you think about it, it makes so much sense, because that's how the market moves. That's why all these order blocks are being respected and mitigated all the time, because they're part of that reversal pattern that the market needs all the time to go from a swing low to make a swing low, swing high, and that it does that all the time, over and over again. So basically, when I say order block and quasi, I'm really saying the same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Yeah.
All right. Someone from Ethiopia is watching us. That's awesome. Thank you for your support. Don't forget to hit the like button if you like the content of the site of us. No, I mean the content of what we share, not the site of us. If you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. You still have 18 minutes to do so. Although I think you can subscribe anytime. It doesn't have to be within the stream, of course. What else?
Someone is asking for dollar CAD.
Yes.
Dollar CAD. Would you like to do any of that? Because I need to watch out. If I don't watch out, I'm gonna talk too much and squeeze you guys. Yeah, maybe someone else should do it.
Yeah, Kieran is asking for dollar CAD. I'm actually paying attention to it as well. No, this is dollar index, which is also actually we can maybe start with dollar index because if the dollar wants to continue to go higher, maybe dollar CAD will continue to go a little bit higher as well. So it's important as well maybe to try to find where this dollar index may pause a little bit. By the way, Kieran, are you looking for longs, shorts? What do you want us to look at on dollar CAD just to understand where is your buys or what you are looking for? Because I'm a counter-trend trader, I'm more of actually looking for shorts at this point, and prices just keep going up. But the dollar index, so we are literally touching now the 100 mark. So sometimes that can work as a level of support or resistance. You can even look in here in the past where price, a bit more in the past, the way price basically touched this 100 and went up a few times in here as well around that level, and it went up, or it can also hold to the downside. And yes, we may get a little bit closer to this structure, and you may have a little bit of a reaction on the dollar index as we move to this level. So I'm going to be paying attention. If the dollar index starts reacting from here, maybe that's going to be the top for now on today's level. Still a little bit to go, so we can still continue to move a little bit higher. But when you're looking at the dollar CAD, I mentioned actually this one, that the price is starting to break a little bit of structures in here. However, you need to be careful. Like this is sometimes where the mistake happens, is you may see a break of structure at this point. You already may consider this almost as a break, but the reality, this is the low that matters, at least in this case. Because this was actually the last string up. Actually, price hit kind of a double top in there, and when it breaks below this level, it can trap into people thinking that it is now time to go short. But in reality, price just reacted also from this demand zone at this point. We did have new highs, and price kind of reacted really close again, basically to the next zone in there, and then we continue to go a little bit more to the upside. We'll see. Now we are reacting from. The way I'm looking at it, we are reacting from a okay supply. It's not exactly my favorite, but it's an okay supply. Maybe let's try to see just the higher time frame in here. Okay, price is reacting again. I think price can still go higher. I think my favorite level to look for shorts it will be when you do go above this top and you get into this structure here. I think that's going to be one of my favorites to start looking for shorts, but you maybe can find some bounces maybe after taking this high. Maybe there's going to be some liquidity around this level and you can maybe find some structure to the downside. I'm looking just to see if there's any kind of support resistance or left shoulders that maybe we can look at. Yeah, that's a little bit higher at this point. Yeah, I'll just keep monitoring. Dollar CAD at this point, I'll keep monitoring. I'll try to see if there's any potential break of structure or fake out of a high that matters, that maybe price then can find some selling pressure. Looking into the war time frame. Yeah, war time frame, we may have left still this space available. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I would want to look for a short in here. I thought prefer to see price going a little bit higher and then try to look for a short. At least that will be my take.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. This one is mentioning, I think there is a break-off structure and shorts is favorable. Yeah, that's the situation. Like it looks like that may be a break-off structure. Not really sure if that's the case. Not really sure. That's one of those that is a little bit tricky. Because when, at least for me, when I do see a break-off structure, but price may be reacting straight away from a level that matters, kind of a demand zone or maybe support resistance, something like that, that can invalidate a little bit the choke or the break-off structure, because top price now is reacting from a good level, it may still continue to go higher. So it becomes more of a question of, is the top actually already reacting from a good level on the left side, or maybe price is actually still ready to continue to push higher. That becomes a little bit of the question in that moment. There are some breaks of structure that are really obvious and everyone can kind of agree with them. Maybe like the one on NASDAQ this morning. Some others, they can be a little bit trickier. And that's where the market is tricky. It's not so black and white. Yeah, but that's a little bit my take on the dollar CAD at this point. I don't know if you guys agree, if you don't agree, if you guys look at dollar CAD as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't trade dollar CAD, but where you've got that, I'm not sharing my screen at the minute. Let me share.
Yeah, if you bring it up.
There we go. Yeah, for me, dollar CAD exactly the same as what Pedro was just saying, is you've got this 4-hour high sat here, which also when you go to the daily, again, when I trade, I like to see any liquidity be swept, so whether that be above a high or a low, I class that as liquidity. So I'd personally, before I was looking at anything, like you were just saying, is see a break above that potentially and then look from there. But for me now, although I don't trade this pair, just going off the strategy which does work on most pairs, I'd like to see essentially what I call this is no man's land at the minute. From a 4-hour, you still got sort of this high to take before then. I'd be looking for anything to potentially push the downside, because we are super extended as well, just been pushing to the upside. So again, for me, I totally agree with what you said then. To be fair, the strategy you trade seems very similar, just different terms and confirmations, I think. But again, from a 15-minute perspective, I think you're on the 5-minute with a break of structure. For me, what I'm seeing there, everyone's going to laugh now, is a turtle soup. So the sweep the high, the sweep the low, then the reaction from there to go and take out that the completion of that high there. So for me, this would confirm that I'd like to see the market push higher, manipulation of both sides, sweep the high, sweep the low, and then a completion of that, which then would go in line with taking that 4-hour high and that daily wick there.
Yeah, and maybe can find some selling pressure after that. That's kind of what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah.
Before then moving to, for example, we could maybe take that high, come back into those previous highs that you have there in the middle of the range, and then maybe continue. Something in there. Maybe react from there and then maybe continue to push higher.
So this area here, back to this, rebalance, and then go.
Yeah, somewhere in there. That could be nice. Yeah, we'll see.
Would you guys me to do the same pair? Tap down.
Yeah, I'd like to see a Victor. I'd like to see a quasi in there, mate.
But what is the quasi?
Let's see if the agrees. All right, so we have this is my screen. Yes, from the monthly time frame, we don't have anything current. We did have a monthly order block that was retested for the second time. I don't trade those. I only trade the first one, not the second one. But other than that, we don't have anything. We do have a today. Today is the last day of the month. If you haven't seen the calendar today, it is there is an order block right here in the making, so we need to wait for it to close, and then we could be using that order block as well for our future trades, meaning from tomorrow on we could be trading that level on the monthly, but today there isn't anything in this time frame. If we go to lower time frames, we can actually find a very beautiful quasi, which is this one. This is the established downtrend. You see that lower low, lower highs. We break the neckline. That's a very valid neckline. That's the high of the structure. And where it comes, there are two order blocks, right? There is, let me get this out of the way. I use the fib, right, to retrace half of the move, right? So I'm going to be looking, when this happened, I look for this lower half or the better half of the leg. And I can only spot one, actually two order blocks there. One, we did have a little reaction, did we? I think we did have a reaction. Was it before it was invalidated? No, it was invalidated before and we had no reaction. And that's fine. So that's the importance of waiting for your sign. But then we have the last structure, one of the two, and this is the other one, right? So the quasi, it's a weekly quasi. And because it's a weekly quasi, I would, the logical target for this would be all the way to the top of the structure. But of course, because that's a huge target, you can as well, target any other structure in this time frame as a possible area where price will go to. I understand, by understanding that this is a weekly structure, a weekly pattern, it makes sense to me to have a weekly target, understanding that the price is actually moving from the weekly area, which is this, to the next structure in line, which is the weekly order block we have. That would be my TP1 on the higher time frame. The bigger one here would be the TP2. And actually, if I have more information on the monthly, I could be targeting even the high. Right. That said, look at this beauty of a reaction. What we have here, this is the monthly time frame. The monthly time frame, it wasn't the structure that I would be trading because it's the second retest. But look at how powerful these order blocks are. Even if it's not the first attempt, look at this. We go to lower time frames. This area, right, on the H4 perhaps, look at how price for the last time before it, catapult itself to the moon almost, or that's what it seems. Look at how it comes to that area. What's there, right? If you didn't have anything, you didn't have the order blocks, you would say, well, that's a random place. That's a, who knows why it reacted from there. But if you have the order blocks in your toolbox, you'll understand that it's the order block. It's the monthly structure that it came into, and that's what it reacted the way it did and never looked back. Look at that. Never looked back. Right. Anyways, that's a beauty. That's a beauty of a thing. Okay, so on the weekly time frame,
I didn't manage to get in on that one.
You did not?
On that one. No, it was too quick. The reversal was too quick. Are you talking about the one on the 23rd of July?
21st. Let me.
First, third, yeah, maybe.
23rd. 23rd. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just too quick.
And you had actually multiple areas because there was a quasi in here as well. Actually, I should talk about that. When we have these order blocks, right, price comes back into them, you can know already, this is fractal. This is the fractal nature of the market. We only have 5 minutes to go in this stream, but I have a lot to say. Look, we come to this, we come back to this order block, and
we are doing extra hours today, guys.
We come back into this order block, and this is in the higher time frame. This is just a reaction, nothing more. Just a reaction on the monthly. You see that here? It's, if we zoom out, to me, that's just a reaction. Nothing, this, you could have known this in advance. It's going to have some kind of a reaction. And if you go to the lower time frame, let's say on the daily, you had this. This is a pair I do not trade, and I wasn't looking for this trade. But if you had this is the neckline for the quasi. So basically, you had already, as it was coming in, it was creating that beautiful pattern that fictional Disney character comes back to where? Where does it come back to? Let me pause that right there. We do the fib, right? Do the fib. And what structures do we have between the head, that's the left shoulder, the neckline, the head, the top of the structure, or the bottom, whichever it is, if it's short or long. And where does it come back to? This is your entry order block. That's where it comes back, reacts significantly, comes a second time. So actually, the last time was the second opportunity to get in. This was the first one. Moves in, get in, and off you go. There it goes. Look at this impactful. Of course, this is happening while, tariffs and FOMC and Bank of Japan. This is not a Japan pair, obviously a Japanese pair. But I mean, all the other central bankers and fundamental news saying, this move is because, and I'm saying it's not because of that. I'm not saying that, fundamental analysts, obviously they're real and you can get huge edges by understanding what's happening out there, because it's a fundamental that drives the markets, the prices. However, using only technical analysis, you could have seen this move. It's coming back to this area. If it reverses, it's going to have a move like this without any information on the fundamental side. That's why I love technicals. All right, anyway, so that is the left shoulder, the head, breaks the neckline, comes back, have a retest, it goes up and comes back for a second retest of the same order block, and then off it goes. That's a very beautiful, a very tradable area, and we could have gone in these two candles and look for entries, but we are getting near the end of our stream, and if I don't stop myself, we'll be here for another hour or so. So, but before I finish, let's see if we have anything else. So I'm looking for price to reach this order block on the weekly time frame. So it might take a week or 2 or 3 in advance, but the way it goes, maybe this week already it might reach it. Looking at that momentum,
Victor,
on the
I know it's going to feel uncomfortable for you. I'll ask you to jump from the daily to the 5 minutes. Can you
All
jump
right.
into the daily? There you go. Let's see now.
Okay, so the I don't have the alignment, but okay, let's do that. But I don't have my structures on the hourly.
There you go. You are naked. You don't know what to do.
I'm naked. I don't know what to do. Help me.
The mask is off.
My mask is off. All right, but what I will do is I will do the let's say we have the weekly structure. That's not the weekly structure that I'm talking about, because that's the one that is already including the structure, and we were talking about something else, which is this structure. I'm going to indicate it as the weekly, so that is the weekly structure that I'm on the higher time frame, where at least that's the assumption that I have that we're targeting. There
coincides with mine, I think.
Yes, probably it is. That's the order block that I'm looking for, the target. And on the daily time frame, it's the quasi. We already discussed that. And there isn't anything in this leg or anything from the left side. There is no quasi here on this time frame, so there isn't anything to stop price. Basically, price is on a very beautiful path towards that order block that's not visible on this time frame. Do we have something on the H4? Yes, we do. This is, wish I was trading this pair. This is giving us all kinds of nice. Look at this. Look at this fresh order block right there. Look at how it's been retested for that push. That's an amazing trade. If you were to catch something, let's see on the lower time frame, it did not have anything that I could have traded. Too bad. But that reaction is exactly why I think order blocks are the way to trade. But that's just me. I might be biased. So what can I say? If price comes back to this order block, but I doubt it will come back, that would be something that I could be using. Going to lower time frames, we did have a little structure here, and actually this is a, was it? No, I couldn't have. That's not enough. That's not a valid one. Other than that, I wouldn't be shorting this. Were some people trying to short this?
No, we kind of rejected that idea. But I think someone actually mentioned the potential short, but I think we kind of
I wouldn't want to short this. Of course you can scalp short it, but
I think we are looking for that same level. So let it go higher, let it we take that daily high on the left, and then potentially get to that weekly same structure.
This is the level that I'm looking for to be hit. And of course, you're gonna have some reaction from that level. It might have, of course, it might have a little pump, a little reaction there, but that's the inferior trade in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
I'll send you signals or alerts when price gets to these levels of assets that you don't usually trade. Okay, so when next time price is at an extreme, I'll send you an alert.
Please do.
By the way, our Euro Yen that you talked about, I don't know when, it's now coming all the way back. It's getting, well, at least if it continues like that, it's close to that bearish Quasimodo that we talked about, I think on Tuesday.
Yes.
So that's one trade eventually.
That's one. Eventually. We can definitely talk about that, but that's going to be on Monday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for anyone that is asking about the giveaways, just heard from Jonatan, he ran away with them. So basically, he got the 6 prizes for himself, and he's going to trade the accounts for him, and that's it, guys. So unfortunately, there is no giveaway for you. Jonatan got them all of them. I'm joking. That's going to be on Monday. Monday, it's going to be the giveaways now. Okay, so you need to come back. You need to come back on Monday for us and for your giveaway.
And we have come to the end. Sadly. Oh, no, that's not the one. That's the one. Clicked on the wrong sound effect, but doesn't matter. We have come to the end of our stream. I would like to thank you in the first place, the audience, yes, for watching us. You make this stream great, and everything we can and able to do is because of you. And of course, my co-host, Pedro, thank you for your support, your input, and all your great analysis, and everyone before us. The 3 of us are only here now, but of course, the whole day we have a whole group of very talented traders who are supporting this channel to make delivering the best content we can to you, so you can become, a great trader. That's our aspiration for you. So on that note, we would like to close our stream. Any last words from you two gentlemen?
Nothing. Enjoyed it again. Really enjoy the questions and stuff. Victor wants us to let you guys know that the Quasi Mask is coming to a store near you Monday.
Indeed, Pedro.
Yeah, for me it's the same. Later on at 5 p.m. we still have the Portuguese live stream, so we're going to try to do an anticipation for the NFP. So of course you can always join, but you do need to understand Portuguese or speak Portuguese. But you are growing. You have a really nice community as well in there, so feel free to join. Aside from that, have a great weekend, everyone. Which is
perfect. Open our invitation for everyone who is part of our Discord community. We're gonna have in about 41 minutes another workshop just for you. And if you're not part of that community yet, you're missing out. Get an account with the Fivers, get your entrance to our Discord community. And that's it for us. Thank you. Have a awesome day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.